Chapter 1 Graduation Party. The campus beauty proposed to me in public. Shanghai City. Communication University. On the playground at the graduation party. There were loud gongs and drums, huge crowds of people, and bright lights. Under the cover of night, all the graduates gathered on the playground. No matter boys or girls, everyone's eyes were fixed on the stage in the center, and some boys' eyes almost popped out. I love you, Xin Xiaoxiao. I love you too. Xiaoxiao, I'm dying. I give my life to you, Xiaoxiao, just look at me. The boys around were staring at a girl on the stage and shouting wildly. Their excited expressions were just like those of the otakus in the second dimension, excited and crazy. The girl on the stage is named Xin Xiaoxiao. She is the undisputed campus belle of the entire North China University of Media and Communications. No one has any objection to her being the campus belle of North China University of Media and Communications. She is the recognized goddess of all students and the dream lover of all boys. Some people even come to this school for her, not to study any major, but just to become alumni with Xin Xiaoxiao, nothing more. She smiled. She smiled at me. Did you see that? Get lost. She was clearly smiling at me. How dare you insult my wife? I'll make sure you can't graduate with your legs straight. Believe it or not. The two boys looked at the beautiful and innocent face in the center of the stage and started arguing. They didn't even look at each other during the argument, for fear of missing any details. Shinzi, tell me, who is Xiaoxiao smiling at among us? One of the boys grabbed a handsome boy and asked excitedly. The boy called Shinzi was different from the boys around him. He calmly crossed his legs and browsed job information on 56.com. As the most talented student in Communication University, Yi Chen is not as impractical as these people. Because of his poor family conditions, he would write some songs in his spare time at school. Before he graduated, many big-name stars asked him to write songs. So on the day of graduation, Yi Chen's first thing was to find a job in a music studio. Yi Chen is 183 centimeters tall and very handsome, except when he dresses up. If he dresses up, he will definitely crush the school hunk of Beijing Communication University. When asked this question by his roommate Lu Nang, he glanced at the campus beauty Xin Xiaoxiao on the stage and was slightly stunned. Xin Xiaoxiao was indeed very beautiful, but such a stunning beauty, who graduated from the media department, was a million times more beautiful than the so-called beauty rarely seen in 1,000 years. She would definitely become very famous in the future. Do you think a fairy like this would go to the toilet? As soon as Yi Chen said this, Lu Nang and Zhao Shi actually pulled their eyes away from the stage, and then looked at Yi Chen with murderous intent, who had a calm expression on his face. Okay, she's watching you too. You two are evenly matched. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. There was no hope for these two guys. Lu Ning finally gave up. If you ask me, you are just pretending, isn't it just to maintain your style as the most talented scholar in the north? That's right, who doesn't like Xiaoxiao? Zhao Shi immediately agreed. Yi Chen was so distracted by these two generals that he lost the mood to focus on his work and looked up at the stage. Xin Xiaoxiao is not only very beautiful, but also has a very sweet singing voice. In fact, Yi Chen doesn't dislike her, but it's because the two of them have never had any intersection. Yi Chen even wrote a song specifically for Xin Xiaoxiao, but he never had the chance to give it to her. The campus beauty of Qin University will make anyone feel that those chicken soup stories are all lies, such as God is fair, and it seems that those who look bad have bad figures, and those who have bad figures have bad singing. But Xin Xiaoxiao is the type of person who is good at everything and has completely lived like a child from other people's families. At this moment, she was singing a very appropriate song, You, My Deskmate, on the stage. This song should be a must-sing song for graduating students. The melody is relaxing and carries the strong friendship between classmates. Coupled with Xin Xiaoxiao's sweet voice, everyone was intoxicated. It was as if she was the deskmate of every classmate, and many people began to have tears in their eyes. Yi Chen was also fascinated and began to recall his time in school. Will you remember tomorrow what you wrote in your diary yesterday? Just when everyone was immersed in it, the microphone on the stage suddenly made a buzzing sound. It was extremely harsh and directly destroyed all the beautiful scenes. As soon as the beautiful singing stopped, the people around started talking and shouting. Just when everyone felt disappointed, Xin Xiaoxiao clapped the microphone with her little hand and said in her charming voice, Dear students, I have an important announcement now. This voice was like an order, and everyone around immediately recovered from their previous irritation. They all looked at the fairy in the middle of the stage with anticipation as she issued the imperial decree. Yi Chen from the third class of the music department, are you there? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became confused. The goddess is looking for a boy from the music department? Who is Yi Chen? All of a sudden, everyone began to look around, looking for the lucky person chosen by the goddess. But the two number one fans of Qin Xiaomei, who were close friends with Yi Chen, could no longer sit still. The two of them looked at Yi Chen, who was standing aside and didn't understand what was going on, their eyes almost falling to the ground. Yi Chen, are we looking for you? Lu Nang asked Yi Chen with a look of disbelief. Zhao Shi even grabbed Yi Chen, as if Yi Chen was a thief, and said excitedly, "Nonsense, there is only one person named Yi Chen in class 3, fourth brother, help, don't let this kid get away." Yi Chen? What is going on? He had never met this campus beauty before, and had no connection with her at all. Why did he suddenly come to find me in public? At this time, Qin Xiaoxiao's voice sounded again on the stage. "Yi Chen, are you there?" "Yes, yes, yes." Zhao Shi, who was standing by, yelled at the top of his lungs like a eunuch who had just caught an assassin. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to Zhao Shi, and Yi Chen, who was confused in his hand. For a moment, the scene became chaotic again. Yi Chen was like a lamb to be slaughtered. He was stripped naked by everyone's eyes, as if he was a transparent person. Qin Xiaoxiao followed Zhao Shi's voice, saw Yi Chen, and then smiled sweetly. She asked loudly into the microphone, "Excuse me, classmate Yi Chen, will you marry me?" The playground seemed to have switched on and became quiet again, so quiet that you could hear a needle falling to the ground. We've been going back and forth 3 or 4 times since the beginning, all because of a few words from the goddess. But the impact of this sentence exploded in everyone's heart like a depth bomb. The national goddess actually confessed her love to a boy. And it's a marriage proposal. Reverse proposal. You know, proposing to a goddess is something that all the boys in the school dare not even think about. What does it mean to be proposed to by a goddess? Has the world gone crazy? This is what everyone thinks in their hearts. By the time everyone reacted, Yi Chen had already broken free from Zhao Shi's clutches. This must be run. Otherwise you will become the public enemy. Although I don't know why Qin Xiaoxiao proposed to me, this is undoubtedly harming me. Doesn't she have any idea how much influence she has on the whole school? Isn't this going to kill me? Yi Chen had just run a few meters. Then someone shouted, "Catch him, don't let him get away." Chapter 2, Pamper your wife and become stronger, get the novice gift pack. Catch him. With roars, the people around rushed towards Yi Chen like crazy. Yi Chen was originally thin, and the scene was very chaotic. As a result, Yi Chen accidentally fell to the ground in the crowd, and then he felt his body being trampled hard by one foot after another. 1, 2, 3. Finally, in this stampede, Yi Chen gradually felt dizzy and breathing became difficult. Oh shit. What is this? Suddenly the school beauty confessed her love to him, and in the end, she was trampled to death? This was Yi Chen's last thought. Where is the person? Where is that kid? Voices searching for Yi Chen began to be heard around. I don't know who shouted, "Stop stepping on it, or someone will die." When they arrived here, everyone stopped, and then Yi Chen felt like he was being carried on someone's back. Some people started calling for an ambulance, while others gave way to Yi Chen and the kind-hearted person who was carrying him. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Bite. Host's life is in danger. Should I bind to the peak wife doting maniac system? Do you want to bind to the peak wife doting maniac system? Do you want to bind or not? Are you going to bind or not? Detecting that the host has no thinking ability, initiating the mandatory binding regulations, binding begins. 1%. 10%. 20%. 30%. 100%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the binding. Do you want to repair the skull? Repair. Sorry, I forgot the host is currently unable to think. Automatically repairing. With the sound of machinery, Yi Chen's mind began to slowly recover. There was a strong smell of disinfectant in my nose, and I was about to open my eyes. Host's skull has been repaired successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the peak wife loving system. Once bound, this system cannot be transferred. If the host dies, the system will be destroyed. What the hell? The ultimate wife loving system? Yi Chen would read some novels when he had nothing to do, so he was naturally familiar with the system, but other people's systems sounded very good, so why did his own system sound wrong? Pamper your wife? I don't even have a wife. Before Yi Chen could accept this information, a panel appeared in front of him. Host, Yi Chen. Constitution, 7 very weak. Spirit, 99 average. Skills, none little trash. The mechanical voice sounded again. Gameplay, each time the host pampers his wife, there will be different effects and corresponding rewards. The rewards are random, and after gaining pampering points, attributes will also be randomly added. System activated successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the newbie gift pack, 100,000 yuan, skill reward, complete collection of Grimm's fairy tales, item reward, 1 bottle of endurance potion. Yi Chen was shocked at first, then excited. Doesn't it mean that as long as you pamper your wife, pamper her endlessly, you can reach the pinnacle of life? As the mechanical sound faded, Yi Chen's phone rang with a text message alert. Yi Chen was so excited that he sat up immediately and took out his mobile phone. It showed, your savings card with the last number 9527 had 100,000 yuan deposited on September 26, and the balance is 100,200 yuan. It really arrived. If that's the case, why would I even look for a job? Yi Chen was excited when a fragrance came from the side. Are you awake? A pleasant voice sounded, this is. Yi Chen suddenly looked at the woman walking towards him. It was the incredibly beautiful national school beauty Qin Xiaoxiao. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't say anything, Qin Xiaoxiao slowly raised her hand and touched Yi Chen's forehead, then said, are you okay? Ding. Target binding successful, start your journey of pampering your wife. Target binding successful? Yi Chen turned to look at Qin Xiaoxiao. Could it be that the person I want to pamper has already been tied to this campus beauty? Then, doesn't that mean that my wife is her? Thinking of this, Yi Chen stared at Qin Xiaoxiao in front of him in a trance. Qin Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly, and she looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Qin Xiaoxiao was singing at the party when she suddenly felt dizzy. Then something electric rushed into my mind. Then there were some system prompts, saying it was a husband pampering system. In the end, the system actually made him confess his love to Yi Chen, the most talented man in Beichuan. She had also heard of this great talent, and even once accidentally heard a song he wrote, which made Qin Xiaoxiao interested in this great talent. Sometimes I would ask people to find some of Yi Chen's works. I can't say I like him, but I am very impressed by Yi Chen's talent. However, I naturally can't confess my feelings to him suddenly. But, because the reward was so tempting, the scene on the stage last night happened. Because it gives so much. Qin Xiaoxiao never thought that she would actually get the anti-fatigue skin reward. This made Qin Xiaoxiao surprised and happy, but besides being surprised, she also considered that Yi Chen was injured because of her actions. So after Yi Chen got into trouble, he rushed over immediately. Who would have thought that as soon as she arrived, the system actually issued a new task, which was to let a girl like her take the initiative to touch Yi Chen. When I pretended to take the temperature, I just touched Yi Chen's head and heard the system prompt sound. The doting husband system has been successfully bound. Start your journey of doting husband. Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel shocked. If that was the case, then the talented man Yi Chen in front of her might very well be her future husband? His eyes unconsciously began to look at this great talent. Besides his outstanding talent, he is also very handsome. But then I thought about it, my future husband didn't show any reaction when he heard me confessing my love to him in public. I couldn't help but feel angry and embarrassed. No. Girls must be reserved and never confess their feelings again. They must let him pursue them and confess his feelings to them. Otherwise, how could I possibly have a high status in my family in the future? The two of them just looked at each other with their own thoughts, and didn't speak for a long time. Qin Xiaoxiao had never looked into the eyes of any boy before, and she looked into Yi Chen's beautiful eyes. There was also a clear look in his eyes, which made my heart flutter for no reason. She quickly averted her eyes. Only then did Yi Chen realize that he was feeling a little embarrassed. Are you okay? Are you okay? The two said in unison. For a moment, the ambiguous atmosphere was pushed to a climax. Qin Xiaoxiao said in a panic, you speak first. You speak first. The two spoke in sync again. No one spoke for a moment. Why don't I speak first? A doctor's voice sounded from the side. Dr. Liu was originally checking on the patient, but as soon as the patient woke up, he started playing sync with the girl in front of him. This made him, a single man who had been single for 30 years, feel jealous. Finally, I couldn't help but interrupt the ambiguous atmosphere here. It's better to be young. Dr. Lu sighed inwardly, but on the surface he said calmly, at present, the condition is relatively stable and can be discharged. But after all, it's the brain that's being stepped on, so to prevent congestion and neurological shock, it's best to have your girlfriend stay with you for 24 hours. Otherwise, if something goes wrong with the brain, it could be gone in an instant, so don't ignore it. So scary? Although Yi Chen was indeed frightened, he remembered what his father often said, don't listen to doctors' scare tactics, there's nothing wrong, so he had to speak in a more serious manner. But no matter whether it is really that serious or not, hasn't the system been repaired after all? Such a powerful system shouldn't be too bad. Yi Chen was thinking about these things, while Qin Xiaoxiao on the side was focusing on the word girlfriend that the doctor had just said. I have never been in love until now. Just hearing these 3 words makes my heart beat faster. Her eyes unconsciously drifted towards Yi Chen's handsome face. This talented man is the type that is worth looking at. At first glance, he is just average, above average. But if you look at it for a few more seconds, it seems like there is some magic that makes you fall in love with it. Yi Chen noticed Qin Xiaoxiao's gaze and looked up. Qin Xiaoxiao's face turned red again, as if she had been caught doing something bad. What's wrong with me? I haven't blushed so much before. I've seen all kinds of handsome guys, what happened? Do you remember? Dr. Lu asked again helplessly when he saw that the two of them just looked at each other without saying a word. Nu. Again in unison. Dr. Lu suddenly felt his heart bleeding. Are you guys done yet? Finally, he looked at the two of them helplessly, and then said, You guys can do whatever you want. Dr. Lu looked as if he had lost all hope in life. I'm just going to see a doctor, is it necessary to feed him like this? Should I find a girlfriend? Thinking of this, Dr. Lu left the ward. There were only 2 single men and women left in the ward. Chapter 3, the host has a high level of understanding, and is rewarded with 1 attribute point. The ward became quiet again. The 2 looked at each other awkwardly. This time, in order to avoid another awkward moment, Yi Chen spoke first. Well, I still want to thank the campus beauty for coming to see me. I feel very touched. No. It's okay. It's because of me that you got hurt. As Qin Xiaoxiao spoke, she remembered the scene of herself speaking into the microphone at the party and suddenly became flustered. I don't know what got me thinking at that time, but I really did that. But when I think of the words will you marry me, I wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Yi Chen obviously also thought of that crazy moment, and looked up at Qin Xiaoxiao who was lowering her head. Could it be that this school beauty really likes me? Am I so handsome that even the school belle is chasing after me? Isn't this too exaggerated? Oh, nothing happened, it's just... Yi Chen was about to say something to make both parties less embarrassed. The door of the ward opened again. Shinzi, are you okay, Xin? Zhao Shi, who rushed in, was speechless for a moment when he saw the scene in front of him. Lu Neng, who was following behind him, also saw the scene in the ward and continued Zhao Shi's words, Xin Xiaoxiao? You are Yi Chen's friends, right? Hello. Xin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Chen's 2 roommates and nodded lightly. Zhao Shi said dully, hello. Well, we still have things to do. Let's go. Zhao Shi immediately and very sensibly pulled Lu Neng out of the ward. It's really like coming and going in a rush. Yi Chen was left with only an extremely helpless smile. Yi Chen shook his hands twice, not knowing what to say, and then said, maybe, their ears are a little blind, so they went to see a doctor. Puff. Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't help laughing. How come this talented man is also a little cute? Ding. Make the school beauty laugh and get a reward of 10,000 yuan. Are there rewards for this? Yi Chen has now figured out the ins and outs of the system. As long as you are nice to Qin Xiaoxiao, you will be rewarded. Yi Chen's nonsense eased the awkward atmosphere in the room a lot. Qin Xiaoxiao had just begun to feel at ease, but her system started to act up again. Ding. Trigger a random task. Peel an apple for Yi Chen and receive 3 charm points. Come again? Do you think I'm not proactive enough? But what is charm value? Qin Xiaoxiao subconsciously looked at Yi Chen beside her. Why does this system always make me, a girl, take the initiative? How embarrassing. I 1T cut it. Warm tips, charm value can enhance the host's charm. After improving my charm, Wouldn't it be possible for him to confess his love to me?
Thinking of her embarrassing confession, Qin Xiaoxiao still hoped that the other party would confess to her.
Besides, it's just peeling an apple. It wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the system gives too much. Then Qin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. Then he said coldly, "Do you want to eat an apple? Can I peel one for you?" Yi Chen? Yi Chen looked at the campus beauty Qin in confusion. Yi Chen is not overthinking this. Any man would think that the other person is interested in him, right? She must like herself. Yi Chen firmly believes this. But as a man who dotes on his wife, how can he let her take care of him? Yi Chen said directly, "I'm really fine." The doctor was exaggerating. "If you don't believe me, just wait and see. I'll cut one for you. This is my wife, how can I let her do this?" Without saying a word, he picked up an apple and started peeling it. Ding! The host is intelligent and highly conscious. 1 doting point is awarded. The host can add more freely. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Yi Chenan suppressed his excitement, and then heard the mechanical system sound. Ding! The attribute value has changed. The panel reappears. Host, Yi Chen. Constitution, 7+1 very weak. Spirit, 99 average. Skills, none little trash. Does this system think I'm too weak? So it was added to the system? You're dreaming. I've mentioned this before, adding attribute points randomly. Depend on. This system really deserves a beating. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen felt his body beginning to heat up. He unconsciously lifted the white quilt on the bed. Qin Xiaoxiao was looking at Yi Chen with a puzzled look on her face, but Yi Chen actually lifted up his quilt. She subconsciously looked under the quilt. I didn't expect that he looked very thin, but he had a very well-proportioned body. He was the type of person who looked thin when dressed, but had muscles when undressed. Unconsciously, my heart was distracted again. Yi Chen did not have any of those messy thoughts, and was carefully feeling the first strengthening of the system. To be honest, this feeling is not very uncomfortable, it's just hot and my body feels sticky. But the hospital is obviously not a good place to take a shower, so the shower can only be postponed. Ding! Unintentionally exude charm and receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. This. What did I do? Yi Chen was curious. How could he get a reward without doing anything? At this time, Yi Chen's burning feeling finally disappeared, and he looked up inadvertently. He found that Qin Xiaoxiao was staring at him intently. Well, you are a patient, I will cut it for you. Qin Xiaoxiao said hurriedly. Then the two of them started peeling apples in the ward like crazy. If someone came in, they would definitely think that these two people were seriously ill. Although Qin Xiaoxiao was peeling an apple, her heart rate had soared to 120. I hope he won't misunderstand me as a nymphomaniac. I was the one who confessed before. It's over, I'm definitely going to be considered a pervert. Because I was distracted and the knife was very sharp, I accidentally cut my finger. Oops. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately put down the apple in his hand and asked nervously, "Did you cut your hand?" Qin Xiaoxiao looked at her hand that was gradually bleeding red blood and nodded silently. How could you be so careless? Although Yi Chen seemed to be blaming her, his eyes were filled with heartache. Not long after we met, my wife got injured, and I felt inexplicably nervous. Doctor! Doctor! Is there anyone here? Yi Chen shouted. Bang! The door of the ward opened immediately, and Dr. Lu and two nurses rushed in hurriedly. All three of them looked nervous and ready to provide first aid at any time. They dare not be careless in the slightest when it comes to brain problems. What's wrong? Are you feeling dizzy? Or with a migraine? Do you feel like vomiting? As soon as Dr. Lu came in, he asked 3 questions nervously. But Yi Chen's next words made the 3 medical staff present almost forget their identities and curse. She cut her hand. Do you have any band-aids? The 3 medical staff were speechless. Dr. Lu first looked at Yi Chen, who had a serious expression on his face, then looked down at the pitiful campus beauty Qin. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Xiao Wang, go find a band-aid. Then he walked out of the ward without saying another word. I have never been so speechless in my life. When the nurse brought Yi Chen a band-aid, Yi Chen did not hesitate at all.
He grabbed Qin Xiaoxiao's hand naturally without saying a word. Her hands were so soft, as if they had no bones. Yi Chen pulled her towards the faucet. If your hand is cut, you need to rinse it with running water, then dry it and put on a band-aid. Qin Xiaoxiao followed the tall Yi Chen obediently like a little child. Looking at this figure from behind, I even had an illusion that it was really my boyfriend who cared about me.
Don't let yourself have the courage to refuse.
Yi Chen turned on the faucet and rinsed Qin Xiaoxiao's little hands in the water.
Then wipe it dry and finally carefully wrap it with a band-aid.
Yi Chen was very serious throughout the whole process.
There was no impatience or perfunctoriness at all.
Only after everything was done did Yi Chen breathe a sigh of relief.
Okay, but you can't keep this band-aid on all the time.
You have to take it off after 3 hours, otherwise the wound won't heal properly. Qin Xiaoxiao felt Yi Chen's careful care and was a little obsessed for a while. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. It feels like being carefully protected by a pair of invisible hands.
She subconsciously said, "Why are you so nice to me?" Chapter 4, Upgrading the Ward. It's time for us to rest. Why are you so nice to me?
When Yi Chen heard this, he didn't think much about it.
They are all my wives. Do you need a reason? Moreover, Yi Chen is very satisfied with his future wife. Are you kidding? Who wouldn't he be satisfied if a goddess wife fell from the sky? Besides, if Yi Chen wants to become stronger now, he has to keep being nice to Qin Xiaoxiao. So Yi Chen was very proactive. Yi Chen answered irrelevantly, "Actually, I'm fine. You don't have to blame yourself. I know my own body."
Although Yi Chen knew that if he said such words, the other party would most likely leave immediately.
But even if she were to leave, Yi Chen also didn't want to give the other party a bad impression. This happened because of me.
I have to supervise you in the hospital for 24 hours.
Only if you are really okay can I leave.
Qin Xiaoxiao said this very firmly. This made Yi Chen feel that although Qin Xiaoxiao was the school belle, she did not have that kind of arrogant princess syndrome. On the contrary, she will do her best to make up for the mistakes she made. She is a rare good girl. The conditions in this ward are very ordinary, with beds for 3 people and only 1 toilet. The two had just come out of the bathroom when 3 people slowly walked into the ward door. In the front is an old lady in a wheelchair. As soon as he came in, he started crying out, "Ouch, ouch." Although Yi Chen is not a very pretentious person, this completely disturbs Yi Chen's fantasy world of 2 people.
We must find a way. Finally, Yi Chen decided to find an independent ward. Even if it's a little more expensive. Didn't the system just reward 100,000? Upgrade the ward directly. When the two arrived at the ward, they were both dazzled. This ward has a separate bathroom, kitchen, balcony, and is fully equipped. Although it costs more than 3,000 oceans a day, such an environment is really worth it. It was gradually getting dark outside. We have to solve the problem of eating. Yi Chen thought about going out to buy some food. But Qin Xiaoxiao felt that Yi Chen was a patient now, so it would be better for her to buy it herself. In the end, Yi Chen couldn't persuade her anymore and let her go. Yi Chen now had some time of his own. Lying on the sofa, he asked the system, "Brother system, how do you measure the intensity of your rewards? Why are some rewards small and some large?" This system does not have a chat function. If the host is really bored, he can find Xiao AI or Si Rue. The system replied coldly. Yi Chen felt helpless, this system just felt a bit off. I had no choice but to take out my phone and send a WeChat message to my best friends group. Zhang Lang is Yi Chen's online name. "Zhang Lang, I think you guys are so rude. You just come for a while and then leave? Lu Nun, haha. We want to bother you with your good deeds. Do you think we are the kind of ignorant light bulbs?" Zhao Shi, the clown turned out to be me. Yi Chen smiled. Although these 2 guys were also fans of the campus beauty Qin University. But I have a good relationship with myself and I am not angry about it. Zhao Shi's family runs a business and he is considered to be the one with the best financial situation in the dormitory. But it's not that great, it's just a quality life. At this time, Zhao Shi said in the group, "Shinzi, I won't talk about love with you anymore. Didn't you ask me to find a music studio? I asked my dad to contact them for you. I'll send you the location privately later. Zhang Lang, I'm grateful for your kindness. I've made my first fortune, so I'll treat you guys to a barbecue. Zhao Shi and Lu Nang, we said we would treat you last time, but now there is no plan. Yi Chen smiled and turned off his phone.
At this time, the campus beauty Chin walked in from the door. He was holding a lot of things in his hands and looked very tired. Yi Chen felt distressed when he saw it and quickly took it.
If others knew that I made the campus beauty do manual labor, wouldn't they kill me? Why buy so much?
We can be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Xin Xiaoxiao panted lightly and said, if you can't finish it, we can take it away.
You are a patient now and need to supplement your nutrition.
This made Yi Chen feel warm in his heart, and he did not expect that the high-ranking school beauty had such good qualities.
She doesn't have the bad habit of wasting money.
In my mother's words, she is a good daughter-in-law who can live a good life.
Anyway, Yi Chen is becoming more and more satisfied with this future wife.
At this time, Xin Xiaoxiao heard the voice in her mind.
Ding! Gain the other person's heart value and be rewarded with 1 charm point.
Xin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Chen in surprise.
Are you moved? I didn't do anything myself? Humph, let us see how long you can last. Sooner or later, you will confess to me.
After the two of them had a simple meal, it was a matter of sleeping at night. In order to avoid being disturbed, this ward is a single room with only 1 bed. But this matter was somewhat awkward, and the two of them had a tacit understanding that no one mentioned it.
But it's late at night, we can't just stare at each other all night, right?
In this regard, boys naturally have to be thicker-skinned.
It's getting late, shall we rest? Xin Xiaoxiao. The 3 words take a rest struck Xin Xiaoxiao's mind like lightning. A boy actually said to himself. Let us take a break.
Xin Xiaoxiao was so panicked that she didn't know what to say. His eyes were wandering.
I feel like it's not right for me to look at Yi Chen. It's wrong not to look at it.
He began to rub his fingers on his clothes.
Ding!
Make your opponent nervous 3 times in total, and you'll be rewarded with an egg boiling skill. Yi Chen looked at Xin Xiaoxiao's appearance at this moment. I knew that the other party had the wrong idea, and I felt funny inside. Yi Chen said seriously, I'll sleep on the sofa, and you sleep on the bed.
Ha! Are you sleeping on the sofa?
Xin Xiaoxiao subconsciously asked what was in her mind. She thought they were going to sleep in the same bed together. But as soon as I said it, I realized there was something wrong with what I said.
What do you mean he sleeps on the sofa? Isn't that telling the other person that you want to sleep with him? Ah! What am I doing?
Xin Xiaoxiao felt that her face was red all the way to her neck.
Yi Chen asked with some amusement, then where should I sleep? If I don't sleep on the sofa, should I sleep on the floor?
The floor is very cold, okay? No, I didn't ask you to sleep on the floor, it was, oh, I can't explain it clearly. Xin Xiaoxiao felt that the more she explained, the worse it got.
Could it be? Could it be that you want to? Yi Chen showed a wicked smile and was about to say it.
Xin Xiaoxiao immediately explained, I didn't think about it. I mean, you're still under observation, so I'll just sleep on the sofa.
Yi Chen pretended to understand something and said, oh, so that's what you mean?
Oops. Xin Xiaoxiao simply turned around and stopped looking at Yi Chen. Yi Chen knew that since they had just met, he shouldn't joke too much, so he said, no, as a good young man, how can I let a girl sleep on the sofa?
I'm fine.
Xin Xiaoxiao wanted to say something.
But Yi Chen directly and domineeringly rejected it. It's settled, good night.
After saying that, Yi Chen didn't wait for the other party's consent and slept directly on the sofa in the middle. There was also a snoring sound coming from his mouth. Of course Yi Chen doesn't have a snoring problem. He is deliberately telling the other person that he is asleep. Don't disturb me, just go to bed. This trick really worked, and Xin Xiaoxiao didn't say anything else.
He lay down on the bed carefully.
Her whole body was stiff. She had never slept in the same room with a boy in her life.
Not once. This feeling is very weird. I always feel insecure.
As a result, Xin Xiaoxiao lay stiffly on the bed, clutching the corner of the quilt, not daring to move, her whole body tense. Only a pair of big eyes appeared outside the quilt, looking around vigilantly. Yi Chen watched for a long time, but there was no movement. I thought the other person should be asleep. The snoring stopped, and then he stood up carefully. Then he tiptoed to Xin Xiaoxiao's bedside. When Xin Xiaoxiao heard Yi Chen stand up, her whole body tensed up. Why did he wake up? Before I had time to think about anything, I heard faint footsteps.
And the footsteps actually came to his side.
Xin Xiaoxiao subconsciously tightened her grip on the quilt.
She clearly felt her hands trembling slightly. He wouldn't do anything weird, would he? Even if he was my future husband, that was too fast, right? The more she thought about it, the more nervous Qin Xiaoxiao became. As the footsteps got closer, she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. But he had made up his mind that if he tried to force his way up, just hit him down there. Chapter 5. Dr. Lu is full of dog food and complains about Grimm's fairy tales. While Yi Chen was walking towards Qin Xiaoxiao kept her eyes closed. His eyelids were trembling slightly and his fists were clenched tightly. Be ready to attack at any time. But she waited for a long time, and the other party did not make any further moves. But Qin Xiaoxiao knew that she couldn't open her eyes now. Otherwise it would be so embarrassing that you would have to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with your feet. Yi Chen came to Qin Xiaoxiao and stopped at her delicate face. Big eyes, long eyelashes, and small lips slightly pouting. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, are there really such fairy-like girls in the world? Yi Chen slowly approached. Qin Xiaoxiao clearly felt that something was approaching her. Bang, bang, bang. My heartbeat seemed to be on its own and I had no control over it at all. Feeling like flying out at any moment. Just when Qin Xiaoxiao almost couldn't help but scream. Bang. What sound? This sound is like... Is the light off? Yes, Yi Chen got up to turn off the lights. Because some patients cannot get out of bed, which is not very convenient, and the price of such wards is not cheap, this problem naturally comes to mind. So the light switch was right at the head of the bed, which was why he had to bend down to get closer to Qin Xiaoxiao. The ward was suddenly plunged into darkness. Qin Xiaoxiao tried to open her eyes cautiously. Ha! Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, Qin Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out he came to turn off the lights. It made me nervous. My body also relaxed, but why did I feel a slight sense of loss? Did he hope that Yi Chen would treat him? Impossible. It must be fake. How long have I known him? Yi Chen turned off the lights and was about to leave. But suddenly he heard a long sigh from the darkness, and Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. Who else could be sighing like this? Of course it's the campus beauty. Hasn't she slept yet? I was just pretending to be asleep. Boys all like to tease girls, out of this mentality. Yi Chen raised the corner of his mouth, and then asked in confusion, who is sighing? Qin Xiaoxiao became nervous again. Have you been discovered? The heartbeat that had just stopped started beating again. Yi Chen continued to mutter in a mysterious voice, I heard that the yin energy in the hospital is particularly strong at night. Could it be? Yi Chen's tone became more serious as he spoke, could it be? Could it be? Ah! After a scream, Yi Chen felt a pair of soft, boneless hands grabbing his arms in the darkness. The other person grabbed her arm and pulled it towards her desperately. Snap! The surroundings suddenly became bright. The door at the ward opened. Even Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. Is it really not clean? But when Yi Chen saw Dr. Lu standing at the door with a dazed look on his face, he realized that it was not some dirty thing, but his attending physician, Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu was standing at the door, also looking at the two young people hugging each other with a look of shock on his face. These two people again. In order to avoid being fed dog food, I deliberately changed my shift to the VIP ward. Result: we met again. What a sin. Dr. Lu wanted to die. Are these two people sincere? I can't afford to offend. Is hiding not even allowed? Yi Chen and Qin Xiaoxiao hugged each other and looked at Dr. Lu in front of them with embarrassed expressions. Yi Chen laughed dryly and said, Hi. Dr. Lu, good evening. I'm fine. Dr. Lu replied with a look of despair. He really wanted to say something. I'm really not feeling well. I beg you to. Please be discharged from the hospital as soon as you are okay. But he knew very well that he was a doctor. He could only recover a bit and said, I'm in the mood to be intimate with my girlfriend. Besides, 10 hours have passed, so there shouldn't be any serious problems. I'll be ready to be discharged tomorrow. After saying that, Dr. Lu closed the door helplessly. The back figure actually looks a bit desolate. Dr. Lu left the ward and took out his cell phone from his pocket. After dialing, Hello? Mom, how's that Aunt Lu's daughter you introduced me to last time? Who said I don't have time? I haven't had much work lately.
In the ward, Yi Chen was still hugging Qin Xiaoxiao, unaware that Dr. Lu had been stimulated to go on a blind date. Yi Chen only felt a soft body in his arms, which was very comfortable.
I really want to hold you like this forever.
But Qin Xiaoxiao was still in a trance.
She was really scared just now. So much so that I didn't say a word to Dr. Lu.
Just as he came back to his senses, he felt Yi Chen's strong heart beating.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Every beat felt like it was rushing into my heart.
Ding! First intimate contact, get a golden gun pill. Golden gun pill? What is this thing for? Ding!
The host is pretending to be pure, and the reward just now will be deducted.
Can't I even ask?
Yi Chen was once again fooled by the system.
Is this a reward for loneliness? Why do you give it to someone and then ask for it back?
Without caring about getting angry with the system, Yi Chen noticed that Qin Xiaoxiao was still in his arms. Although I really like this feeling, it's not nice to be taking advantage of someone so blatantly.
It won't leave a good impression on the other party. This is not Yi Chen's style. Can you let me go now? Oh.
Qin Xiaoxiao went from confusion to surprise, and finally to panic. With the last push, he bounced out of Yi Chen's arms. Then he began to hurriedly lower his head and tidy up his clothes and hair. It was as if the two of them had just done something.
Yi Chen also pretended to pack his clothes.
Then he said in a very serious tone, "Well, it's getting late, go to bed early." As he was about to turn off the lights, Qin Xiaoxiao said fiercely, "Don't turn off the lights." Yi Chen looked at Qin Xiaoxiao in confusion.
I'm a little scared.
Her voice became smaller and smaller.
Looks very adorable. Yi Chen felt that the joke he just made was a bit too much.
In this strange environment, in a room with a stranger, he made such a joke.
Girls are naturally afraid.
Yi Chen said with some guilt, "I'm sorry,
I don't blame you.
I'm a bit of a bed snob, and I watched a horror movie when I was a kid, which made me very afraid of those things, so."
Yi Chen knew that it was useless to say anything now.
Everything she said was fake. I had to find a way to divert her attention.
Didn't the system just reward me with a copy of Grimm's fairy tales?
Thinking of this, Yi Chen sat down next to the hospital bed.
Then he smiled very gently and said, "Can I tell you a story?"
Tell a story? Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Chen curiously, and then seemed to think of something.
Are you going to tell another ghost story?
Yi Chen shook his head, then domineeringly pressed Qin Xiaoxiao onto the bed. Without any pause, he covered her with the quilt again. He sat down on the edge of the bed and cleared his throat.
How about Grimm's fairy tales? My mom used to put me to sleep like that when I was little.
Well,
Grimm's fairy tales? Do you think you are coaxing a child?
Although she found it funny, Qin Xiaoxiao still nodded blankly. I didn't expect him to have such a gentle side. He'll be very good at taking care of the baby in the future.
What are you thinking about? Who wants to have a baby with him?
The novice gift pack rewarded me with a skill that knew all of Grimm's fairy tales.
I thought it would be useless, but I ended up using it so soon.
Yi Chen slowly said, "A long time ago, there was a little girl who would pick mushrooms in the forest every day."
Little Red Riding Hood.
Qin Xiaoxiao said helplessly. I thought it was a good story, but it turned out to be such a cliched plot. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then he gathered his emotions again. A long time ago, there was a queen who had a magical mirror.
Snow White.
Qin Xiaoxiao guessed which story it was again.
Yi Chen was speechless. This school beauty had a very happy childhood. Do you know such a weird story?
Yi Chen thought for a moment and spoke again. A long time ago, there was a little girl who sold matches on the street every day.
The little match girl. Qin Xiaoxiao laughed. I was amused by Yi Chen's helpless expression.
In fact, Grimm's fairy tales are widely circulated, and only a few stories are unknown to some people.
Most of it was something she had heard about before.
She didn't know why, but she wanted to deliberately sabotage him and thought that the humiliated Yi Chen was cute. Yi Chen had no idea what Qin Xiaoxiao was thinking. I can only secretly complain about the Grimm brothers.
Why are all the stories about little girls? Can't we have some young guys or something? Can't the young match boy do the same? Are you afraid that the young man is smoking underage?
Chapter 6, a collection of nonsense stories. The goddess sleeps soundly and makes love eggs.
Next, Yi Chen tried Pinocchio, Cinderella, the Frog Prince, and so on.
All ended with spoilers. For a moment, Yi Chen was a little overwhelmed.
So he said, "Well, what if I tell you a story and you haven't heard it before?"
Qin Xiaoxiao was obviously a little resistant, as the other party was obviously trying to achieve some purpose.
She asked weakly, "What do you want to do?"
This made Yi Chen feel a little strange.
Didn't he like himself very much? Why do you seem so wary of me now? Are you testing me? See if I'm sincere? Thinking of this, Yi Chen didn't plan to say anything more.
He said, "If you haven't heard it before, just listen to it."
Next is Yi Chen's performance time.
She simply decided that she had no other stories to tell besides Grimm's fairy tales.
But was the title of the most talented scholar in the North given for nothing? Then Yi Chen looked at Qin Xiaoxiao with curiosity.
In a very low and sexy voice, he said, fuck, you little trash, you can't afford it, you don't have the ability.
Hey, you're annoying."
But as soon as he said this, he felt something was wrong.
This was obviously flirting between lovers.
He immediately shut himself up again and looked at Yi Chen with embarrassment.
Just a joke, let's start now."
Yi Chen put away his joking expression and thought for a moment.
A long time ago, there was an old man. Old man? Which story is this?
Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Chen's handsome and somewhat smug face in confusion and asked.
This old man lives in the mountains. He likes to grow some plants there. Among them, the most outstanding one is a lush gourd vine.
This gourd vine has formed 7 large and round gourds.
The old man. The 7 Calabash brothers? Is this a fairy tale but not a complete one, so we have to make up for it with animation?
Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but think in her heart. Yi Chen looked at Qin Xiaoxiao, who looked very cute with a confused expression, and smiled. Then he continued, because these 7 Calabash brothers are the old man's hard work, in the end the Calabash actually gave birth to 7 children, these 7 children.
Isn't this the Calabash brothers?
Qin Xiaoxiao looked puzzled. These 7 children are very small, with an average height of less than 1 meter.
I'm curious, why haven't these 7 children grown taller in over 10 years? Later, the old man discovered that these 7 dwarfs could actually be combined together, and they instantly became tall and strong. However, their appearance was a bit like Ultraman, and they often fought monsters. Qin Xiaoxiao now understood that this was a story that Yi Chen pieced together. But seeing Yi Chen's excited expression, she didn't interrupt. Instead, I felt that this moment was very warm, and I didn't feel awkward anymore. Yi Chen spoke very seriously.
I ended up messing with Luffy, the king of ships.
Who knew he was as tough as rubber and couldn't be killed at all? Who is this manhwa? She's the god who created humans. Goodness. Shamagu stepped forward with 2 guns. If I could be given another chance, I would hope it would be 10,000 years.
I don't know how long it took, from heaven to earth, from animation to anime, from Panga creating the world to the end of the world. Qin Xiaoxiao finally got tired amidst the bursts of laughter.
Gradually fell asleep.
Yi Chen looked at Qin Xiaoxiao, who was sleeping soundly.
I've been thirsty for a long time.
He slowly stopped. Then he said in a hoarse voice, if we must add a deadline at this moment.
I hope it's 10,000 years. Ding. Tell your wife a bedtime story and you'll be rewarded with 3 attribute points. Randomly increasing.
Then the familiar burning sensation came over me, and the panel in front of me reappeared.
Host, Yi Chen. Constitution, 8+3 weak. Spirit, 99 average. Skills, none little trash. Added to the physique again? Fortunately, my physical condition is finally not that glaring extremely weak. From extremely weak to weak.
Although it still feels rubbish, it is also a qualitative breakthrough.
Yi Chen stood up tiredly.
Ignoring the burning sensation on his body, he turned off the lights.
Then he got on his own royal sofa. Yi Chen didn't sleep well the whole night. Maybe it's because he suddenly has such a beautiful and lovely wife. It could also be the excitement that suddenly came with the system. All in all, I didn't sleep well that night. Yi Chen also got up early in the morning.
I could clearly feel the changes in my physique. My muscles were slightly bulging and I didn't look so thin anymore. And it seems that the skin has been further improved. Yi Chen, who was already quite fair, now looked even fairer. No trace of impurities can be found without any makeup. After feeling the changes in himself, Yi Chen's first reaction was to look at Qin Xiaoxiao lying on the bed not far away.
She is still sleeping. Yi Chen stood up carefully, went to the kitchen and started frying eggs.
As for frying eggs, Yi Chen, who already knows how to cook, naturally has no problem with it. And the system just gave a reward, the skill of boiling eggs.
Now my mind is full of various difficult ways to fry eggs. This VIP ward is of high quality and is even equipped with a bread maker.
Toasted 2 slices of bread and started frying eggs.
Squeak.
As soon as the egg landed on the pan, Yi Chen immediately picked up the wooden spatula and began to shape it skillfully.
It's a great pleasure to be busy in the kitchen alone.
Qin Xiaoxiao was awakened by the noise in the kitchen.
She opened her eyes slightly and looked around. Only then did I remember that I was sleeping in the hospital. And it was with a man I just officially met yesterday. Do you sleep so soundly? Doesn't this leave opportunities for bad guys?
Qin Xiaoxiao lifted the quilt reflexively. Only after seeing his clothes intact did he breathe a sigh of relief. After confirming that she was fine, Qin Xiaoxiao got out of bed after hearing the sound. Then he slowly came to the kitchen door. Then I saw Yi Chen was very busy.
Looking at Yi Chen's exaggerated movements, I couldn't help but laugh. How can you say you are frying eggs? It's totally a fight with the eggs.
Yi Chen was very serious.
Thinking about showing off his skills, he didn't notice that the beautiful figure at the door had been standing there for a long time. Finally, the 2 heart-shaped eggs are done.
Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction. After serving the eggs, place 2 slices of bread next to them.
In the middle is the love egg that I made with great effort.
2 more slices of apple were placed next to it, and some ketchup was placed at the corner.
The whole platter looks like a smiling face. Done.
Yi Chen looked at the success of his labor with a smile.
2 plates of smiley faces are ready.
He held one in each hand and was about to take them out and quietly place them on Qin Xiaoxiao's bedside.
Ding dong, make a loving breakfast for the other person and gain the skills of the interview king.
Yi Chen happily accepted the system's prompt.
As soon as he raised his eyes, he saw Qin Xiaoxiao, who was a little distracted, staring at him.
I don't know what the other person is thinking, but the smile on his lips is still very obvious.
Then I heard Qin Xiaoxiao ask with a smile, "Are your eggs cooked?" Chapter 7 Men are all pigs, rewarding the beloved motorcycle.
Yi Chen looked at Qin Xiaoxiao, who was smiling at the door, and did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he said naturally, I fried 2 eggs, 1 half cooked and 1 well done.
Everyone has different habits, so I don't know which one you like. Qin Xiaoxiao's heart was stirred again. Is he so careful?
I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to eat it half cooked, so I fried one of both. For a moment, Qin Xiaoxiao felt that it was not bad to have such a husband. But on second thought, who knows what the future will be like? All boys are the same at first.
Qin Xiaoxiao put away her smile and appeared calm. Yi Chen didn't know what the other party was thinking and didn't get any response from the other party. I couldn't help feeling a little lost. I got up early and made breakfast.
At this moment, the system betrayed Qin Xiaoxiao's heart.
Ding! Pass the goddess test, and the rewards will continue to increase. Although this was equivalent to saying thank you for your patronage, Yi Chen also knew what the other party was thinking. It was obvious that she was experiencing psychological fluctuations. Since there are fluctuations, why does she act so indifferent?
Yi Chen was thinking about this and took Qin Xiaoxiao to the coffee table next to the sofa.
There was still some residual warmth left by Yi Chen on the sofa.
It was not cold during the graduation season, so Qin Xiaoxiao was dressed very coolly. She was wearing a miniskirt at this time, and her slender legs immediately felt Yi Chen's remaining warmth.
She felt her body getting warmer.
The fair and delicate face gradually became covered with blush, and the atmosphere became ambiguous. Yi Chen had never noticed her beautiful legs before. I was more paying attention to the other person's beautiful face, but now I was sitting on the sofa. Her beautiful legs are very eye-catching, her skin is white and her legs are in perfect shape. There are no inward or outward bends, the lines are straight and thin, and very attractive.
Ding! Receive a lustful gaze, and receive a charm point.
The system prompt sounded in Qin Xiaoxiao's mind. This made Qin Xiaoxiao immediately realize that Yi Chen had been staring at her legs for a long time. Before she could feel shy, she heard Yi Chen's serious voice.
How do you like your eggs? Snort! Men are all pigs. It looks pretty good. If it weren't for the system, I would really think he was Liu Xiaohui.
Qin Xiaoxiao endured the strange feeling that spread from her legs to her heart. Then he said, I'm fine with either.
Medium cooked ones are more nutritious.
Yi Chen handed over the half-cooked portion and took the fork and fed it to Qin Xiaoxiao's delicate lips.
I can do it myself. Qin Xiaoxiao still couldn't adapt.
After all, it's not to the point of feeding each other.
Yi Chen smiled helplessly. It was indeed a long road.
In order to break the awkwardness, Qin Xiaoxiao said, the egg white is sweet and refreshing, without any fishy smell.
Do you often cook for yourself? Obviously she was more interested in Yi Chen today. Before, it was because of his talent, or even his looks. They are all external things, but now she seems to want to know more about what this boy is like in his daily life. After all, he is my future husband. If not, replace him. It's okay. I just do it blindly.
After doing it many times, I have some experience. Yi Chen was neither exaggerating nor being overly modest, he spoke truthfully.
It tastes great.
Qin Xiaoxiao nodded and smiled.
Happy moments are always so short. Around noon, a doctor came in.
He fiddled with Yi Chen's head, pulling his eyelids and looking at his tongue coating. Finally, he said, you can be discharged from the hospital.
Eat a lighter diet. You will be 100% safe after a week. The doctor this time is not Dr. Lu from yesterday.
Yi Chen also asked casually, okay, I see.
Where is Dr. Lu from yesterday? Dr. Lu?
Oh, he took a leave and went home to go on a blind date.
The doctor smiled and left. Go home for a blind date? Still asking for leave? Is it so sudden?
Yi Chen and Qin Xiaoxiao didn't know that the other party was eating enough dog food from them. That's why I asked for leave to go on a blind date. After the doctor left, the two looked at each other.
A feeling of reluctance came over me.
The short 24 hours ended just like that. Yi Chen's mood was written directly on his face, and he looked a little disappointed. Although Qin Xiaoxiao also felt a little reluctant, she did not show it like Yi Chen.
She just packed her things silently.
As for why there is a trace of reluctance in my heart,
she herself is not very clear about it.
Looking at Qin Xiaoxiao, who was busy with her head down, Yi Chen asked, where are you going?
Go home, change your clothes, and then go to work.
Qin Xiaoxiao did not hide anything and told the actual situation directly.
Work?
Yi Chen was a little surprised. It seemed that with Qin Xiaoxiao's looks and figure, a company had already signed her. Speaking of work, Yi Chen remembered the studio that Zhao Shi introduced to him.
And I'm going to the interview today. The two walked out of the hospital together. Since it was not a long-term hospitalization, there was no need to go through any discharge procedures.
The two walked together in the halls of the hospital. The handsome men and beautiful women naturally attracted a lot of attention. Most of the men were looking at Qin Xiaoxiao, and some were casting envious glances at Yi Chen intentionally or unintentionally. The girl looked at Yi Chen, then at Qin Xiaoxiao.
They are like two people who walked out of an idol drama. If these two people make a TV series, it will definitely be a big hit. Perfect match. Some people even started taking pictures.
Yi Chen naturally noticed the gazes of the people around him and the few people taking pictures. He didn't feel very repulsed, and he wasn't afraid of it getting out.
She is my wife anyway.
But then I thought, just because I'm not afraid, that doesn't mean Qin Xiaoxiao isn't afraid. Her reputation will certainly be damaged. And it seems that she is also going to pursue a career in acting.
Scandals can sometimes directly ruin a star's career.
So Yi Chen immediately bent down slightly and took the initiative to open the door for Qin Xiaoxiao. Then he made a gesture of invitation.
The attitude is very humble. It is undoubtedly an announcement to the people around. I'm just an agent or a staff member.
After Yi Chen's action, some people immediately lost interest in filming the video. Some just turned around and got busy with what they needed to do.
Many envious men also looked down on me. TSK.
He's just an assistant, and I was envious of him for so long.
Does this image do this kind of work these days?
My beautiful fantasy has been shattered.
It turns out fairies are only to be looked at, not to be desecrated.
Qin Xiaoxiao was the center of attention wherever she went. Everyone would take pictures and stare at her, but Ben didn't pay much attention to it. But Yi Chen's actions touched Qin Xiaoxiao's heart again.
When I was with so many boys because of school matters, every boy wanted to live broadcast the whole process. Let everyone know that he is with him.
Yi Chen is the only boy who is afraid of being misunderstood by others and puts himself in a difficult position. Qin Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment and did not walk out of the hospital.
I don't care about that. Thank you for your kindness.
But Yi Chen remained unmoved and continued to pretend to lower his posture. He whispered to Qin Xiaoxiao, "Be mindful of the occasion.
This is a hospital.
If someone photographs you and I leaving the hospital together, coupled with your confession at the party, people will be terrified of rumors.
What do you think they'll spread?" Qin Xiaoxiao reacted immediately.
Yes, this is a hospital. They will definitely say that they are pregnant with Yi Chen's child, so they were forced to confess their love at the party, and Yi Chen had no choice but to come to the hospital with them.
But is this possible? Possible. Never underestimate the power of rumors.
Qin Xiaoxiao's heart suddenly felt extremely warm. He unconsciously looked at Yi Chen's slightly lowered face.
Ding!
The wife received warmth and rewarded the host with a beloved little motorcycle.
Chapter 8 Harley appears, transformed into the Black Knight, elastic? Ding! Reward your beloved motorcycle.
The reminder sounded again in Yi Chen's mind. Then he felt a slight weight in his pocket.
It seems like there's something extra.
At this time, Qin Xiaoxiao had already walked out of the hospital. She didn't want Yi Chen's kindness to go to waste, so she cooperated and walked out. Yi Chen followed behind him, slowly putting his hands into his pockets.
There was a motorcycle key in my pocket out of nowhere. You came just in time. Yi Chen was delighted.
He quickly caught up with Qin Xiaoxiao, who was about to take a taxi.
Let me take you there. You're sending me? Driving here?
Qin Xiaoxiao looked puzzled, and her pretty eyebrows were slightly wrinkled to express her doubt.
Wasn't he carried here after fainting? How is it possible to drive here?
Yi Chen chuckled, then said to Qin Xiaoxiao, "Then don't worry about it, just wait." After saying that, Yi Chen took his keys and ran to the parking space nearby.
Start looking for the small motorcycle given by the system. If it's a small motorcycle, will it be unable to accommodate 2 people? What if there is no room? How can I get there myself?
With some worry, I started looking for a parking space. Not to mention, there aren't many people riding motorcycles these days.
Yi Chen pressed the key switch. Beep.
Not far away, a very cool motorcycle headlight suddenly flashed.
Fuck.
The scene before him made Yi Chen, a talented man, burst into swear words.
Harley 883N.
The symbol of lusty tough guys, a classic motorcycle in the Sportster series. From the powder-coated engine to the fenders, everything from the fuel tank to the handlebars is black. Coupled with the vehicle's smooth lines and retro appearance, it perfectly creates the tough texture of an American heavy motorcycle. The title of Tough Guy Motorcycle is well deserved. Yi Chen immediately fell in love with this car. The black lines are beautiful, hard and stylish, and even an old man will look indescribably handsome when riding it. What's more, Yi Chen is already handsome.
Yi Chen couldn't help but complain, "Brother system, you call this a little motorcycle?" The system ignored Yi Chen and didn't even make a sound.
It seems that the system does not exist at all except for giving rewards.
Yi Chen didn't care about anything else and couldn't wait to ride on it. Insert the key. Twist the handlebars slightly. Come on. Buzz. Harley let out a low roar. Very passionate.
But the sound is not harsh at all and will not cause people to be disgusted. Yi Chen took a quick look at them and found that there was not much difference between a motorcycle and an electric scooter. Soon I mastered the driving skills. Qin Xiaoxiao, on her side, looked around in confusion.
I don't know what kind of car Yi Chen will drive to take me there. Is his family well off?
Qin Xiaoxiao herself is not interested in luxury cars. After all, her family conditions are still very good. Moreover, some of the rich kids in the school were vying to invite her to get in their cars, but Qin Xiaoxiao refused them all.
She didn't know what she was expecting. Just as she was looking around in confusion. Buzz.
A low engine sound was heard. Then we saw Yi Chen appearing on a dark and handsome Harley. This immediately attracted the attention of passers-by around.
Many of the girls were instantly conquered by Harley's super high looks. Wow! So handsome. Are you talking about the car or the person? They're all very handsome, okay?
Look at that guy on top, he looks absolutely perfect with the motorcycle.
Ah, if someone came to pick me up on a bike like that, I'd marry him right away.
Not only women, but men were also greatly shocked by the scene before them. 9 out of 10 men love motorcycles. This is why many people who have the means, even if they already have a four-wheeled car, want to buy a handsome motorcycle. Qin Xiaoxiao stood there in a daze. She had fantasized about many options, such as a cheaper car or a slightly better car. Or it could be a luxury car. But she never expected that Yi Chen would appear on the scene riding a very handsome motorcycle. It was as if a black knight had come to pick up his princess. At this time, Yi Chen had already come to Qin Xiaoxiao and stopped. Yi Chen picked up the two black helmets in the car. He handed one of them to Qin Xiaoxiao. Then he smiled brightly and said, "My princess, please get on the horse." Puff. Although the scene before him was indeed charming, the morning sunshine shining on Yi Chen's smile was also beautiful. But the words "please get on the horse" immediately ruined her plan. But she was still very excited in her heart.
This is an experience I have never had before.
Qin Xiaoxiao is a good girl at home, always picked up and dropped off by car. She has never done anything so exciting and dangerous. Wow, his girlfriend is so beautiful.
Oh, I have no chance.
I thought such handsome guys were usually single. But this girl is really beautiful.
If I were a man, I would choose her too.
Qin Xiaoxiao looked at all the envious eyes around her, and felt a sense of sweetness for no reason in her heart. But on the surface, there was still no movement. The education she received and the ideas of her family made her an extremely conservative person. Otherwise, given her circumstances, she wouldn't have never found a boyfriend.
Yi Chen saw that the other party was not moving. Wouldn't he like to ride a motorcycle like this? Prefer four wheels? Ding! My wife is excited. Gained the passive skill, inspiration. A burst of inspiration? Passive skill?
Although he didn't know what the use was, it undoubtedly told Yi Chen that the other party didn't dislike it. Yi Chen smiled, put his helmet on his head, then gently picked up the helmet and slowly placed it on Qin Xiaoxiao's face. Then he adjusted Qin Xiaoxiao's position with a smile on his face. She had a smile on her face the whole time and looked very loving.
Ah! I really can't take it anymore. I've had enough of this dog food. Aren't they said that bikers are very violent? This one is too gentle. To be honest, I'm a little bit upset right now. It's just too sweet. At this time, the two of them had already got on the motorcycle, and Yi Chen was ready to set off. But Qin Xiaoxiao sat on the back seat of the motorcycle very stiffly, not knowing where to put her hands. He looked a little scared. Yi Chen took the initiative and said, "Hold me, otherwise it will be very dangerous." Ah? Holding. He?
Qin Xiaoxiao felt a panic in her heart.
Just hug him?
Just when Qin Xiaoxiao was stunned, a random task was triggered in her mind. Trigger a random task, hug your husband tightly, and gain 50 charm points.
50.
Qin Xiaoxiao was surprised.
Before, they were given several at a time. This task is directly 50? Should I hug you or not? If you hug, your body will be in contact with the other person. But suddenly I remembered the scene last night when I was scared into Yi Chen's arms. Haven't you already hugged me? I've already hugged you once, so it's okay to hug you again, right?
Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and hugged Yi Chen's waist fiercely as if she was bravely rushing to the battlefield. There is only 0 times and countless times, not one time. Because the force was quite strong, Yi Chen was waiting for Qin Xiaoxiao's response when he suddenly felt a very elastic and soft feeling on his back.
Well, this is.
Yi Chen's heart was filled with ripples, and he felt his whole body tense up. Qin Xiaoxiao, who was also behind him, felt Yi Chen's heartbeat and immediately realized this embarrassing problem.
She couldn't care less and hoped the other party didn't notice.
She shyly buried her head in Yi Chen's tall back. My face is so red that blood could drip out.
Chapter 9: Obtaining the Wife's Forgiveness. Interview at the Gongyuan Building. Buzz.
There was another low engine sound. Yi Chen rode his Harley and carried Qin Xiaoxiao into the crowd. Crossing a street with few cars around, Yi Chen asked, "Where is your company?"
In the AD Era building.
But the wind around was too loud and Yi Chen couldn't hear anything, so he stopped by the side of the road. With this pause, Qin Xiaoxiao, who was originally on Yi Chen's back, leaned on Yi Chen's back again due to inertia.
Another familiar elasticity.
Yi Chen's heart was in turmoil again, but he quickly adjusted his mentality.
Where?
Qin Xiaoxiao felt like she was about to die, yet she leaned against him again.
Did this guy do this on purpose?
But looking at Yi Chen's serious face, he felt that he had misunderstood him a little.
Then he said again, AD era. Oh. I'm going there too. The location given by Zhao Shi is also in the AD era. Is there such a coincidence?
Thinking of this, Yi Chen started the car again.
They continued driving, but halfway through, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, are you signed with a film and television company? What?
Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't hear what the other party said because of the wind, so she asked subconsciously. Yi Chen could only stop the car again reluctantly.
As expected, I felt a very elastic feeling on my back. I said, are you signed with a film and television company?
Qin Xiaoxiao looked embarrassed and tried hard to support her body so that her proud bust would not lean forward.
But the inertia is too great and cannot be controlled at all. I had no choice but to say, no, it's an advertising plan. Oh. Yi Chen started the car again. What's your position? A model? Yi Chen asked. Stop again. Elasticity.
Later, Yi Chen directly evolved it into, add gas and brake.
Add some oil. Brake the car. Back and forth. Back and forth.
Finally, Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't help it.
This guy did it on purpose.
Qin Xiaoxiao, feeling both ashamed and angry, hit Yi Chen directly on the back.
Can't you ask all your questions at once? I'm ignoring you.
After saying that, Qin Xiaoxiao really stopped talking.
Obviously really a little angry.
Yi Chen knew that he had gone too far, so he stopped struggling and drove steadily on the road.
The two people behind didn't say anything else. Yi Chen couldn't help but think in his heart. Still can't go too far, this needs to be done slowly.
Moreover, the system did not give any rewards for this attempt just now, which means that the method is wrong.
It seems that pampering your wife is also a technical job.
After about 10 minutes, Yi Chen stopped the motorcycle and parked the car.
The two arrived at the door of the AD era building. In the AD era, it was a landmark building in Zhanghai City. It was built very early. The companies that work in it are all old and powerful enterprises in Zhanghai City.
There is also no shortage of fresh blood, making it the dream workplace for all white-collar workers.
Because of this building, there are many shops, restaurants, and cafes around it. Many white-collar workers will take a break and have afternoon tea after get off work. And the most amazing thing about the AD era is that there were many scouts, and many big stars were discovered here. Qin Xiaoxiao was still a little angry and said, you don't have to send me off. I can go up by myself. Yi Chen knew that she was still angry with him, so he didn't explain anything further. He could only rely on his own compensation to make her forgive him. Besides, Yi Chen is not a straight man. He knows that Qin Xiaoxiao was not angry in the true sense. But it was the kind of shame and anger that a little girl feels. My roommate recommended a job to me, and the interview was held here. Yi Chen told the truth that he would not cheat on his wife. Qin Xiaoxiao said in surprise, is it such a coincidence? Yes, didn't I tell you on the way? I happen to be coming here too.
Speaking of the journey, Qin Xiaoxiao was completely shy and even forgot what Yi Chen said. I just kept trying not to rush into his back.
Thinking of this, I felt ashamed and angry. He simply walked into the building without saying hello. Hey!
Wait for me, after all, we've spent 24 hours together. Yi Chen shouted and chased after him. As soon as you enter the Gongyuan building, you will find that the decoration inside is very modern. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows have no obstructions and you can clearly see the pedestrians walking outside. You can also see the surrounding greenery very well, which can relax your eye fatigue after work. The hall was full of employees coming and going, and they all looked very busy. Yi Chen followed Qin Xiaoxiao and was about to go to the elevator with her. But a young lady at the front desk called out to Yi Chen.
Hello, sir, do you have an appointment?
Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then said, I'm here for an interview. The receptionist nodded and said with a smile, then please wait in the leisure area on the first floor.
I'll contact you about the company you're working for.
While speaking, Qin Xiaoxiao had already walked to the elevator entrance. Yi Chen became anxious and was about to catch up when the young lady walked out directly from the front desk.
He blocked Yi Chen's way, then said to him again with a smile, Sir, which company are you interviewing for?
Qin Xiaoxiao had already gotten on the elevator and gave Yi Chen a smug smile before going up.
Snort! Let you bully me. Were you stopped?
In fact, I am fully capable of saying that I know him and then taking him up. But Qin Xiaoxiao didn't, it was just a small revenge. This little revenge also made her forgive Yi Chen's bad intentions just now.
Ding! Gain your wife's forgiveness and receive 1 attribute point as a reward. The panel in front of me reappeared. Host, Yi Chen. Constitution, 11 weak. Spirit, 99 plus 1 normal.
Skills, egg boiling skills, interview king, passive skills, inspiration concurrency little garbage. This time it was not added to the physical fitness as before, but to the mental strength. So there was no burning sensation on the body, but a cool feeling penetrated into the temples. Yi Chen suddenly felt refreshed, as if he had had a good rest last night. Before he could be surprised, the receptionist saw Yi Chen staring at the elevator entrance in a daze and said, "Sir? Sir? Ha? Oh, what's it called? Wait for me." Yi Chen took out his cell phone from his pocket and found Zhao Shi's chat page. 29th floor, Times Building, Sing Anywhere Music Company, Composition Department, Manager Lu Yu. Yi Chen sent out his message, and the receptionist said to him, "Okay, please wait in the lounge, I'll contact you right away."
"What would you like to drink?"
"White water." After saying this, Yi Chen walked towards the leisure area in the west.
The environment of the leisure area is very good, and there is a faint fragrance.
Coupled with gentle pure music and some woven chairs, it gives people a very comfortable feeling.
Yi Chen sat down in a seat on the right.
The lady at the front desk quickly hung up the phone and came over with a glass of water.
Put it on the table in front of Yi Chen, and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Lu will be down soon, please wait." Chapter 10, Interview Successful, Wife is the HR Manager?
Then the receptionist left and returned to her post. Yi Chen picked up the water cup and took a symbolic sip. Then began to wait silently. I also began to recall the interview king skills given by the system in my mind. But there was no gain, it can be said that there was no information in the brain.
Isn't this interview king skill used for interviews?
Just when Yi Chen was doubting, a figure in black professional attire came to Yi Chen's side.
"Hello, is this Yi Chen?" Yi Chen came back to his senses and looked up.
It was a woman with short hair and professional attire. She was probably around 28 or 29, almost 30 years old. She wore a white tube top under her black business suit. She looked very capable and feminine. Yi Chen suddenly felt a change in his mentality, and a feeling of extreme confidence arose spontaneously.
It's very confusing.
Then, he stood up, smiled confidently at the woman in front of him, and extended his hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Lu." The one who came was Lu Yu, the general manager who could sing whenever she wanted and the highest leader under the boss. Seeing Yi Chen's confident and sunny smile, I felt a sudden surge of affection for him. It gives people a very comfortable feeling, not timid, but also not ostentatious.
Initial impressions influence a person's opinion. Lu Yu extended her hand and said with the same smile, "Hello, we can interview here."
Yi Chen nodded with a smile, and the two sat down together. Lu Yu adjusted her bangs, then said slowly, "We've all read your information.
You're young and talented, and we're very optimistic about you.
Furthermore, many celebrities want your work, which is enough to prove your strength and talent. It's just that our studio isn't a large listed company, and we don't offer very high salaries."
"I wonder what your salary requirements are."
Lu Yu is a divorced young mother with a child, but she works hard and is appreciated by the studio owner, becoming the general manager. In addition to being conscientious and responsible, she also has a sharp eye and is very good at judging people.
She was the first person to agree to admit Yi Chen.
After saying these words, she looked at Yi Chen with anticipation.
Yi Chen didn't think much about it. After all, he had just graduated. Even if he had a lot of historical achievements, the salary would not be outrageously high for a newcomer. "Manager Lu, just take your time. I can get a raise through my own hard work."
Yi Chen Feng spoke calmly, but the confidence in his tone gave people an unquestionable feeling, just like a rich man telling you, "Let me earn a small goal first."
Lu Yu nodded and said, "The annual salary is 700,000. If it's okay, we can go up and start working." "Yes, I'm very happy to work under President Lu. It's my honor," Yi Chen said slowly. Lu Yu smiled and took Yi Chen into the elevator. "I passed the simple interview so easily."
Lu Yu felt that Yi Chen was a rare talent. It was rare for a newly graduated student to be so calm and composed. He also has a good image and strong adaptability, and is definitely a good material to be a star.
Moreover, the boss's next plan seems to be to launch his own singers and not just write songs for others.
After getting on the elevator, Lu Yu pressed the button for the 29th floor.
Bite.
The sound of the elevator rang out, which made Yi Chen shudder.
Instinctively, I thought the system had given me some reward again. Now I am a little bit obsessed and can't stand this kind of ding-ding sound. Lu Yu, who had keen observation skills, naturally noticed Yi Chan's abnormality. I felt funny inside. He seemed so calm just now, how come he was scared by an elevator? Are all graduates nowadays so cute?
When I took Yi Chen out of the elevator, I saw a big guy who wanted to sing whenever he wanted, and there was a receptionist lady. The receptionist immediately nodded to Lu Yu and said, "Good morning, President Lu."
"Good morning, I just saw your boyfriend downstairs."
Lu Yu naturally replied. The lady at the front desk giggled and looked at Yi Chen behind her. There was a look of surprise in his eyes.
"Is this the great talent from the north? So handsome?" Yi Chen nodded to the receptionist, then followed Lu Yu into the company.
In the middle is a large workspace with many desks, and everyone is busy working.
Some were at their computers, others were in the aisle holding folders.
It seems that this studio is not as bad as Lu Yu said, it is still very large in scale.
There should be about 200 employees.
Mr. Lu brought Yi Chen to the front desk, registered, and had his fingerprints taken.
Finally, she brought Yi Chen to the door of an office and said, "Let's do an onboarding registration first. Do you have your ID card with you?" Yi Chen nodded and followed him into the Human Resources Department.
You! Yi Chen and Qin Xiaoxiao exclaimed at the same time. As soon as Yi Chen entered the Human Resources Department, he saw Qin Xiaoxiao standing there, busy with some work. Qin Xiaoxiao felt the door open and looked over subconsciously. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen appeared in front of him.
This company actually belongs to Qin Xiaoxiao. She used it to practice before she graduated. So that you can have good entrepreneurial experience after graduation.
So Qin Xiaoxiao usually comes to the company except for classes, which is why Yi Chen's song caught her attention. Her studio takes on some music arrangement and lyrics writing work, as well as advertising planning and advertising shooting. She never expected that she would meet Yi Chen again here so soon.
Why is this guy here? He said he came for an interview, could it be? Could it be that he is interviewing for his own company? Oh my god. Do I have to face him every day in the future? How can I maintain my image as a boss? Isn't it a lack of dignity? Yi Chen was even more frightened. Isn't she an advertising planner? Why does it appear in the Human Resources Department? Could it be that she is the Human Resources Manager of this company? The two of them just stared at each other without saying a word. Lu Yu, who was standing by, asked, "Do you know each other?" "Certainly."
Yi Chen was just about to say that of course he knew her, and they were classmates. Of course, he would only say the word wife in his heart and would not say it out loud. It would cause her unnecessary trouble.
Qin Xiaoxiao spoke first, "I don't know him." "You want to join the company, right?"
Lu Yu was slightly stunned.
She was an experienced person and could see through the two people's trick at a glance. As a manager, how could he not have a keen eye? Lu Yu's most outstanding ability is his eyesight.
She could tell at a glance that the relationship between the two was not simple. Lu Yu pretended to know nothing, then smiled and began to introduce, "This is our company's
HR manager, huh?" "Hello." Yi Chen spoke first. Since she doesn't want to expose their relationship, how could a man who dotes on his wife embarrass his wife?
So Yi Chen took over the conversation himself.
HR manager? Now Lu Yu was confused.
Even with her experience, she couldn't understand. Qin Xiaoxiao also replied immediately, "Well, please fill out the form first."
This. Lu Yu is completely confused now. What is going on? Does the domineering female president hide her identity and fall in love with the graduate? But Yi Chen smiled and immediately cooperated, "Okay, Manager Qin."
Looking at the two people singing in unison, Lu Yu didn't know what to say. But she was sure of one thing, the two knew each other 100%. Because he knew Mr. Qin's last name, he did not start to introduce himself. Then Qin Xiaoxiao walked to the door, took a document in her hand, and left the Human Resources Department.
Yi Chen signed the contract quickly.
Just as he was about to go out, a middle-aged man with a bald head walked in. Although he was bald, he tied up the long hair that he had left over from his bangs in the reflective part of his head, pretending that it was his own hair.
He came in, glanced at Yi Chen, and then said with a smile, "You are Yi Chen, right? The great talent from the north."
I am the HR manager of our Sing Anywhere.
"My name is Lu Desui, and I'm very happy to meet you." Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then said, "Are you the HR manager?" Chapter 11, Test from my wife, attending the investor party. "Are you the HR manager? Then what about Qin Xiaoxiao?" Yi Chen asked. "Qin Xiaoxiao?
Of course she is." Lu Desui opened his mouth and was about to say that Qin Xiaoxiao was the boss.
Well, he's the deputy manager."
Lu Yu did speak first.
"Are you kidding?"
What the boss meant was, as the general manager, how could she be exposed?
"Deputy manager?" Yi Chen asked doubtfully.
Yes, Qin Xiaoxiao is the general manager of the Human Resources Department. Lu Yu said hurriedly, with a harmless smile on her face.
Yi Chen nodded without any doubt.
In his opinion, Qin Xiaoxiao was not a child from a rich family. Although her clothes are beautiful, they don't seem to be famous brands, and I haven't heard of her driving a luxury car to school. But Lu Desui, who had just come in, was shocked.
"How did I become the deputy?"
Then he seemed to suddenly realize something.
I couldn't calm down anymore. He immediately whispered to Lu Yu, "Boss Lu, why was I demoted? Was it the boss's decision?"
Seeing the other person's nervous look, Lu Yu also whispered back, "Don't be nervous, it's fake. Yi Chen has a special relationship with the boss, but the boss doesn't seem to want to reveal his identity. He says you are what you are, so don't get yourself into trouble." When Lu Desui heard this, he suddenly understood. Even the way he looked at Yi Chen changed. The way a superior looks at his subordinates has changed to the way he looks at the boss lady.
Lu Desui has lived for most of his life and is a very smart person. The relationship is not simple. How can it not be simple? He must be the boss boyfriend. How could I, Lu Desui, not have this kind of vision?
Yi Chen had no idea what his two superiors were thinking.
After filling out all the forms and contracts, he asked them, "Where is my office?"
Lu Yu's original position was the same as those of the people working around her, with rows of desks.
But given the relationship with the boss, this arrangement obviously cannot be made.
With such a relationship with the boss, it is obviously inappropriate to make such an arrangement.
Lu Deshui's eyes turned, and he immediately offered an idea. "Boss Lu, didn't we have an empty office before?" "Oh, yes, that office is always empty." Lu Yu immediately laughed.
Then the two managers took Yi Chen to an office very attentively.
This office is located on the edge of the company and is very quiet.
It wasn't as noisy as outside, with the constant sound of typing on the keyboard. Next to this office is the boss's office, which makes Yi Chen a little nervous.
What all office workers fear most is being too close to their boss. This is no different from the private seat at the podium where students study. If you sit next to the desk, the teacher will find out whatever you do. After the two men sent Yi Chen to the office, they said goodbye. Lu Desui even smiled meaningfully at Yi Chen.
Before leaving, he left a message saying "Come to me if you need anything,"
and then left with Lu Yu in a daze. Yi Chen looked at the two of them suspiciously. Could it be that these two managers were having an affair? Forget it, what does it have to do with me? I'm just a small employee, and office romance has nothing to do with me.
Yi Chen looked at this huge office and felt stunned.
As a newly graduated graduate, am I entitled to such a large office? Is it because I have produced many good works before?
But Yi Chen knew very well that there were many people who had produced works, and that Yi Chen was definitely not the only talented person behind the scenes. It is very likely that these talented people are in the outside positions.
I would never be treated like this anyway. After thinking about it, Yi Chen still didn't have a definite answer. I simply stopped thinking about it and started admiring my own office. The entire decoration is very modern, with a large desk and a rectangular computer on it.
There is also a standing computer next to it, which is a computer specially used for drawing.
Overall, it's very good.
It would be great if there was a piano or something so I could create at any time. As for Qin Xiaoxiao, after returning to her office, she felt a little restless.
No wonder he was traveling with me.
It turns out that the place where he works is his own company. Recruiting talents for the company was naturally not her job as a boss, so she had no idea that Yi Chen came to work in her company. As for why she didn't tell Yi Chen that she was the boss of this company, it was because she wanted to see if Yi Chen was a person who was eager for quick success and instant benefits.
Or maybe she was afraid that he had other ideas to get promoted.
Although this was her intention, she didn't believe in her heart that Yi Chen was not that kind of gigolo. But since he is my future husband, it is necessary to test him. After thinking it over, Qin Xiaoxiao picked up the company's internal phone. Slowly dialed Lu Yu's office phone number. Beep. The phone rang soon. Mr. Qin, please tell me what I want you to do. Lu Yu asked. Qin Xiaoxiao is very serious at work and doesn't show much emotion when talking to her subordinates. Lu Yu, there's an investor banquet tonight with more than 10 seats available. Please arrange it. Lu Yu was slightly stunned as she was holding the phone in her office. Mr. Qin extremely hates this kind of celebrity gathering. Many people wanted to invest in the company before. The only requirement of the investors was that President Qin personally attend the banquet, but President Qin rejected all of them. Why did you suddenly ask to participate this time? Is the company out of money? And you have to bring 10 employees? The smart Lu Yu sorted out her thoughts and immediately thought of something. This is looking for an opportunity to get close to Yi Chen. Isn't this obvious? So Lu Yu immediately said to Qin Xiaoxiao on the phone, "Don't worry, I will arrange it right away. I think the newcomer Yi Chen has a good image and temperament, and he is calm in the face of difficulties." What do you think? Qin Xiaoxiao secretly praised Lu Yu's comprehension ability in her heart, but still pretended to think about it. Then he said, "Okay, let him try. It's a good opportunity to test his communication skills. Isn't our foreign affairs manager position always vacant? This time, we can choose a candidate from these 10 people. Okay, don't worry." After hanging up the phone, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I guessed it right. And the boss mentioned the foreign affairs manager. This has been mentioned to Mr. Qin before, but Mr. Qin said that it is not necessary for the time being. This time, because of Yi Chen, we have to elect a manager again? This Yi Chen is not simple. Thinking of this, Lu Yu immediately tidied herself up and reorganized her words. Then he slowly came to the door of Yi Chen's office. Yi Chen just admired the office for a while. There was a knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. You got a job right after you started working? It's too busy. Come in. Then Lu Yu, dressed in professional attire, walked in. She said, "Great talent, I didn't disturb you, did I?" Yi Chen immediately stood up and said with a smile, "We haven't started working yet, so there's no need to disturb you." What are your instructions, Mr. Lu? Lu Yu walked in and said with a smile, "There is a banquet tonight. It is an investors' banquet. Our company will send more than 10 people to attend. The attendees are all celebrities, so naturally we want people with good image to attend, to represent our company. I wonder if you have time tonight? Banquet? Are you meeting investors on behalf of the company right after you arrive? Besides, I had no experience in negotiation and socializing, so I simply refused. After all, I just graduated. I like to write songs and don't like to be in the spotlight. Let's give this good opportunity to other employees. No time? Well, that's a shame. Go ahead and do your work. I won't bother you anymore." Lu Yu didn't want to make things difficult for Yi Chen, so she could only pretend to express regret. Yi Chen nodded slightly and was about to sit down, but then changed his mind. Qin Xiaoxiao, the human resources manager, has a very good image. She will definitely go, right? Mr. Lu, will Manager Qin be there? Manager Qin? Lu Yu forgot for a moment that Qin Xiaoxiao was pretending to be the HR manager. In her impression, it was always Mr. Qin, so she read it out subconsciously. But she reacted quickly and continued, "Manager Qin, as a member of the company's management, will naturally go. Is there any problem?" No problem, I have time. I thought about it and realized that everything starts from scratch. I also need the opportunity to practice more. What time is it? When Yi Chen heard that Qin Xiaoxiao would also be going, he immediately became very excited without even thinking about it. Lu Yu was so happy that she tried to hold back her laughter. He said all the good and bad things, and as soon as he heard that President Qin would participate, he immediately needed to train? Didn't you just say that you don't like to be in the spotlight? Chapter 12 No entry for those who are not dressed properly, ding. Reward, 1 second dress up. Lu Yu felt envious. It's better to be young, you can move forward bravely for love. Lu Yu couldn't help but think of her ex-husband who divorced her. If he had cared so much, she wouldn't have become a single mother. But she didn't show any emotion on the surface, and said with a smile, "I'll let you know after get off work."
You go to work first, I won't disturb you. Yi Chen nodded. After Lu Yu left, Yi Chen started working.
I opened the computer directly and copied the things I had written and the lyrics and music from the cloud. Yi Chen's obsession with music earned him the title of a genius. He often spends the entire day writing lyrics and composing music, never leaving his computer.
Soon it was time to get off work in the afternoon. Finally, when Lu Yu came to inform Yi Chen pulled his thoughts out of the computer. Lu Yu informed Yi Chen that the banquet would be held at the Emperor Hotel at 10 o'clock in the evening.
Yi Chen nodded and said, "Then I'll go after I finish arranging this music."
I won't be going back yet.
Seeing Yi Chen's serious look, Lu Yu didn't want to disturb him. I also admire Yi Chen's professionalism in my heart. There are not many young people who are talented and hardworking, not to mention they are quite handsome. She is quite compatible with the beautiful, rich and beautiful Ms. Qin. Anyway, in her heart, she is still very optimistic about these two people.
Yi Chen finally completed the arrangement after 2 hours.
This arrangement is the one I wrote for Qin Xiaoxiao before. We had no intersection before and did not continue the work. Now that the other party is his wife, he made a demo of the arrangement. Of course, a good work still requires many times of fine carving and polishing, but with a general direction, half of it is already done.
Done.
Yi Chen let out a long sigh, then stretched lazily. I glanced at the time on the computer, it was 9:10.
Not bad, just in time. Yi Chen turned off the computer and walked out of the office.
It was pitch black outside and no one was working. The company, sing whenever you want, adheres to a 9-to-5 work system, and everyone leaves work at 5 o'clock.
But Yi Chen noticed that the light was still on in the boss's office next door. Do you want to go and say hello to the big boss you've never met? But Yi Chen felt that it was inappropriate.
It was his first day there, and going to say hello at this time would seem like he was deliberately showing off that he was working so late. Just as he was about to leave, the door of the boss's office opened and Yi Chen immediately put on a smile. But the smile froze on his face. The person who came out was Qin Xiaoxiao.
Why are you in the boss's office?
Yi Chen spoke a little stiffly.
Because he had the wrong idea. What was he doing in the boss's office so late?
Although he believed that Qin Xiaoxiao was not that kind of person. But the tone was still a little stiff. Qin Xiaoxiao was even more surprised.
Why didn't Yi Chen leave yet?
But when I saw his expression and tone, I knew he had the wrong idea.
Looking at him, he's kind of cute. So Qin Xiaoxiao deliberately said coldly, "Why do you care about me?" Well.
Yi Chen was speechless. He couldn't just say, "I'm your husband, so I have to take care of you." Looking at Yi Chen's deflated look, Qin Xiaoxiao smiled in her heart.
Ding. Trigger the mission, have the other party send you to the banquet. Well, here it comes again.
Qin Xiaoxiao suppressed her inner smile and asked, "I'm going to a party tonight.
How about you give me a ride?" Well. Yi Chen was confused. Didn't he just say that he couldn't do anything about it? Now you want me to send her off? Okay.
I'll take you there.
Yi Chen's expression changed from being a little unhappy to being sunny like a child.
Buzz. Under the cover of night, Yi Chen, wearing a helmet and carrying his princess behind him, drove towards the Emperor Hotel.
Naturally, it attracted a lot of attention along the way. Even if you can't see their looks, Harley's looks alone will definitely turn heads.
This time Yi Chen did not make such a joke and arrived at the Grand Hotel honestly. After parking the car, they both got out. The two walked onto the red carpet together and entered the Imperial Hotel.
The luxury inside shocked Yi Chen.
It was worthy of being the best 5-star hotel in Shanghai. It cannot be described as luxurious, it should be described as extravagant. The entire decoration style is magnificent, and the huge crystal chandeliers in the conference hall are so dazzling that they hurt the eyes. There is a large venue in the middle, the size of a basketball court. The banquet hall has only 2 floors, and the upper floor should be a locker room or something. The people in the middle of the venue were all wearing brightly colored clothes and looked very noble, the women in evening gowns and the men in suits and ties.
But Yi Chen was stopped again.
A person in a red dress and a tall hat came out and said, "Hello, sir, you are not allowed to enter here if you are not dressed properly."
Untidy clothes? Yi Chen looked at his complete clothes. My clothes are very neat. Just not wearing a suit.
Qin Xiaoxiao was about to go in, but when she heard the voice, she stopped immediately and asked, "What does it mean to be well dressed? At least wear a tie." The other party spoke in a very rude tone, and seeing that Qin Xiaoxiao was dressed very casually, he showed no mercy. "I tell you, Little Red Riding Hood, you can be blunt when talking to me, but when talking to her, be polite."
Yi Chen protected his wife in a domineering manner.
He stood in front of Qin Xiaoxiao and held up the Little Red Riding Hood in front of him. "Sir, please calm down.
This is our rule here. If you want to cause trouble, we are not afraid."
Although the words were said politely, the tone was not polite at all.
The content is also very threatening.
Then I saw 3 tall and strong bald men wearing black suits walking out from behind. 3 men in black came up to the staff member and looked at Yi Chen with murderous eyes. Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Chen, who was still standing in front of her, and a warm feeling flowed through her heart. Although there was no cliched plot of being slapped in the face, Yi Chen's action alone made him feel very safe.
Ding! My wife has gained a sense of security.
Since the host is in trouble, this reward has been changed to a one-time skill: pull the tie to change clothes.
What is tie pulling cross-dressing? Is it the cross-dressing guy on Douyin who is dressed shabbily?
They are all young people, and Yi Chen will watch short videos when he has nothing to do, so he naturally knows the cross-dressing video of pulling the tie.
But that was all post-editing. In fact, I just wore casual clothes and then a suit, did the same movements, edited out the middle scene, and added some cool music to it. Looks very handsome. But this is a real 1-second transformation. Will the system work? Don't embarrass yourself in front of your wife.
Just as the 3 bald men were about to come over to threaten him, a tie suddenly appeared around Yi Chen's neck.
Yi Chen grabbed the tie.
Then pull it down hard. The originally soothing background music in the hall suddenly turned into a cool and punctuated music.
Switch directly with Yi Chen's movements. Then Yi Chen's original casual clothes instantly turned into a dark black suit.
The suit was straight without a single wrinkle.
The black suit looked like it was custom made. Appear out of thin air.
This made Yi Chen, who was originally handsome and sunny, look like a cold and aloof president. Then Yi Chen's eyes turned cold and he glanced at the staff indifferently.
Then he grabbed Qin Xiaoxiao's hand and walked into the banquet hall.
Chapter 13. No one can take advantage of my wife, I said. Qin Xiaoxiao was pulled into the banquet with a look of surprise. She looked at Yi Chen in disbelief, who looked even more handsome. There was confusion in his eyes.
How did he do it?
Yi Chen naturally noticed Qin Xiaoxiao's expression and was determined not to let the other party suspect that he had a system. He whispered naturally, "A family craft, magic."
Magic? Is this really the case?
Qin Xiaoxiao was a little skeptical, but she thought of those magical magic shows.
Some can even transform living people into something else, just by changing their clothes. It seems like many magicians can do this, right?
Qin Xiaoxiao believed this ridiculous reason. As soon as the two entered the banquet hall, someone noticed Qin Xiaoxiao.
Someone immediately came up to greet me with a smile and started chatting.
"Boss Qin, you're so kind to make this place shine."
Mr. Ma is joking. Yi Chen didn't care too much, nor was he jealous. He just communicated normally and didn't want to put too much pressure on her. I simply went to the side and started eating. I hadn't eaten since morning.
Moreover, the work intensity is very high, and people with poor health may easily suffer from hypoglycemia. But Yi Chen's physical condition has made great breakthroughs now, so apart from fatigue, he doesn't feel any other discomfort. After eating something, Yi Chen said to the system, "Use the endurance potion." "Okay, please wait." Then Yi Chen felt his body lighten, and the fatigue just now disappeared instantly. It was as if I had just woken up from a long sleep and was completely awake. Yi Chen noticed that there were several colleagues from the same company. Although he didn't know them, they looked familiar. The most familiar one among them is Lu Yu, because I had the most interactions with her today. Lu Yu wore an evening dress, which made her look even more beautiful. She looked completely different from her work self. At this time, Lu Yu also noticed Yi Chen. After greeting one of the wealthy businessmen, he walked towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen was eating a piece of fruit. When he saw the other party coming over, he smiled and said while eating, "Manager Lu is different in private than at work." Lu Yu smiled and said, "It's better to be serious about your work. I'm here to collude with you, so don't let anything get away." Collusion? Yi Chen looked at Lu Yu in confusion. "The boss isn't here today, but these investors are very particular. which will affect our subsequent capital inflow, so we'll have manager Qin pretend to be the boss.
Don't let anything slip.
Yi Chen was not too surprised by this, as this situation often occurs in some small companies. It was originally a short-term cooperation, and it was discovered after the cooperation ended. Besides, it was just a personal communication, not a fraud of funds. Yi Chen subconsciously looked at Qin Xiaoxiao. She was smiling at everyone and looked very graceful. She doesn't have that same feeling of being like a little bird when she's with me.
But this feeling made Yi Chen even more fascinated. It was really like a fairy descending to earth. She is really beautiful in any state.
Lu Yu, who was standing by, noticed Yi Chen's gaze and couldn't help but think in her heart.
Is this guy so infatuated?
I was wearing such revealing clothes, but he didn't even look at me.
Only Boss Qin is in your eyes?
With the greetings and exchanges between everyone, the banquet officially began. This was a completely Western-style party, so the table in the middle was a very long banquet table with 2 rows of seats on both sides.
The people attending the banquet gradually began to take their seats. Lu Yu said, "Shall we go sit down too?" Yi Chen refused and said, "Boss Lu, you go first. I'll wait for a while."
He was talking to Lu Yu, but his eyes were still looking at Qin Xiaoxiao, who was not sitting down not far away.
Why?
Lu Yu sighed inexplicably, then slowly walked towards the banquet table.
Why is she sighing?
Yi Chen looked at Lu Yu in confusion, then looked at Qin Xiaoxiao again. Although Qin Xiaoxiao was socializing with others, she was still glancing at Yi Chen out of the corner of her eyes.
Seeing Lu Yu and Yi Chen together, I felt a little sad for some reason.
Although Lu Yu is a single mother, she has a good figure and looks more like a ripe apple. I heard from my best friend that many men like this, and she doesn't know whether Yi Chen likes this.
But on second thought, this is also the purpose of asking him to come this time. Take a comprehensive look. Qin Xiaoxiao said to the bearded businessman in front of her, "Shall we take a seat?" "Okay, I'd be happy to have dinner with Mr. Qin." The bearded man said very gentlemanly.
Then a barely perceptible smile appeared on his face. Yi Chen saw this smile clearly and slowly put down the fruit in his hand. As the saying goes, men understand men best. Yi Chen understood this smile very well, and he had ideas about Qin Xiaoxiao.
Yi Chen felt an inexplicable anger rush to his head.
Watching the two of them walk to the banquet table together, the bearded man smiled confidently. Then he walked to the chair behind Qin Xiaoxiao and pulled it out like a gentleman again. Qin Xiaoxiao didn't think too much about it, just nodded with a smile, and then sat on the chair. The man smiled triumphantly, then stroked his beard, pulled out the chair next to Qin Xiaoxiao, and was about to sit down. At this moment, a tall black figure suddenly sat down.
"This gentleman is indeed a gentleman. I will respectfully obey your orders."
Yi Chen sat down next to Qin Xiaoxiao, with a look of gratitude and sincerity on his face. The people around who had been paying attention to Qin Xiaoxiao were all stunned, including Qin Xiaoxiao.
This guy. Well, he was still very possessive.
Qin Xiaoxiao commented silently in her heart. The bearded man, who was standing there awkwardly, changed from confusion to slight anger. This guy came to grab a seat and acted very sincere. It really deserves to be dealt with. Looking at the smile on his face, I can't wait to give him a good beating. But his identity did not allow him to turn hostile directly, so he just said it lightly.
"You're welcome." Finally, he sat down next to Yi Chen. But Lu Yu, who was not far away, looked like she was enjoying the show.
There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Qin Xiaoxiao blushed slightly and pretended to know nothing. Then the dishes began to be served. A wide variety of delicacies from land and sea were presented on a large table. But no one started eating. Dear guests, let us raise our glasses together to celebrate the friendly cooperation between Phoenix Performing Arts and Sing Anywhere. Yi Chen turned around and saw the bearded man standing there with a glass in his hand and talking, looking like the host. Only now did Yi Chen realize that the host this time was none other than this bearded man. No wonder Qin Xiaoxiao talked to him the most.
Would it be disadvantageous for the company if I just grabbed the seat?
Yi Chen was a little worried that he would cause trouble for his wife.
Who cares? No one can have any improper thoughts about his wife. Yi Chen, said that even Jesus couldn't keep him.
Everyone stood up, raised their glasses together, and looked at the bearded man. Cheers! Cheers! Yi Chen didn't go too far and also raised his glass to drink, drinking it in one gulp.
It was a red wine. Yi Chen didn't know what brand it was.
After drinking it in one gulp, he found that everyone was looking at him. Yi Chen looked around in confusion. I found that everyone took a small sip, but I drank it all in one gulp.
This. Isn't a cheers? Did I hear it wrong? Chapter 14. As long as I can get the investment, I will drink with you.
But most of the people present were very well mannered and did not mock Yi Chen for his drinking style. But there was always a sense of contempt in my heart.
Yi Chen didn't care, he just wanted to protect his wife. What other people think has nothing to do with you. What follows is various toasts, which, to put it bluntly, is about building relationships.
Yi Chen was not interested either, and his eyes were on Qin Xiaoxiao the whole time. Many people toasted Qin Xiaoxiao, and after 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was somewhat drunk. As the saying goes, alcohol makes cowards brave. Some people who were originally very honest began to toast and chat with Qin Xiaoxiao. Qin Xiaoxiao's face flushed slightly, making her look even more charming, and her eyes were somewhat distracted.
But Yi Chen knew that she was obviously holding on.
The people around had no intention of letting Qin Xiaoxiao go, and they kept coming up to toast her. It seemed extremely normal to outsiders, but Yi Chen noticed that every person who made a toast would have a very subtle eye contact with the bearded man before making the toast. This is intentional attempt to get Qin Xiaoxiao to drink.
The purpose must be impure.
Yi Chen walked straight forward and snatched the wine glass from Qin Xiaoxiao's hand. Then he smiled and said to a bald man who was toasting Qin Xiaoxiao, "This is for you." After saying this, he doesn't care whether others agree or not. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Qin Xiaoxiao was still in a daze, and at this moment she felt her stomach churning violently. I could only suppress the urge to vomit. But this time I came here to discuss investment.
If I hadn't come before, I could have given up on investment, but now that I'm here, how can I go back empty-handed?
So even though I know I've drunk too much, I still have to force myself to stay drunk. Just when he felt desperate, Yi Chen actually took action. Watching him drink the wine in his glass with determination, a warm feeling flowed through my heart again. But at the same time, I felt a little shy because I had drunk from that cup.
Drink directly from mouth. Isn't that equivalent to an indirect kiss?
As soon as this thought came out, Qin Xiaoxiao's face, which was originally rosy due to drinking, became even redder. Her little face was flushed as if it was about to bleed, making her even more attractive. After Yi Chen drank a glass of wine, a reminder sound rang in his mind.
Ding! Block the wine for your wife and gain the active skill, Fishing Master. Fishing Master?
This is the first active skill Yi Chen has obtained.
It's about fishing? What is the use of this? Do you just say to everyone you meet, "Brother, let me catch a fish for you"? Do you think I'm awesome? This is a completely useless skill. I have to complain that most of the things this system gives are not very useful. The last Grimm's fairy tales were not as good as the ones I made up on the spot. After drinking a glass of wine, Yi Chen put down the glass and looked at the balding man in front of him. The bald man narrowed his eyes slightly, then looked at the bearded man, who nodded slightly. The bald man said, "You are an employee of Qin's company, right?" "Yes."
"Oh, then you can drink for Mr. Qin, but after all, there's a difference in our status.
You, a small employee, can't drink with us executives at the normal rate."
The bald man looked fearless and spoke to the people around him with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, echoes began to be heard from all around.
"That's right, we have to drink 1 cup at least, you drink 3. 3 cups isn't enough? 1 for 5 is about right." Several bearded lackeys around echoed the sentiment.
Qin Xiaoxiao became anxious when she heard this.
This was completely making things difficult for Yi Chen.
If you drink it this way, even if it's red wine, something bad is bound to happen.
"Boss Wang, we're just discussing cooperation. It's embarrassing for everyone, isn't it?"
When the bearded man heard this, his expression changed.
I thought to myself, why does this kid deserve the protection of the beautiful Qin?
In addition, the bearded man was already very unhappy about the seat grabbing just now, and now he was even more uncomfortable.
The bearded man is named Wang Baiwan. He is a famous wealthy businessman in Shanghai City and has great authority in the industry. Looking across the rivers and seas, how many people dare to treat him so presumptuously?
He had heard of the name of the beautiful Qin a long time ago. Wang Baiwan, who had seen countless women, had slept with countless celebrities and actresses with the help of his entertainment company. He had been coveting Qin Xiaoxiao for a long time and had proposed to invest in Qin Xiaoxiao's company many times, hoping to take advantage of the opportunity. But the other party didn't want it and refused me several times. Today he actually called and said he wanted to accept investment, which made Wang Baiwan feel that the other party had thought it through.
Looking around, who can escape from my palm?
He came here full of confidence and even found a lot of his confidants to get him drinking. Prepare to capture the most beautiful woman in Jianghai today.
He seemed to see Qin Xiaoxiao lying in a daze on her bed.
Who would have thought that such a brat would appear? Always ruining your own good deeds. At this time, Wang Baiwan saw Qin Xiaoxiao speaking for this boy and immediately felt displeased.
But he still smiled and said, "You can't say that. People can't be divided into different classes. But since this is an interaction between senior executives, every family has its own rules. It's better to follow them. Otherwise, it will be difficult to control the people below, right?"
Yi Chen sneered in his heart. He already knew what the other party was doing. This clearly shows that he thinks he has done something bad. I want to give up when I realize the difficulty. But Yi Chen will not back down, and he must get this investment.
Okay. You guys decide. You guys have one drink. How much should I drink? Today, I'll keep you company. Ding.
Domineeringly protect your wife. The steal is finished, rewarded with 3 attribute points.
Host, Yi Chen. Constitution, 11 plus 3 weak. Spirit, 100 normal.
Skills, egg cooking skills, interview king, active skills, fishing master, passive skills, inspiration concurrency little garbage. As soon as the panel in front of her was folded up, Qin Xiaoxiao grabbed Yi Chen.
She whispered, "What are you doing? I don't need this investment, but you're risking your life, you know?" Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't help it.
She didn't want to show that she was too worried about Yi Chen. But this guy is like a fool, agreeing to everything. He is basically playing with his life. There is no need to invest in something that is dispensable.
What's more, this is my future husband. How could you just watch him jump into the fire?
Yi Chen looked at Qin Xiaoxiao, who was looking at him with a worried look on her face. It was also the first time that he felt the other person's concern in his heart, which further strengthened Yi Chen's belief.
I must get their investment while protecting my wife. You came here pretending to be the boss. You didn't get any investment, so the boss blamed us for coming. For everyone else, and for you, I have to do this.
Yes, in Yi Chen's mind, although Qin Xiaoxiao is a manager, she is also an employee.
She had no power to make decisions for the boss.
Whether the investment was made was not up to Qin Xiaoxiao, the fake boss.
If no investment was obtained, she would be directly responsible for impersonating the boss.
This is also the reason why Yi Chen faced it head-on.
If he wants to get the investment, he must not let his wife be taken advantage of.
Or you can do it yourself.
There are only these 2 ways.
After whispering to Qin Xiaoxiao, Yi Chen immediately looked up at the bearded Wang Baiwan.
Yi Chen asked loudly, "As long as we can get the investment, how do you drink? I'll accompany you."
The sound was very loud, but it did not shake people's hearts.
Instead, everyone thinks that this kid doesn't know his place.
There are many people who die from gastric perforation caused by drinking and receiving treatment.
Who else would dare to say this except the protagonist in the novel?
But Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with tears, not because she was moved by Yi Chen's words. Instead, she blamed herself. She began to blame herself for deceiving Yi Chen for the so-called test.
He actually worked so hard. No, nothing can happen to him.
Qin Xiaoxiao thought of this and stepped forward.
She wanted to confront Yi Chen, even if she couldn't get the investment. You can't let Yi Chen drink like this. Chapter 15, Never Get Drunk, Drunk Talk, You Are My Wife.
Qin Xiaoxiao stepped forward and was about to grab Yi Chen. Who knew that Yi Chen seemed to have eyes on the back of his head and gently pushed her behind him. Then he turned around and looked at Wang Baiwan firmly.
Good. You're a real man. We won't make things difficult for you. Let's have 1 drink, you drink 3. After we're done, I, Wang Baiwan, will pay you your investment tomorrow.
Yi Chen turned to look at Wang Baiwan, then asked with a smile, "Does what you said count?"
I, Wang Baiwan, have the final say in Jianghai City.
If you just keep us company for a drink, I'll add another 50 million to the original 100 million investment.
Boss Wang is so awesome.
Boss Wang is so generous, he added 50 million without hesitation.
Isn't it? Besides Mr. Wang, who else in Jianghai City has this kind of courage?
Without saying a word, Yi Chen picked up a glass of red wine from the table and poured it into the glass.
Bang, bang, bang.
Just fill 3 cups. This is a toast to Mr. Wang, for your courage. Wang Baiwan, who was standing aside, picked up the wineglass, but had a smile on his face, with no intention of drinking.
The meaning is obvious.
I want tea, drink until you finish 3 cups. Yi Chen didn't hesitate, he picked up the goblet and poured it into his throat.
Gudong. Drink it in 1 glass. Gudong. Finish 2 cups. Gudong.
Finished 3 cups.
Yi Chen wiped the corner of his mouth, then held the empty cup upside down in mid-air. Not a drop left. Yi Chen looked at President Wang. Good. I drink. Wang Baiwan then smiled with satisfaction and drank it all in 1 gulp.
It was also drunk in 1 gulp. There was no need for him to cheat.
I had 1 cup and you had 3. No matter how you drink, you're taking advantage. If you don't die from drinking, you're a fool. You are too young to compete with me for a woman. What's more, I have so many people who dare to ruin my good deeds. Today I will make you the first person in the world to die from drinking red wine. Come, I toast you. Before Yi Chen could recover for a few seconds, the bald man came forward and started toasting him. What they wanted was that Yi Chen had no chance to recover. Yi Chen had no hesitation. Poured 3 more cups. Bang, bang, bang. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Chen anxiously. That's 6 cups already. Although she doesn't drink much, she has heard from her father that drinking too much white wine is actually not bad. Young people will feel much better after vomiting, but red wine is different. Although the alcohol content is not as high as that of white wine, drinking too much is very torturous. Even if you vomit more than 10 times, you will still feel very uncomfortable. Before anyone else comes up to toast, Qin Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity, grabbed Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, stop drinking. I lied to you before. I'm the boss of the company. I have the final say on whether to invest or not. Stop drinking. Yi Chen was a little drunk at this time, but his mind was still clear as he looked at Qin Xiaoxiao's beautiful face. Yi Chen knew that she was worried about him, so she made up such a lie. Are you getting too caught up in the role? You're replacing the boss. I'll open a company for you in the future, but for now, be sensible and wait for me. Yi Chen smiled, then said directly to Qin Xiaoxiao, who was about to speak, okay, be good, I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Go wait over there. Yi Chen smiled mischievously. Maybe because I was a little drunk, I couldn't control my emotions. He actually touched Qin Xiaoxiao's head lovingly, his tone full of tenderness. Qin Xiaoxiao's heart beat faster because of Yi Chen's gentle words and doting eyes. But she knew that now was not the time to be shy, so she suppressed her panic and said again, I didn't lie to you, I really am. Brother Yi, shall we still drink? The people on the side began to urge him. Drink! How can I not drink before I get the investment? Come, let me drink first as a sign of respect. Yi Chen picked up the wine glass again. Endless wine, drank cup after cup. At first, Yi Chen could still taste it. After 20 cups, the tongue coating had become numb from the alcohol. The red wine has no taste at all when it enters the mouth, just like drinking water. Yi Chen's own thoughts and consciousness gradually became blurred, and the scene in front of him began to swirl. My head is also dizzy. But the wine glass in his hand never stopped. Come on, can't you? 150 million, you don't want it? Brother, come on, keep drinking. Gradually, Yi Chen's thinking became completely unclear. Until the end, Yi Chen held the wine glass in his hand and slowly put it on the ground. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Yi Chen! Yi Chen! Wake up! In a daze, after Yi Chen fell to the ground, he seemed to hear the voices of Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Yu. Gradually lost consciousness. Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Yu didn't know where Yi Chen's home was, so they finally decided to stay at Lu Yu's home for one night. In the car, Lu Yu was driving. Qin Xiaoxiao was in the passenger seat, while Yi Chen was lying in the back seat like a dead pig. Boss Qin, Yi Chen, he treats you very well. Lu Yu didn't know what to say, but seeing Yi Chen trying so hard, she couldn't help but speak. Yeah, I know. Qin Xiaoxiao didn't know what to say. She felt a feeling she had never experienced before today. It is a strong sense of security. No matter what happens to me, there is always a man who is as big as a mountain. This man will always rush to your side and will not let you suffer any injustice. Except for these feelings. The biggest feeling is heartache.
She really felt a little distressed as she watched Yi Chen chug down cup after cup.
Just to keep my job. That feeling was so painful. Liu looked at Qin Xiaoxiao, then said again, I looked at his information today. You should be alumni, right?
Qin Xiaoxiao glanced at Yi Chen, who was still sleeping, and then laughed.
Maybe Sister Lu doesn't believe it.
We didn't have any contact during our 4 years in college.
He is a famous and talented person in our school.
In daily work, Qin Xiaoxiao is the boss and Lu Yu is the subordinate. But in private, the two of them treat each other as sisters, although they are not good sisters. But Lu Yu is an experienced person after all, and she will chat with Qin Xiaoxiao about some things in life.
How wonderful!
Since ancient times, a man of talent has always been paired with a beautiful woman.
Yi Chen is not only talented, but also very handsome.
Especially when he smiles, I feel like I'm back to my teenage years. Qin Xiaoxiao lowered her head and smiled shyly.
Then, pretending not to know, he asked, is he handsome? Why don't I feel that?
You should know that Qin Xiaoxiao has thought that Yi Chen is handsome at least 3 times. So, it's just the kind of teasing between lovers.
Of course he's handsome, much more handsome than those young boys. Mainly because he's sunny. A sunny man makes life beautiful. Look for those gloomy men, they'll piss you off to death.
As Lu Yu spoke, she thought of her ex-husband again. When that guy was mentioned, Lu Yu became furious. Otherwise, it wouldn't choose to raise its children by itself, and it wouldn't have to work so hard. Qin Xiaoxiao also knew some of Lu Yu's private affairs, so she didn't ask too much. He just silently glanced at Yi Chen, who was still sleeping, through the rearview mirror.
Come to me. Don't ask my wife to drink. I can handle it. Yi Chen started shouting in the back seat.
Even though it was just drunken nonsense. But Qin Xiaoxiao didn't feel disgusted at all, instead she felt a little sweet in her heart.
Even when he fell asleep he was still thinking. What did he call me? Chapter 16, Eat the contact lenses. Mom, this uncle is eating shit. Did he just call me wife? You are a ghost daughter-in-law.
Who is your wife?
I haven't passed the test yet, okay? Could it be that this guy has already decided that I am his wife? Then why don't you confess to me?
Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoxiao felt annoyed again.
How could she make this guy confess to her?
While thinking about this, Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Yu, who was trying to hold back her laughter. The shyness on her face became more and more intense.
Fortunately, we have arrived at Lu Yu's residence.
The two women took great pains to carry Yi Chen, who was like a dead pig, upstairs.
Yi Chen felt the two women holding him up, and said dazedly, Wife, how come you can clone yourself? Who is your wife?
Qin Xiaoxiao took advantage of Yi Chen's unconsciousness and spoke to him in a fierce tone. If Yi Chen was awake, she would never do that given her personality.
The two of them went to the 3rd floor and finally threw Yi Chen on the sofa.
Then the two girls went back to the bedroom together.
Midnight.
Yi Chen felt extremely thirsty and was about to get up to find some water.
Sudden. He sensed a figure in the darkness. This figure is acting so stealthy and I don't know what he is doing. Who? Following Yi Chen's loud shout.
The figure staggered in fright and bumped into the coffee table.
Then she let out a low cry. Why?
Then the figure limped away.
Woman? Where am I?
Yi Chen's mind was still fuzzy, but luckily he found a bottle of mineral water on the coffee table. Without thinking, I just grabbed it and gulped down 2 gulps.
Then go to sleep.
I don't know when a blanket appeared. Yi Chen covered himself with it.
The next day. The dazzling sunlight hit Yi Chen's eyelids, and Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar environment, I don't know where I am.
Then he saw the mineral water on the coffee table.
Just as I was about to take another sip,
Yi Chen suddenly discovered that there were black round objects in the mineral water. Yi Chen picked it up and observed it curiously.
There's something like a pupil inside. Oh my god, where's the water in it?
Suddenly a surprised voice came from the bedroom door. Yi Chen looked over when he heard the sound and saw Qin Xiaoxiao covering her mouth with a look of surprise.
Drink it! Drink it!
It's rare for Qin Xiaoxiao to speak so loudly. Qin Xiaoxiao was really shocked, because this was the water she put her contact lenses in. I didn't bring my contact lens case with me when I went out yesterday, so I soaked them in mineral water first.
As a result, Yi Chen drank the water inside? What's the problem? What's that black thing in there? Yi Chen asked in confusion. Those are cosmetic lenses, contact lenses. Why did you drink them? Contact lenses. Why is there only one left? Only one left.
Yi Chen immediately stood up, rushed to the toilet, and then vomited into the toilet.
Ugh. Ugh.
The noise also woke up Lu Yu in the bedroom. She came out in a daze, poured a glass of water, and asked as she drank, "Why did you vomit this morning?" Qin Xiaoxiao said with some amusement, "Yi Chen ate the contact lenses."
Puff.
Lu Yu directly spat out a mouthful of water. Then the two of them started laughing uncontrollably.
The relationship between the two women is still very open. Yi Chen didn't care about those things and kept picking at his throat. Suddenly Yi Chen saw a small figure standing next to the toilet. "Uncle, what are you doing?" "Uncle? Why is there a child here?"
Yi Chen stopped what he was doing and asked, "Whose child are you?"
Qin Xiaoxiao has a child? With me? Did she have sex while drunk yesterday and give birth to a child? Yi Chen patted his head, wondering what he was thinking. Monkey King couldn't he be born today? Mom, there's an uncle eating shit in the toilet.
The little kid nearby walked out innocently, shouting as he walked.
Ha 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 ha.
There was another burst of laughter outside.
Yi Chen.
It was getting late, so the three of them got into Lu Yu's car together.
We go to school together and then go to the company.
When they arrived at the kindergarten gate, the child smiled and greeted the people in the car.
Goodbye, Mom, goodbye, sister, goodbye, Uncle. Yi Chen immediately asked unhappily, "Why am I the uncle?" Ha ha.
After the child got off the bus, he suddenly turned around and said, "Uncle, if you're hungry next time, go eat breakfast, don't eat poop." After saying that, he ran into the kindergarten with an innocent look on his face.
Yi Chen. If your mother wasn't here, I would have to discuss this matter with you. I was inducing vomiting. Not eating shit.
But looking at the child's innocent smile, Yi Chen also smiled knowingly.
I won't really bother with the kids. The car started moving again, heading to the company. On the way, Yi Chen learned about Lu Yu's situation.
It turned out that Lu Yu was a single mother. Because her husband often gambled and did not come home at night, they divorced. Lu Yu was worried about leaving the child with the gambling father, so she lived with the child alone.
The little guy is named Lele. Lu Jia hopes Lele can grow up happily, so she gave him this name.
Yi Chen also felt a little sympathy for Lu Yu, a woman living with a child. The hard work involved cannot be explained in a few words. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yu, whose eyes were a little moist while she was talking, and quickly changed the subject.
Is it okay to eat that colored contact lens? It's okay, that thing is very soft and will be excreted. It was Lu Yu who answered.
Yi Chen nodded in relief, and then his eyes inadvertently swept over Qin Xiaoxiao's beautiful legs.
There was a black bruise on the originally white and tender thigh. This made Yi Chen suddenly think of that figure from last night. Could it be that Qin Xiaoxiao secretly came out last night and gave me a blanket? But why secretly? Is she afraid that Sister Lu will know that she cares about me? This silly girl. Yi Chen felt heartbroken again.
When we arrived at the company, we just got off the car and were about to go upstairs together.
Yi Chen said, "I have something to do. I'll go up in a moment. You guys go first."
Sister Lu immediately said to Yi Chen, who had already run away, "Your bonus will be deducted for being late."
Yi Chen didn't care at all. I ran to a nearby pharmacy.
I asked the salesperson for a bottle of safflower oil. I also bought some oral medicine to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, and finally I bought a very cute band-aid. Only then did he walk out of the pharmacy feeling satisfied. But as soon as he came out, Yi Chen noticed that someone seemed to be looking at him not far away. Yi Chen immediately looked towards that location vigilantly.
A man and a woman. The two looked like a couple and saw Yi Chen looking at them. They immediately left in a panic. Not quite right. Is he monitoring himself?
At this moment, a mechanical sound sounded in Yi Chen's mind.
Ding! I've detected someone watching me. Your vigilance is pretty good.
I'll reward you with a radar detection.
Do you want to use it? Sure enough, someone was watching me. Yi Chen didn't hesitate and directly clicked, yes. Radar detection activated.
Then Yi Chen's perspective changed to a god's perspective, and the surroundings began to turn into a green world.
It was a sea of green.
After Yi Chen glanced around, he found that only two were red. They turned out to be thermal detectors, and red represented heat. There should be about 4 or 5 people.
There are some introductions above. Male, Arrow, a member of the Shanghai underworld organization Wolf Fong, who likes gambling.
Female, Fox, a member of the Wolf Fong gang, likes to hook up with rich guys.
Male, Qixing, a member of Langya, likes to watch action movies. Male, Ermao, a member of Langya, likes men. Wolf teeth? These are obviously some members of the organization. Why monitor yourself? It seems like I have no relationship with these people.
Yi Chen silently turned off the detector and pretended to know nothing.
Then we entered the AD Era building.
Chapter 17, Folk Rap is released, causing a sensation in the whole company.
He took the elevator to the company, and this time it was very smooth.
It had already been recorded, so the receptionist naturally wouldn't stop Yi Chen again.
Yi Chen went directly to the general manager's office. Thump, thump. Come in. Yi Chen walked in, then asked with a smile, Boss Liu, I'd like to ask which office manager Qin is in.
Liu Yu looked at what was in Yi Chen's hand, then smiled helplessly.
So careful?
I only found out about it because Qin Xiaoxiao asked me for safflower oil. This kid noticed it himself.
Liu Yu said, the boss doesn't come to the company often. Manager Qin is usually in the boss's office. Okay, I'll go first. Bang. The office door is closed. This. Just left? Don't you want to say anything more?
Liu Yu was at a loss for words and could only say that she envied Qin Xiaoxiao very much. There was a boy who only had eyes for her.
Yi Chen came to the office door and knocked tentatively. Qin Xiaoxiao's pleasant voice soon came from inside. Come in. Yi Chen walked in slowly.
Qin Xiaoxiao was stunned when she saw Yi Chen coming in, then asked, What's wrong? Yi Chen closed the office door without saying a word. Then it locked itself again. This series of actions made Qin Xiaoxiao flustered, and she looked at the bag in his hand. Weird behavior. Qin Xiaoxiao immediately had the wrong idea.
Did he buy some safety measures at the drugstore? This is in broad daylight. What is he going to do?
Qin Xiaoxiao stared with her eyes wide open, sitting in her seat not daring to move. When Yi Chen phone came to her in a hurry. Qin Xiaoxiao was so scared that she covered her eyes with her hands. But the gap between the fingers is very large, and it is completely useless to cover it. Yi Chen slowly squatted down. He grabbed her legs. When Qin Xiaoxiao felt the warmth of Yi Chen's palm, she almost screamed. But then, Yi Chen took out a bottle of safflower oil from the bag. Then slowly open it. Qin Xiaoxiao then understood that it was Yi Chen who noticed that her leg was injured.
No wonder he went shopping despite being late just now.
It turns out that I was going there just to buy these things. This made her heart warm again, and she didn't even realize that a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. When I thought about how I thought Yi Chen was going to do something bad in the office in broad daylight, I suddenly felt ashamed.
Ding.
Small details are the most charming, reward 50,000 yuan. It seems like there hasn't been a reward red envelope for a long time. Although Yi Chen appeared calm on the surface, the smooth, white and delicate legs he felt in his hands also made his heart flutter.
This feels so good, doesn't it? It's smoother than Deford.
But Yi Chen did not touch or move his legs randomly. He poured safflower oil on the bruise and rubbed it slowly.
Ouch!
Qin Xiaoxiao screamed.
The bruises on it are pretty bad. It must have hit the edge of the coffee table. Pain is inevitable.
Yi Chen slowed down his strength and rubbed gently. The setting sun shines into the office, making the atmosphere here very subtle.
Does it still hurt? Yi Chen asked slowly. Much better, thank you.
I don't know if it was because she was shy or what, but Qin Xiaoxiao's voice was pitifully low.
Then Yi Chen took out the cute band-aid he had prepared. The bruises didn't break the skin.
I use band-aids just because I don't want such beautiful legs to show black bruises. Yi Chen slowly put the band-aid on, then whispered, it still needs to be breathable.
Remember to take it off after get off work tonight. Here is some blood activating and blood stasis removing medicine. Take it on time, don't forget. Qin Xiaoxiao nodded blankly. He is really attentive.
Even the medicines for aesthetic purposes and for external and internal use are fully prepared. Yi Chen smiled, then walked out of the office, leaving Qin Xiaoxiao sitting in a daze. After a long while, Qin Xiaoxiao patted her head.
Why are you being so crazy? There are still so many contracts that haven't been signed yet. Yi Chen had already returned to his office. Start auditioning and writing lyrics. Yi Chen named this song, It's a Good Thing I Met You. The melody is light and folk-like. The lyrics are also what I want to say to Qin Xiaoxiao. It can be said that Yi Chen put his whole heart and soul into the song, and the effect will definitely be much better than the songs he has performed for other stars before. Yi Chen played the arrangement on the computer and sang the lyrics silently. See if there is anything else that makes you uncomfortable. But what he didn't know was that the computer in his office was connected to an outside speaker. Previously, this office was completely turned into a multimedia room. Usually no one comes here, and the computers here are just used to play songs and stuff. Because Yi Chen just arrived yesterday, he naturally didn't have time to disconnect the equipment. Beautiful and relaxing folk music slowly played throughout the company. You are like oxygen. I can't breathe without you. The long distance, I replace with longing. The employees who were originally busy outside immediately stopped their work when they heard such relaxing music. After just listening to 2 sentences, I was already deeply lost in the beautiful melody. As the music progressed, the notes also began to dance slowly, and my head also swayed slowly. At this moment, when he heard this, an idea suddenly flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Activate passive skill, inspiration concurrency. Some new style rap can be added here, which will take the music to the next level. Folk style plus rap, it must be unique. Of course, the rap Yi Chen was talking about was the rap and pop music. It has nothing to do with those tacky raps like the weather is dry and I'm eating hot pot. It's completely different concept. They have achieved the localization of rap, but localization does not mean that it has a rustic flavor. We in China can also have very trendy and cool rap. Yi Chen felt that his thoughts were unusually clear. It should be the passive skill that is taking effect. Inspiration strikes. After all, it is a music studio, so the equipment is quite complete. Yi Chen picked up the microphone connected to the computer and sang along with an interlude. He started rapping in a trendy and cool way as soon as he opened his mouth. The most beautiful girl in the world. Please listen carefully to the omen of the intersection of destiny. At the critical point of love, you and I are at the same interface, erasing the so-called boundaries and waiting for your embrace, bye-bye. Am feeling good. Everyone outside was shocked. Totally dumbfounded. Is this a folk song? Can folk songs also be rapped? Isn't this voice so beautiful? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then immediately became excited. They are all professionals, extremely sensitive to music, and can tell the quality of music immediately. This combination of folk songs and rap can be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. Even if someone tried, it would never be able to achieve such an effect. This is called perfect fusion. What kind of person can make such music? He is definitely a musical genius. Everyone put down their work and looked towards the office that had been unused for a long time. Qin Xiaoxiao, who was originally working, gradually stopped reading the contract after hearing this. This familiar melody. It's Yi Chen. She has listened to many of Yi Chen's works. The melody usually doesn't change much, but the content is different every time, which is very comfortable. Unconsciously, Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly had a feeling that this song seemed to be tailor-made for her. The tune and melody are very suitable for me. In Lu Yu's office, he was also listening to music with an obsessed look on his face. Sing whenever you want. All the employees in the company were quietly listening to the sounds coming from the shabby office. Yi Chen, the root of all this, had completely immersed himself in it and was completely unaware of the situation outside. Chapter 18, a song written for you, whispered into a live broadcast. Everyone was immersed in the lively music and forgot about their work for a moment. Finally, the short 2-minute song was finished. As the last note falls, the company was dead silent. I don't know who said it at the end. Who is this? This is amazing. Folk music with rap? How could an ordinary person come up with such an idea? That's right, and the combination is so perfect. I just want to ask, who among you can do it? Could it be that handsome new guy? He seems to be a talented scholar from the north, and his reputation is well deserved. A heated discussion immediately broke out in the office. Qin Xiaoxiao was also shocked in the office and couldn't recover from the music for a long time. She naturally knew who was sitting in the abandoned office. Although she had admired Yi Chen's talent before. But this song completely overturned her perception of Yi Chen.
This is many times better than all his previous works. It's not that Yi Chen is talented, it's that he is a person who grew out of the word talent. A talented person is really talented. Although Qin Xiaoxiao looks weak. But she is a very business-minded person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have achieved such good results in the company before graduation. If we can talk about this song, it will definitely be a big seller once it's on the shelves. And the company's next step is to create its own young singers. This is undoubtedly the best opportunity to become famous. It seems necessary to talk to Yi Chen about the copyright issue of this song. As long as the price of this song does not exceed her psychological expectation, she will buy it no matter what. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to stand up. He simply adjusted his appearance and then walked out of his office. The originally noisy office instantly became quiet when Boss Qin came out. Everyone started to get busy with their own things and return to their own posts. They love and hate this beautiful boss. Miss Qin has a sweet appearance and is usually gentle to others. But he is extremely serious about his work. The requirements for works are also very strict. It was even to the point of being harsh, but it was this attitude that turned a small studio into a company. And they all knew that the next step was to set up their own acting company. By then, the ones who will get salary increases and promotions will definitely be the old employees like them who have worked together with them. So they didn't dare to offend the beautiful boss at this critical juncture. Qin Xiaoxiao pretended not to see anything. It would be abnormal if they didn't discuss such a song. She stroked her bangs awkwardly and cleared her throat softly. Then he came to the door of Yi Chen's office as if no one was around. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Chen inside had just saved the previous recording. Before I could get excited, I heard a knock on the door. Yi Chen subconsciously thought that the person coming was manager Lu Yuelu. Because he has almost no interaction with other people in the company. There were only a few people who met each other briefly at yesterday's banquet, but didn't speak. So Yi Chen said, "Sister Lu, if you have any problems in the future, just come in directly." Crack. The door was opened. Then he saw the charming Qin Xiaoxiao looking at him with a strange expression. Qin Xiaoxiao was confused. When did this guy become so familiar with manager Lu? Returned Sister Lu. Just come in casually. You are so brave. How dare you do this in my company? Qin Xiaoxiao was indeed jealous. It is said that many young boys like relationships between older women and younger men. And I like young women with pretty looks like Lu Yu. She wasn't sure if Yi Chen was the same. Although I can't say that I care much about Yi Chen, I still feel a little sour in my heart. I was jealous of him? No. No way. This must be an illusion. Yi Chen, who was sitting in the office chair, finally realized that the other person was Qin Xiaoxiao. He stood up instantly. It's like a disruptive student meeting his homeroom teacher. I feel a little helpless. Oh my god, what did I just say? Did she misunderstand something? This must be a misunderstanding, this expression is wrong. The two just looked at each other. In the end, Qin Xiaoxiao was defeated. She really couldn't look into his eyes. Every time I watch it, I get hooked on it. It's weird. She noticed the employees outside out of the corner of her eye. Although they look like they are busy with something. But they were all secretly observing the two of them. Qin Xiaoxiao closed the office door. He walked to the opposite side of Yi Chen and slowly sat down. Please sit down. I came to talk to you about work. Seeing the other person's serious face, Yi Chen no longer dared to play around. In fact, Yi Chen is also a person who takes his work extremely seriously. Since we are talking about work, let's be serious. But why talk about work with your wife so seriously? After seeing Yi Chen sit down, she said, that song just now is very nice and high level, and the idea is very unique. Do you still have the copyright? Yi Chen finally understood why his wife suddenly came to him to talk about work. It turns out it was because of the song just now. Etc. How did she know that song? I haven't let anyone hear the song I wrote yet. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but look at the wall of the office. Is the soundproofing in this office so bad? Those people who do bad things in the office. He is really brave. Yi Chen could only say, I just created that song. No one has ever heard it, so the copyright must be in my hands. When Qin Xiaoxiao heard this, she felt excited. It's good that you're still here, it's good that you're still here.
etc. He said it was just completed? This is too scary. Is the first version of the demo so good?
At this time, Yi Chen said surprisingly, actually, this song was written for someone. I wrote it a long time ago, but I didn't think I would have the chance to give it to her, so I never composed it.
He wrote it for one person. For whom? Could it be that this guy already has a girl he likes?
Qin Xiaoxiao felt a sense of loss at this moment.
Moreover, the lyrics are so corny.
Although she felt very uncomfortable.
She didn't show anything on the surface, but her eyes betrayed her. Can you sell me the copyright of this song? Not for sale. A wicked smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips.
Qin Xiaoxiao felt aggrieved when she heard the other party's rejection so bluntly. He has someone he likes, but he is still unwilling to sell the copyright to himself.
I'm just a clown.
Qin Xiaoxiao still spoke with a businessman's mindset, it's okay if you don't sell it.
If you want to be on stage, the company can develop you.
After all, we have the idea of cultivating new singers recently, so we can sign you. Yi Chen did not answer her question, but smiled gently.
Do you want to know? Know what? Who am I writing this song for?
Looking at Yi Chen's smile, Qin Xiaoxiao avoided his teasing gaze.
He said stubbornly, why do I want to know you? Who did you write this song for?
Because I was nervous and had no mental preparation at all, I started stuttering when asked so suddenly. At this time, Yi Chen slowly stood up and approached the person sitting in front of the desk. She and I go to the same school, the acting department. She can be both sweet and savory, and she's the school's most popular belle. Qin Xiaoxiao's heart suddenly started beating violently. The serious look on her face was immediately broken and replaced by a blush.
Isn't this talking about myself?
It's not that she is narcissistic.
A school. Department of Performance. School beauty.
This made her think of herself. There are indeed many beauties in Beichuan, but few of them are selected as school beauties.
Also, I'm the only one here, right? He's not talking about me, is he? Written for me? Without knowing myself, you wrote a song for me?
Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Chen's smiling face in disbelief. I felt touched in my heart.
Could it be that this guy has been secretly in love with me for a long time? Ding!
Impress your wife and get a golden gun pill as a reward. The reminder sounded again in Yi Chen's mind.
Did you finally give it to me?
Yi Chen didn't dare to pretend to be innocent this time, otherwise he would be confiscated by the system again.
Yi Chen returned to his seat and said, I'm not interested in being a singer.
As he spoke, there was a tone similar to what Mr. Ma said, I'm not interested in money. Qin Xiaoxiao's hope had obviously just risen, but now it was directly shattered.
She really couldn't keep up with Yi Chen's thinking. This guy's thinking is too jumpy.
But when she heard Yi Chen's refusal, there was still some loss in her eyes.
What a great song! Both the content and commercial value are high. It will definitely be a classic song.
But Qin Xiaoxiao has always been more Buddhist and will not force others to do things. I could only nod slowly, okay, this is your right, then you first.
But Yi Chen said coldly, this song is for you. This song is for you.
Just a few words, like magic, pierced directly into Qin Xiaoxiao's soft heart. It made Qin Xiaoxiao feel like she was on a roller coaster.
Happiness comes too suddenly.
This is not just a matter of a song, it also means that Yi Chen has liked me for a long time. She couldn't describe the sweetness in her heart.
It's happier than having 10,000 people like me. It's like eating too much Alps, so sweet that it's cloying.
She was completely stunned. A familiar voice rang out in Yi Chen's mind, ding. My wife is feeling sweet, and I'm rewarding her with 20% of the shares of the publicly listed company, Luxiang Records.
What? Listed company? 20% shares. This
is too exaggerated, shares of a listed company.
1% is enough for you to live a good life without doing anything. 20%. What is the concept? Suddenly there was a scream outside the office. Oh. Stimulate. A song written for you.
Yi Chen's expression changed and he looked into Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes. Both of them looked shocked.
Was it heard by people outside?
Qin Xiaoxiao widened her eyes and looked at the microphone not far from Yi Chen's hand.
But Yi Chen still didn't realize it.
He muttered to himself, the fact that I can hear the singing might be because the music is too loud, but can I even hear the talking?
Is the soundproofing really that bad?
Qin Xiaoxiao immediately whispered to Yi Chen, "Hello, that microphone."
Microphone? Yi Chen looked at the microphone at hand and then reacted. Unplugged the USB port immediately. Then he let out a sigh. Is this office connected to the outside radio? Qin Xiaoxiao nodded blankly. It's over, this has become a live broadcast.
19 Only his wife is in his eyes, and he accidentally hits an old man with protein powder.
After a brief understanding, Yi Chen realized that this was originally a radio station.
The computer's speakers and microphone are connected to the external radio.
Yi Chen was speechless for a while. But I didn't feel ashamed at all.
I was talking to my wife in private, and you insisted on listening.
Is it my fault?
But Qin Xiaoxiao is not as thick-skinned as Yi Chen.
Ran out of the office in a hurry.
He left a message, "I'll go print the contract, I still have to get paid." After leaving the door, he didn't dare to look at anyone. He plunged into his office.
He didn't come out until lunchtime. Yi Chen smiled, probably because he was shy. I turned off the computer and walked out of the office. Originally he was just a new employee. Little transparent.
But because of the office live whisper incident,
everyone started to pay attention to Yi Chen.
As soon as he came out, several employees turned around to look at him. Yi Chen had no choice but to touch his nose awkwardly. Pretend to know nothing. Then he came to the door of Lu Yu's office.
Before I could even knock on the door, the office opened.
Lu Yu had already put on her coat and was obviously going out for lunch.
Yi Chen? Is there anything you need from me?
As for work, we'll talk about it when we get to work.
Now it's time to go eat. A person who eats. Yi Chen laughed for a while.
I have to say that Lu Yu is already a mother of a child. But she is lively and has a personality similar to that of a little girl.
I'm going to eat too, do you want to join me? Yi Chen said very proactively. You want to have dinner with me?
Lu Yu subconsciously looked towards Qin Xiaoxiao's office.
Isn't this guy chasing after President Qin? How? Lu Yu is not the only one who thinks so. Do all the employees around here who are paying attention to this think the same thing?
They all roared in anger in their hearts.
What the hell, after hitting on CEO Qin, he's also hitting on manager Lu. Scumbag.
Some girls actually started to worry about themselves.
I'm so beautiful, I'm not his target, am I? He's really handsome and talented. If he really likes me, should I?
Lu Yu also felt strange at this time. But it's not easy to refuse directly, as it would offend Yi Chen.
I could only smile awkwardly and nodded silently. The two walked out of the AD building together. What do you want to eat? Let me treat you.
You just graduated, so I'm taking care of a newcomer.
Lu Yu said politely. There was no intention of seducing Yi Chen.
She knew that she was an older woman and didn't want a talented and handsome boy like Yi Chen.
He will not be interested in himself. What's more, he is the boss's man. But Yi Chen didn't care at all. I looked around at the surrounding restaurants. She asked directly, Sister Lu, what does Xiaoxiao like to eat?
Lu Yu suddenly felt embarrassed. The other party had no intention of having dinner with her at all. He didn't even bother to reply to her.
She finally understood now.
It turns out that this talented man just treated himself as a tool. I dragged myself out here just to find out what Mr. Qin likes to eat. Although he secretly praised Yi Chen's loyalty in his heart. But as a woman, she still felt a sense of frustration.
A complete loss. There is no suspense. Am I really old?
Yi Chen looked at manager Lu, who was silent for a long time. She asked again, I think Sister Lu and Xiaoxiao have been working for quite a while, so they should know what she likes to eat.
But it seems Sister Lu doesn't know either. So Sister Lu, you go ahead and do your work. I'll take care of it myself.
After saying this, he left the place without any regrets.
Lu Yu. She just stood there dumbfounded.
I couldn't calm down the grievance in my heart for a long time.
How can you bully people like this? I didn't say I didn't know.
Will she starve to death if you deliver the food late?
So annoying. Lu Yu let out a low cry. Then I went to a Western restaurant alone. Ding.
Only wife and eyes, obtain a one-time strength boosting potion, usable for 1 hour.
Yi Chen was no longer surprised by this.
At this time, I was standing in front of a rice noodle shop,
holding a mobile phone in hand. Hello? Zhao Shi, is your information reliable? Does Xiao Xiao really like rice noodles?
On the other end of the phone, Zhao Shi immediately became unhappy.
Brother, I can cheat anyone but you. You stole my goddess and I didn't even get angry with you, okay?
Zhao Shi really likes Qin Xiaoxiao, and Yi Chen knows it too. He would be there wherever Qin Xiaoxiao was.
He is a loyal fan of the campus beauty of Qin University.
This is also the reason why Yi Chen called Zhao Shi.
Listen to him. It can't be wrong. Yi Chen hung up the phone.
Then he slowly walked into the rice noodle shop. This is a chain store and the environment inside is clean and hygienic. The decoration is also very good, suitable for young couples to dine together.
It should taste good.
You can tell by looking at the long queue in front of you.
If it doesn't taste good, why would anyone queue here in such hot weather?
Yi Chen's skin is already very fair, and with the system's enhanced physique, he is no longer afraid of the sun.
So we started to queue up in an orderly manner under the scorching sun. No matter how anxious you are, you must follow the rules.
People who cut in line are naturally the kind that everyone hates.
But Yi Chen's compliance with discipline does not mean that everyone will abide by it.
Soon, a strong man walked over from a distance. The burly man wore a bodybuilding vest, revealing his exaggerated muscles.
He sways from side to side when he walks.
It was as if this road belonged to him alone. His eyes were full of disdain, and he bared his teeth slightly, as if he was very great. It was like silently declaring to everyone, if you dare to mess with me, I'll give you a shoulder throw. I saw the strong man walking towards me sideways. He glanced at the long queue and snorted in disdain. Then he walked straight to the front position. After arriving at the rice noodle window, he started shouting in a rough voice.
Boy, give me 2 bowls of rice noodles first, I need them urgently.
His voice and body type also match well.
Rude and impolite.
It really lives up to that word.
Appearance is determined by the mind. The person at the front of the line was an old man. He was thin and had many wrinkles on his face. But his body didn't look hunched at all. His chest is straight and he looks very energetic.
The old man looked at the arrogant muscular man beside him. His eyes focused slightly.
An invisible aura emanated from the skinny old man.
The strong man thought he was just a skinny old man and would never dare to challenge him. Who would have thought that just one look from this old man would bring about an invisible pressure towards him?
Did I meet a martial artist? The strong man is not a brainless, reckless man, and he looks extraordinary. I didn't shout about anything foolishly.
But he would not do anything that would embarrass him, especially in front of so many people.
It won't end like this.
Not to mention he has such muscles.
Even people with a bit of temper will not just admit defeat and apologize.
But his tone slowed down a lot.
Old man, I do have something to do. Just consider it a good thing. I'll take 2 first.
The old man curled his lips and sneered.
In a hurry to go to the gym and eat protein powder?
The old man's words were very poisonous and directly hit the sore spot of fitness enthusiasts.
Of course, some of them are actually trained in the gym. It's not all about drinking protein powder.
There is still a big gap between the muscles gained through real training and the muscles gained through muscle building powder. Anyone who knows the business can see it.
Layman. Just watch the fun. It was obvious that the old man's eyes were equally vicious.
His snake-like eyes narrowed slightly. You can tell at a glance that the other person's tendon muscles are not real.
The burly man looked angry.
Obviously, his rationality not only did not improve, but made the other party even more arrogant.
Originally, the other party would have said no.
The strong man could just say something and leave, there was no question of face. But the other party started to attack with verbal attacks.
And it's a personal attack. If I leave, wouldn't that be publicly admitting that I'm a coward? Old man, I'm just discussing this with you, don't mess with me.
The sturdy man spoke in a low voice, obviously suppressing his anger.
Hey, this protein powder wants to fight with me, an old man, right? The old man was equally unwilling to be outdone. Protein powder again. You are the protein powder.
Your whole family is protein powder.
The strong man was provoked again and again by the old man and he really couldn't stand it anymore. I want to see how powerful an old man is.
The burly man clenched his fists, which were as big as sandbags.
Sudden.
He suddenly hit the shriveled old man's body. Although it is thanks to the protein powder, both the fat and the muscles are more muscular than those of an average skinny person. With this punch, the old man's frail body might have to go straight to the hospital.
The people queuing around looked at the old man with sympathy.
But at the same time, I felt that the old man's words were too rude.
Just choose to be a bystander. No one stepped forward to stop it.
They seemed to have already seen the scene of the old man being beaten and twitching on the ground. Just when the fist was about to hit the old man hard.
Old man, take action. Chapter 20, I saved an old man, and he turned out to be my wife's grandfather? Bang! After a loud bang, the old man, who looked frail and weak, suddenly made a move in a split second.
His movements were extremely graceful, totally unlike what one would expect at his age. The big man was shocked. As expected, I met a martial artist.
But there is no other way. I have already started, so I can only go ahead with it.
The old man suddenly turned sideways. He nimbly dodged the big man's fist and grabbed his fist with both hands.
Then another turn. Bang! That strong man, who looks extremely fierce. He was thrown to the ground like this. Military boxing. This old man is probably a retired veteran.
A shriveled old man easily knocked a man weighing nearly 200 pounds to the ground.
Wow! There was an uproar.
No one believed this seemingly frail old man.
It's simply outrageous. Is this rejuvenation? It doesn't have to be much.
I'll be this flexible for another 10 years. Several middle-aged men couldn't help but speak out. Look at the strong man who has fallen to the ground. With a worried look on his face, he uttered a muffled groan.
It's not as exaggerated as falling into a coma.
But he also had no ability to resist.
He regrets it now. You shouldn't even talk to this old man.
Even if he talks, you shouldn't pay attention to him. But what this old man said was really irritating. He always picked on people's privacy.
This was extremely embarrassing.
I was knocked out in 1 second by an old man.
If this gets out, I won't be able to face anyone.
What's infuriating is that some people around recorded short videos.
But now that things have come to this, he can only admit defeat.
Yi-Chen watched this scene silently at the back of the team. At the same time, I was amazed that the old man still had such skills at such an old age. At the same time, I also feel a bit of contempt for the strong man. Looking at the scumbag, he acts like he is so powerful. As a result, he was knocked to the ground without even touching the person.
This is too bad.
I couldn't help but feel eager to try it out, as this system has strengthened my physique so many times.
I don't know how good my skills are now.
The old man was standing there at this time, with a smug look on his face. But there is a saying that goes, too much joy leads to sorrow. The old man's complacency didn't last long. The smile on his face suddenly froze.
Well.
The old man groaned in pain. His face shifted into a look of pain.
Well. Ding.
The body was originally in great health.
Sudden. He fell straight to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded again. Is this a backlash?
I don't know which middle school boy said that. Yi-Chen also frowned slightly, a little confused.
The fight was over. Why did he fall to the ground by himself?
The strong man who was knocked to the ground saw the old man lying on the ground. My heart suddenly felt bitter.
After beating me, you still ran into porcelain? Is there any justice in the world?
He is now regretting it so much that his intestines are turning green.
How come I met such an old guy who is not only talkative but also skilled in martial arts? What a sin. No.
The owner of the gym next door is now making money as a personal trainer because he was hit by an old man.
You can't lose both the wife and the army. Run.
The strong man struggled to stand up. Aiming at the road not far away, he limped all the way. Yi-Chen saw that the old man's face looked strange, and it was obvious that he was not trying to scam people on purpose.
But no one around came forward to help.
Yi-Chen thought about it and decided to just go for it. The system had already given him nearly 200,000 yuan anyway.
Think of this. Yi-Chen ran up immediately. He lifted the old man up and shook him gently. Old man, are you okay? Old man.
The old man's face was pale and he could hardly lift his eyelids.
The situation is critical.
The old man's lips trembled slightly. Medicine.
Medicine?
Yi-Chen immediately began to search the old man's body. Finally, I found a white medicine bottle in my shirt pocket.
This bottle is not big. There are no signs either. Yi Chen immediately took out one. Quickly put it in the old man's mouth. The medicine quickly entered the old man's body.
This medicine works very quickly. After a while, the old man's face began to turn red. Finally, there was a hint of blood.
Call.
The old man let out a long breath. His eyes regained their brilliance again. Then he looked at the young man who saved him.
This guy is quite handsome.
He has the style of his youth.
He is also a good person.
The old man examined it for a long time. Then the first sentence he said almost made Yi Chen run away with the strong man.
Hey boy, do you have a girlfriend?
Yi Chen looked at the old man in confusion. My goodness, this old man doesn't touch money, he touches people.
Is this not old glass?
Thinking of this, Yi Chen quickly let go of the old man and stood aside. The old man smiled and then slowly stood up.
Are you okay, old man? Oh, it's nothing, it's just an old problem, a heart attack.
I'm fine normally, but when I get sick I just fall to the ground and try to scam people.
The old man spoke very cheerfully. People don't shy away from the word pinxi and use it as a joke.
His tone was full of optimism.
It's not like many people who become listless after getting sick. Be careful in everything you do.
He is a very open-minded old man. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the old man woke up and was not seriously injured.
At this time, the employee at the window called out, "Hey, last portion of rice noodles, who wants one?"
Upon hearing this, people around immediately swarmed over.
But the two people closest to the window were the old man and Yi Chen.
The two looked at each other and stood in front of the window in no particular order.
Very good understanding. Perfect synchronization.
If you don't know, you would think they are a grandfather and grandson.
I want.
They both said at the same time. The employee at the window was slightly stunned, then said, "You guys discuss it among yourselves, it's the last one anyway." For a moment, Yi Chen and the old man looked at each other and laughed.
Ha 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 ha.
Well, old man, look, I just saved your life, so give this rice noodles to me.
Yi Chen said with a smile. That won't do.
The old man twisted his neck and said unhappily, "You saved me, it has nothing to do with Miffin."
Miffin is innocent. Old man, don't think you can snatch a fight from me just because you're an old man who knows internet memes. I just saved your life. Is your life worth more than a bowl of rice noodles? I didn't ask you to save me.
Hey, I just thought you were a weird old man, your temper is so volatile.
Young people have no moral principles. I've been waiting in line for half an hour. Then I saved you. I don't need you to save me.
The old man and the young man started arguing at the window, talking back and forth. I don't know how long it took, but the people queuing behind me lost interest because of these two people. It doesn't matter which day you eat rice noodles, just come earlier tomorrow. They just scattered. I don't know how long the quarrel lasted. Both of them were tired of arguing and looked at each other breathlessly.
The employee at the window looked helpless. How could I meet two such stubborn people? Someone saved your life, why don't you just give it to him?
This young man is the same. If he doesn't give it to you, just forget it. But this is not something he, a rice noodle seller, would consider.
He asked the two of them, "Have you decided who to give it to?" I'm getting off work. Give me. Give it to him. Finally,
the old man gave in.
The old man said helplessly, "It's getting late. I have to go see my granddaughter.
I can't afford to waste time with you."
Yi Chen looked very proud after hearing this.
Then he said with a smile, "Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier?"
Thanks, old man.
After saying that, he paid the money quickly.
Then they happily walked towards the AD era.
The quarrel just now lasted too long, and Yi Chen had long wanted to go to the bathroom. But he was afraid that Qin Xiaoxiao's rice noodles would be snatched away, so he kept it in. Now that I have the rice noodles, I decided to go to the toilet first.
Everything is resolved. Then I took the elevator to the Sing Anywhere studio. Bite. The elevator has arrived. Yi Chen walked into the company with a smile on his face. My colleagues have already started working.
I have to say that these employees are very hardworking and start working after dinner.
Yi Chen happily came to the door of Qin Xiaoxiao's office. Bang, bang, bang.
I have already started imagining that the other person will ask in surprise, "How do you know that I like rice noodles?" There was a slight hesitation in the office before Qin Xiaoxiao's voice rang out, "Come in." Yi Chen pushed open the door with a smile.
Then I was stupid.
I saw an old man sitting on the sofa opposite Qin Xiaoxiao. The old man was looking at him with a smile on his face.
Why is he here?
And it was in Qin Xiaoxiao's office.
That's right. Yi Chen suddenly remembered. This company has a boss.
Lu Yu said that most bosses would not come, but that does not mean they would not come at all.
Could this old man be the boss of this company? If it's really the boss. Then myself. Argued with your boss for more than 10 minutes? And the kind without any rest? Old man, why are you here? Yi Chen didn't know what was going on, and asked the question in his mind in a fit of excitement. Old man?
Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Chen in surprise.
He actually called himself Grandpa Old Man? This is so rude. This is not Yi Chen's character at all. In my impression, Yi Chen is a great talent. And he has a good character. It's impossible to be so rude. Looking at Qin Xiaoxiao's expression, Yi Chen realized that what he said was wrong. It's because I was used to it when we had the fight just now.
At the beginning, Yi Chen still called him Grandpa, but later on, he started to let himself go as the argument got louder. I couldn't keep my mouth shut for a moment.
Old man, why are you here?
Yi Chen changed the topic and asked. Qin Xiaoxiao was even more confused.
Judging from Yi Chen's words, it seems that he knows Grandpa? How did he, with his age and experience, get to know someone like Grandpa? Ha, young man, we meet again. Didn't I tell you that I came to see my granddaughter?
The old man laughed heartily.
Granddaughter. Yi Chen's throat trembled with surprise. He looked at the old man in disbelief.
About 1.6 meters tall.
Such a skinny body. Eyes slightly protruding. Wrinkled face. Like this. An old man. It turns out. How can I have such a beautiful granddaughter? Yi Chen was completely confused and didn't know what to say for a moment.
He never imagined that this old man was actually his wife's grandfather.
Could this be a genetic mutation? Or transform the next generation? What? Doesn't it look like it?
The old man began to look at Yi Chen again meaningfully. A pair of eyes like radar. Even though Yi Chen didn't believe that he was his wife's grandfather, he had to believe it.
Hello, Grandpa.
Yi Chen immediately bowed to the old man, very obediently. Chapter 21, Gaining Grandpa's Approval and Showing the Cutest Height Difference.
Hello, Grandpa. Yi Chen shouted obediently. But I felt bitter in my heart. The first time I met my wife's parents, I actually had a fight with them. There is no one else like him. I hope the old man doesn't think I'm unreliable. Yi Chen was thinking about this in his mind.
Old Master Qin slowly stood up, then smiled and took Yi Chen's hand.
A face full of tenderness. Judging from his expression, he should be fine.
But the old man suddenly changed his tone.
One more quarrel. Are you scared now?
Where are my rice noodles?
Yi Chen was stunned. Is this old man still going to make trouble? Obviously still angry.
Yi Chen simply gritted his teeth and said, "Grandpa, I bought this rice noodle for Mr. Qin.
Even if you are Mr. Qin's grandfather, I can't give it to you." It seems that Yi Chen's tone is very tough.
But in my heart I was always hesitating.
It's over, it's over. This old man is definitely going to explode. And this time I can't talk back. I can only bear it.
Yi Chen was ready to face the storm.
Who would have thought that the old man suddenly laughed? Ha 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 ha. This boy is not bad.
He only has eyes for you, my precious granddaughter.
Qin Xiaoxiao now understood. There must have been some incident between them.
But when he heard the 5 words "you are all in my eyes," he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Looking at Yi Chen's surprised and confused expression, he felt panicked.
She said coquettishly, "Oh, Grandpa, what are you talking about? He is an employee of the company."
This was the first time Yi Chen saw her acting coquettishly. The blood in my whole body began to flow backwards.
I started to get goosebumps. This sound was too. Enjoy it. A beautiful school beauty acting coquettishly. Who can withstand this? At this time, Mr. Chin said with a smile, "Is he just an employee?"
The tone was full of teasing. Old Master Chin had eaten more salt than she had eaten rice, so he naturally noticed some clues. And in his heart he was still very satisfied with Yi Chen.
The scene was a little awkward for a moment. Qin Xiaoxiao could no longer stay still and asked Yi Chen, "Do you have anything else to do?" Yi Chen finally reacted. "Harmful. I am redundant. Grandpa and grandson need a separate space. I am somewhat of a hindrance." In the end, one person took it all.
Yi Chen put down the rice noodles in his hand with great insight. Then his eyes met the old man's cleverly.
Then I left the office. Once again, only the grandfather and grandson were left in the office. "Grandpa, do you know Yi Chen?"
Now that there were no outsiders around, Qin Xiaoxiao finally asked. Grandpa Qin smiled brightly as he told his granddaughter what had just happened in the rice noodle shop.
"Ah? Fight? Grandpa, you are so old, why are you still so impulsive? What if something happens?"
Qin Xiaoxiao looked at her grandfather with a worried look on her face. This grandpa is like an old naughty boy and often does some unreliable things. But when it comes to loving me, she is the one who loves me the most in the Qin family. He came to see me and bought his favorite rice noodles, waiting in line for a long time. The old man said, "Oh, thinking back to when I was carrying a gun on the battlefield, the foreigners were tall and strong, but I was never afraid.
How could I be afraid of protein powder?"
The old man still looked unconvinced, and he was indeed a naughty old man.
Qin Xiaoxiao also knew her grandfather's character.
He had won many military medals when he was young. The bloodiness in his bones cannot be changed. Even though I'm retired now, my temperament remains the same.
But Grandpa is over 80 years old after all.
No matter how strong he is, he can't fight with young people.
But the old man doesn't care about those things. His focus is still on Yi Chen.
The old man suddenly asked in a low voice, "That boy just now was not bad, I like him."
"What's the situation at home? How many children do you have?" "Grandpa. What are you talking about? Really, just an employee."
Qin Xiaoxiao still refused to admit it. "Don't lie to me, old man. It's normal for employees to buy meals for their bosses."
"What's abnormal is the direct look you gave me. It's the same look your grandmother gave me back then."
Having said this, the old man felt that he had said too much.
He coughed quickly and said, "Ahem. I'm getting off topic. You can't fool me anyway."
Qin Xiaoxiao knew that although her grandfather had a sharp tongue, he was very reliable. She told her grandfather about her mistakes when she was a child. Besides, Grandpa has seen a lot of the world, so it's a good opportunity to ask Yi Chen how he is doing.
So he chuckled and asked, "Grandpa, what do you think of Yi Chen?"
The old man immediately laughed. "I told you, it's not that simple between you two."
"Hey, Grandpa, please tell me,"
Qin Xiaoxiao asked with a blush.
The old man then slowly said, "It's actually pretty good."
First, the fact that he dared to save an old man like me shows that he has good character and courage. He's not afraid that I'm really that old man who scams people, huh? The old man seemed to be in a meeting, commenting on the first and second.
Secondly, let's talk about arguing with me again.
It seems like you're arguing with me, but in fact you're doing it to buy rice noodles for my precious granddaughter.
That's good, it shows you're a caring person.
Also, when I first met him, he was very responsive and flexible.
He's a good prospect.
The old man analyzed Yi Chen from all aspects. Finally he smiled with satisfaction. The old man knew that his granddaughter liked to eat rice noodles, so the store was very popular. So I went to queue up early, and ended up meeting Yi Chen, who was also buying rice noodles. What is funny is that the two of them argued over rice noodles for a long time. Finally, it fell into Qin Xiaoxiao's hands. Qin Xiaoxiao believed in her grandfather's words without a doubt. After all, her grandfather was an experienced person.
I felt relieved that my future husband was a good person.
After all, Grandpa has seen countless people, and any evil intentions or child's play in front of him.
Only. How did he know that I like rice noodles? And that restaurant is also one of my favorite restaurants. No doubt about it. Both the grandfather and grandson have their own thoughts.
But when Yi Chen returned to the office, he had no idea.
I'm searching for information on the computer right now. The computer shows Luxian Records, founded in 1990.
It is a pioneer in Chinese pop music, and its legal representative is Yuehua, which holds 30% of the shares. The rest is held by 10 shareholders, whose artists include Wang Yiba, Xiao Zhan.
Yi Chen was surprised when he looked at the information of Luxiang Records. Is this company so powerful? 70% belongs to 10 shareholders, and each shareholder only holds an average of 1.4 shares.
But the system gave me 20% of the shares.
What is the concept?
Legal representative, largest shareholder, and founder of the company.
Only hold 30%. 20% is enough for me alone. Doesn't that mean that I am the second largest shareholder of this listed record company? Yi Chenan suppressed the excitement in his heart. Start viewing information for all shareholders.
On the computer screen, after the founder Yuehua, there are 2 words.
Yi Chen, 20% of the shares. It's true. Is the reward given by the system so exaggerated this time?
Yi Chen made the decision immediately.
If you have time, go to the company and take a look. After all, it is an industry that he holds shares in. Yi Chen spent the rest of the afternoon arranging music. It's time to get off work. Yi Chen walked out of the office. For now, I can only go back to the dormitory. I don't have a place to live yet. Yi Chen just left the Gongyuan building. There was laughter all around. For all office workers, getting off work is a very relaxing moment.
But not far away, Yi Chen saw a familiar figure. It was his wife Qin Xiaoxiao. But there was a man standing next to her. He was standing in front of a luxury car.
He was wearing a suit and had a beard. Isn't this Wang Baiwan?
Look at Qin Xiaoxiao with a helpless expression on her face. Yi Chen knew that this guy was going to be a dogskin plaster. Prepare to launch a relentless offensive against your wife.
Yi Chen did not hesitate. Just walk forward. Boss Qin, now that the investment funds have arrived, it would be okay for us partners to go out for a meal, right? Sorry, I'm really busy today. I'll invite you to come with my staff another day. The employees are all my subordinates, so I can't always interfere with them, right? Wang Baiwan said seriously, how about this?
You go to dinner with me today, and I'll invest another 50 million.
How about that?
Wang Baiwan stood on the left side of Qin Xiaoxiao very experiencely.
Blocked Qin Xiaoxiao's retreat.
This position is very particular and is a psychological action that makes it difficult for people to get angry and reject the idea. It is also a potential action of exerting pressure. Just when Qin Xiaoxiao was at a loss and didn't know what to do, Yi Chen's voice sounded like a savior.
Wow! 5 million. Mr. Wang is truly wealthy. Wang Baiwan was slightly stunned, then looked up at Yi Chen. Yi Chen simply pulled Qin Xiaoxiao out of his pressure position.
Then he moved closer to me. Because the distance between them was very close, so close that his nose was right on Yi Chen's neck.
The height contrast is very obvious. It's like I'm a little kid.
This made Wang Baiwan feel very uncomfortable.
He had no intention of retreating.
This will make you appear to be losing in momentum.
But compared to him, my height of 165 centimeters, it's somewhat humiliating. For a moment, Wang Baiwan didn't know how to retreat.
It is not the same not to retreat.
I feel like I'm caught in a dilemma. But this is the cutest height difference. Qin Xiaoxiao, who was standing by, couldn't help but laugh. Puff. Ding. Make your wife laugh every day and you'll be rewarded with 1 attribute point. Host, Yi Chen. Constitution, 14 plus 1 normal. Spirit, 100 normal.
Skills, egg cooking skills, interview king, active skills, fishing king, passive skills, inspiration concurrency little garbage. Yi Chen also had a faint smile on his face. He liked to see Qin Xiaoxiao smile every time she smiled.
It felt like the world was lighting up. But in Wang Baiwan's eyes, Yi Chen's smile was complete ridicule. This guy did it on purpose. It's always your fault. Finally, Wang Baiwan couldn't stand such humiliation and took a step back.
He touched his nose with some disgust. He said with displeasure, "We are not discussing business today.
You are just an employee, what are you?"
Yi Chen still stopped at the same position and hugged Qin Xiaoxiao, who was in a daze. A pair of big hands naturally wrapped around Qin Xiaoxiao's slender waist. "You are wrong. In public I am Mr. Qin's employee, in private I am Qin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend."
Chapter 22, Getting Closer, Picking Up My Wife from Get Off Work.
Yi Chen felt Qin Xiaoxiao's soft waist and his heart was moved.
I can't help but think of a sentence. Give me this waist and I can play with it for a year. No. Lifetime. So, both publicly and privately, I'm in charge of this matter. Yi Chen still stood there without moving. The smile on Qin Xiaoxiao's face froze. She felt a pair of warm and strong hands on her waist, which had never been hugged by a man before. Qin Xiaoxiao's face turned red in an instant. Her whole body was tense, and she dared not move. But because she wore less in the summer, she could clearly feel the warmth of those big hands through the thin fabric. And he moved a few times intentionally or unintentionally. Qin Xiaoxiao felt like she was electrocuted and almost cried out in shameful voice. But because of the location, she suppressed her voice. Because she was forced to hold back her voice, she felt even hotter and her legs swayed from side to side, as if she was very uncomfortable. I couldn't help feeling embarrassed. When did I become so sensitive? Can you please hug my waist first? Please, Qin Xiaoxiao, stay calm. Because of this action, Qin Xiaoxiao completely ignored the fact that Yi Chen said she was his girlfriend. Wang Baiwan heard it all clearly. Qin Xiaoxiao, who seemed silent, was lying shyly in Yi Chen's arms. I actually half believed it in my heart. But he still couldn't fully believe it, as many novels and TV dramas portrayed it this way. Deliberately using this excuse to block yourself. Wang Baiwan knew that Qin Xiaoxiao's identity was not simple. She needed investment and did not want to rely on her family's connections. How could such a beautiful lady from a wealthy family and with stunning looks choose a poor employee as her boyfriend? He laughed and said, "Don't use such tricks to deceive me. Do you think I'm stupid and rich? Do you think I'll admit it?" After saying that, he looked at Qin Xiaoxiao in Yi Chen's arms. Qin Xiaoxiao finally came back to her senses. Although I know Yi Chen is trying to help me out, this method is too. Just talk, why did you get involved? And why didn't I have the courage to refuse him? What's wrong with me? Are you lacking love? Just as Qin Xiaoxiao was hesitating whether to speak, a familiar voice came. Ding! Triggering a random mission. Cooperate with the other party to complete this performance and receive 20 charm points as a reward. Qin Xiaoxiao was stunned. Completely stupid. This was the most rewards she had heard of since she got the system. 20 o'clock. They were just 1 or 2 points from QQ, but this time I'll give you 20 points directly. Just die. Anyway, I want to get rid of this dogskin plaster. Then muster up the courage. What he said is true, he is my boyfriend. The sound is neither high nor low. But it shocked both Yi Chen and Wang Baiwan. Qin Xiaoxiao actually snuggled into Yi Chen's arms, and then naturally hugged Yi Chen's arm. Looking at Wang Baiwan with a smile on his face. The powerful muscles on Yi Chen's arms made Qin Xiaoxiao tremble. Yi Chen looks so thin, how come he is so strong? She has a figure that all men envy. She looks thin when she's dressed, and has muscles when she's undressed. The slightly trembling little hand subconsciously pinched Yi Chen's arm. You can touch my waist, why can't I pinch your muscles? Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a lot more balanced and secretly delighted. Yi Chen? Damn it! She took advantage of me. I was actually molested by a girl? Thinking of this, Yi Chen moved Qin Xiaoxiao's waist again. After several sessions of strengthening his physique, Yi Chen has now returned to normal condition. But the normal system is not the same as that of ordinary people. It is more than enough to fight 2 or 3 people alone, but Yi Chen himself doesn't know it. Yi Chen was becoming increasingly confused about his wife. Sometimes very conservative, sometimes very proactive. The magic of love goes in circles? Can love change a person's character? Wang Baiwan stared at the intimate interaction between Qin Xiaoxiao and Yi Chen, and he saw all the little movements. Even the most cunning person couldn't hold it in any longer. This bitch really likes this pretty boy. Although very angry and jealous. But whether he is doing business or fighting with others, he will never confront the other party head-on. This would make him lose his status as a wealthy man. He suppressed his anger and said, "Then I won't bother you two anymore." After saying that, he turned around and got into the luxury car on the side of the road. But Yi Chen did not relax because of this. He could see the other party's anger. Wang Baiwan was a very scheming person. Such people are often more terrifying. As the saying goes, you don't have to worry about thieves stealing, you have to worry about thieves thinking about it. However, Yi Chen is currently unable to initiate an attack, and he doesn't know whether the other party will attack him. He will still attack Qin Xiaoxiao. If it was him who was attacked, Yi-Chen thought it was normal. A battle between men. Instead, they would respect him as a man. But what if you dare to touch Qin Xiaoxiao? Now I have no reason to be with Qin Xiaoxiao all the time. What if I'm not around? But Yi-Chen made up his mind that if he dared to touch Qin Xiaoxiao, I will never let him go. When Qin Xiaoxiao saw that Wang Baiwan had left, she immediately let go of his hand in panic. He looked as if he didn't dare to look at Yi-Chen. I also get system prompts in my mind. Ding! Complete the mission and gain 20 charm points. When your charm points reach 1000, you'll receive additional rewards. Keep up the good work. Qin Xiaoxiao was delighted but also confused. In fact, she doesn't understand her own system at all. It seems like there are never any active tasks, they are all triggered passively. I have no idea how to use the charm value. But some of the item rewards are still very practical. After sorting out these thoughts, Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi-Chen. I found that Yi-Chen was still in a daze, and his expression was very serious. Are you okay? Only then did Yi-Chen come back to his senses. I'm glad you're okay. Can I take you home from get off work next time? Take me home from get off work? Qin Xiaoxiao repeated it silently. This is too fast. Isn't it possible for boyfriends and girlfriends to pick up and drop off passengers? Ding! Triggering random. Qin Xiaoxiao helplessly replied to the system, I understand. Before the system finished speaking, Qin Xiaoxiao knew what this troublesome system was going to do. Sure, where you live. It's not too far, right? A golden light flashed in Yi-Chen's expectant eyes, and a smile immediately spread across his face. Not far, very close. I haven't even told you where I live, and you already know it's close? Qin Xiaoxiao was defeated by this cute boy. It seems that when I am with him, I become more cheerful. This kind of smile always comes from the heart. Yi-Chen smiled and said, I'm close to you wherever you live, because my heart is always close to you. Yi-Chen regretted saying this. Was it too early to say this? I am just familiar with the other party at the moment, and nothing is confirmed yet. When Yi-Chen looked at Qin Xiaoxiao who was still standing there, he knew that he was getting anxious. Moreover, the system did not produce any notification sound indicating that the other party was moved, and he sighed inwardly. You still can't be too hasty, you can only take it slowly as a friend. As long as you treat her well, that day will come. Yi-Chen was about to ride his Harley motorcycle. But Qin Xiaoxiao said, let's walk back. That car is very cool, but it's a bit too noisy. Walking more will help you lose weight. Yi-Chen immediately said in surprise, losing weight? You're in such a good figure and you're still losing weight? Then will you let other girls eat? Ha, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Qin Xiaoxiao felt very sweet in her heart, even though the girl knew she was not fat. I also like to hear boys say that you are not fat at all, but it can't be too exaggerated. It will appear a bit greasy. There has to be a limit, and this limit is really hard to define. The two walked side by side onto the street, and Yi-Chen did not ride the Harley. It had been a long time since Yi-Chen had taken such a leisurely stroll on the street. When I was in school, I was either attending classes or writing songs. I rarely had time to relax like this. What's more, the person taking a walk is his future wife. Today really brought the two of us closer together, from strangers to familiar friends. Qin Xiaoxiao, who has a very friendly personality, started to talk more. He took the initiative to ask, do you usually exercise? Yi-Chen knew the other party was talking about his physique, so he said truthfully, not very fit. Maybe boys need to exercise more. Indeed, I also want to exercise, but I don't have much time. Qin Xiaoxiao sighed softly, then smiled. She likes a slow-paced life, but her family does not allow her to enjoy every day slowly. At this time, most people will definitely say, let us work out. But Yi-Chen wouldn't do that. He is a boy with a strong possessiveness, like those personal trainers in the gym. Those coaches who touch people inappropriately will definitely not let go of a top-notch girl like Qin Xiaoxiao. We don't know whether they are truly professional or just taking advantage of the situation. But no matter which one it is, Yi-Chen will not allow his girlfriend to go to that kind of place. But directly offering to go to her home to help her exercise will make her feel that you have ulterior motives. Think of this. Yi-Chen said, actually, after work, we should combine work and rest. Even if you managers aren't tired, the employees below will be. Why not have a team building picnic or something? It can motivate employee loyalty and relieve employee fatigue.
You should be very familiar with the boss, so you can mention this suggestion.
Chapter 23. My wife is so playful, a dark-faced man rushed out.
Qin Xiaoxiao felt amused. This silly boy still thinks there are other bosses.
Although the relationship between the two has become much closer today.
But Qin Xiaoxiao had no intention of telling Yi Chen. The assessment is still going on, and she must make Yi Chen confess his feelings to her.
If he doesn't, she will keep it to herself no matter what. Maybe this is the obsession of girls.
Qin Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and said, "Well, that's a good suggestion.
Isn't tomorrow the weekend? Let's all go on a picnic."
As she spoke, Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes also showed excitement. Because of family troubles, she has not participated in any picnics or parties since she started school. This was her first picnic experience, and she was somewhat looking forward to it.
Yi Chen also smiled happily. Happy times are always short.
At this time, the two had arrived at the villa area in the Berlin district.
Just send it here, no need to send it again.
Qin Xiaoxiao stood there, looking as if she had remembered something.
Yi Chen looked at the villa area not far away. Slightly stunned.
I heard from Zhao Shi that the campus beauty of Qin University comes from a wealthy family.
I didn't expect it to be this good. He actually lives in a villa. But why does she look so ordinary in her clothes?
And there is no car pickup.
He became more and more curious about Qin Xiaoxiao. But Yi Chen still nodded and said, "Then I will send you here. Will I pick you up here tomorrow as well?"
Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly smiled cunningly.
"You don't have to answer it. Don't you need to answer it yourself? Didn't you promise to let me pick him up?" Yi Chen looked confused.
Just when Yi Chen thought the other party had changed his mind, Qin Xiaoxiao said playfully, "Didn't we agree to go on a team-building trip outdoors?" Yi Chen slapped his head and said, "Oh, yes, my memory is.
Bye."
After saying that, Qin Xiaoxiao turned around and left lightly.
Bye-bye.
Yi Chen looked at the beautiful figure disappearing into the night with reluctance.
Hey! Don't you have to discuss this with the boss? Did the boss agree so quickly? Yi Chen shouted towards the place in front that disappeared. Just then. Sudden. A dangerous aura came from behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen quickly noticed this aura. His physique has surpassed that of a normal adult. Just turn around quickly. Crash. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly went dark. He felt as if he were in a sack.
Suddenly, countless thoughts flooded into my mind.
Kidnapped? Or did Wang Baiwan take action?
He was about to struggle with his hands, but suddenly his eyes lit up.
What caught my eye was a man in a black suit. The man was wearing sunglasses late at night, and I don't know if he could see the road.
Yi Chen subconsciously thought that this man was the criminal.
He just wanted to do something bad to me. Use physical fitness beyond that of ordinary people. He punched him.
He just has a better physique than ordinary people, but he doesn't have any skills or techniques. But even so, as long as you are not a martial artist, it is still easy to fight 1 against 3.
Just when Yi Chen's fist was about to hit the other person's face,
the man in front of him had no intention of taking action.
He acted quite disdainful and didn't even try to hide. So crazy? Good. I'll make you crazy. Yi Chen secretly increased his strength.
I hit it with all my strength.
Bang! After a low muffled sound, Yi Chen's fist hit the opponent's. Sunglasses on.
The huge force knocked the opponent to the ground.
The whole process takes only 1 second.
Yi Chen was also surprised.
When did he become so powerful? Isn't it just a normal physique?
The man in black was sitting on the ground, one side of his sunglasses was smashed to pieces. On one side were the black sunglasses that were still intact. Only a glasses frame remained on the other side. A scar on the black-faced man's eye was revealed.
The scar was very obvious and looked very hideous under the cover of night. And the eye under the scar showed a look of shock. How is that possible? A boy who looks so fragile. Could the force of a punch be so terrifying? It can be said that it is very fierce. Very domineering. Although there was no skill involved, he was also deliberately knocked down. But this power alone is not something that ordinary people can achieve.
Although if he used his fighting skills and experience, he would definitely be able to deal with such a powerful pervert.
But who can be sure that the other party will not use any skills? But he was completely overthinking it. Yi Chen really didn't know any attack skills. He only has brute force. At this time, Yi Chen was shocked. It just hurts. A piercing pain on the back of his hand made him jump. Oh my god, I was careless and shouldn't have put on sunglasses. Why is it bleeding again? The physics teacher was right. Forces act on each other. Ouch, it hurts so much. The dark-faced man, who had just felt fear, stood there in a daze. Looking at the other person howling with his teeth bared, I suddenly felt that I was overthinking. Maybe it's just innate supernatural powers. There are many people like this, and the only thing they don't use is. His size and strength are seriously mismatched. Yi Chen was not an expert to begin with. And there is a serious lack of experience. A master would not attack in such a way that would hurt the enemy 100 times and hurt himself 1,000 times. Places where there are hard objects such as belts and glasses. If you hit him, you will get hurt too. The man in black on the ground was knocked to the ground. But thanks to his extraordinary physical fitness, he stood up without much effort. Yi Chen's back of his hand has now recovered, and he saw the other party stand up so easily. He also became alert, thinking that the opponent was very strong and he could beat him. Because of his arrogance, he used his body to take the punch. Although the opponent was knocked to the ground, no substantial harm was caused to him. He's alert, quick to react, and strong, but he didn't choose the right position. The other party said it lightly. It's just that the one-eyed glasses make him look funny. Yi Chen. Isn't he here to kidnap me? Why is there a review? If you are so awesome, why don't you go to the Voice of China and ride the revolving chair? The dark-faced man said, I've been entrusted by the patriarch to protect your safety in the near future. You can just call me Hu Zi. After saying that, he bent his head slightly. To show respect. Patriarch? What patriarch? Director Lon Tai? Yi Chen asked in confusion. The dark-faced man looked puzzled. But he still said politely, the identity of the head of the family is special and cannot be disclosed. I hope you understand. The man in black said. See if the other person speaks politely and with a sincere attitude. Yi Chen stopped attacking. Seeing the other person like this, it doesn't seem like he is lying to me. With his strength, there is no need to use such tricks to subdue him. But since he is here to protect himself, why do you need a sack to hold yourself? Why did you put a sack on me just now? How old are you? Why are you still playing hide and seek? The dark-faced man. He endured the other party's trash talk. If it were his own subordinates, they would have kicked him out long ago. But the patriarch's order was like an imperial decree to him. He dared not disobey. I could only patiently say, originally, the head of the family asked me to quietly protect the gentleman's safety, but someone just attacked from behind, so I had no choice but to show up. Attack from behind? It seems that someone just made a sneak attack on me and wanted to harm me, but this guy ran out. Who could it be? Wang Baiwan? He was the one I had offended just half an hour ago. It can't be that fast, right? Could it be? Yi Chen suddenly remembered the members of the Poison Fong organization who had been at the door of the pharmacy. Could it be that group of people? That's right. Where is the detector provided by the system? Do you want to turn on the detector? Yes. Soon, Yi Chen's vision turned into a god's perspective again. He first looked at Hu Zi in black beside him. Target 1, Lu Hu, retired Special Forces soldier, nickname, Tiger, full star combat skill, average intelligence, danger level to the host, 0. Seeing this, Yi Chen let down his guard. The danger level is 0. It seems this guy is not lying. I really don't have much hostility towards myself. Yi Chen calmly began to look around. Green business. Finally, I saw a red figure in a place. Red is heat. Where is there anyone? It must be the guy who missed. He hasn't left yet. It's located in a pavilion in a small park next to it. See the image showing the action. He should still be observing secretly. While probing, Yi Chen slowly said to the dark-faced man, then do you have to listen to me? Hu Zi hesitated for a moment, then said, if it doesn't violate the principles, yes. In the pavilion in the park to the northwest, that guy hasn't left yet. Yi Chen's meaning was very clear. Hu Zi immediately understood what Yi Chen meant.
He strode directly towards the park. The speed is so fast that only a red afterimage can be seen. It was precisely this speed that instantly rescued Yi Chen, who had just been trapped. Yi Chen stared at that position intently.
The guy didn't make any move to run away. Apparently he didn't realize he had been exposed.
With Hu Zi's tall and strong figure, long legs, and abnormal speed, there was no doubt in catching him.
Yi Chen simply turned off the detector.
Then he leaned against the streetlight and waited quietly.
Not even 2 minutes left.
In the darkness, a tall and strong man named Hu Zi, wearing half a pair of sunglasses, slowly walked out. He was holding a person in his hand. This man was in Hu Zi's hands and was suffering a lot.
He had multiple injuries on his body.
Hu Zi threw him to the ground very professionally, and then used his knee to press against the opponent's soft spot.
Tell me. Who sent you? Go bin.
While Hu Zi was asking questions, Yi Chen could clearly hear the sound of the other party's bones.
My heart twitched.
Fortunately, the other party was protecting himself. Otherwise, if it was Hu Zi who kidnapped me, I would be in great danger. After the other party howled like ghosts and wolves.
Under the interrogation of Hu Zi's professional bone setting. Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore. I tell you. It's Brother Nan from Tong Luo Street. Please let me go. Brother Nan from Tong Luo Street?
Yi Chen was slightly stunned. From the name, you can tell that he is the leader of those gangsters.
It seems that I have only offended Wang Baiwan. I have never dealt with these people before. Why bother yourself? Yi Chen looked at Hu Zi and asked, do you know this Brother Nan? Chapter 24, Going Out to Sea. The photo was disrupted by Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Yi Chen asked Hu Zi.
He didn't think too much about it, just nodded calmly and said, just some low-class scoundrels. The disdain in his tone was obvious. Hu Zi is a very confident, even somewhat conceited person, which can be seen from the fact that he took Yi Chen's punch head-on.
Yi Chen couldn't help but feel confused again. It seems that he is really from that area. Why are these bastards staring at me? Why did you tie me up? Yi Chen asked the guy on the ground. The guy said with a sad face, brother, I really don't know about this. It seems like Brother Nan was also entrusted by someone, and he doesn't even know why. Good job. He himself doesn't know? But Yi Chen thought about it and realized that it was true.
Many people would not tell them too much details when they asked them to do things. As long as you pay money, these bastards will do the job. Yi Chen leaned on the road without saying a word.
Hu Zi used threats and inducements for a while. No more useful information was obtained.
Finally, at Yi Chen's signal, they released the half-dead guy.
The guy immediately ran away, rolling and crawling. How did you know he hadn't left yet, sir? Hu Zi looked at Yi Chen with curiosity. Yi Chen did not answer.
He would not tell others his secrets casually. Moreover, Hu Zi's identity does not pose any substantial threat to him. The person behind him, what is his purpose, and why was he sent to protect him?
I don't know any of this.
So Yi Chen didn't plan to say much to him. Finally, he disappeared into the night, seemingly lost in thought. Hu Zi stood there, looking at Yi Chen's back, and said to himself, the head of the family was wrong.
This kid is not that simple.
He is still very confident about this feeling. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
After Yi Chen left the villa area. All the way back to school. Because it is graduation season, many graduates have not yet left school. So Yi Chen can still stay in school for a while.
But it is not a long-term solution after all, so we still have to think of other ways.
The most urgent thing right now is to find a place to stay. Yi Chen said to the system, next time, can you give me rewards based on what I need? System. Well, just ignore it. Yi Chen was the only one in the dormitory.
I went to bed, wondering who was trying to attack me and who was protecting me.
Finally, I slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning. Yi Chen got up early and tidied up his still handsome appearance. Then he went out happily.
Today I am going to have a picnic with other colleagues from the company in Qin Xiaoxiao. Of course, the main reason why Yi Chen was in a good mood was Qin Xiaoxiao.
As for colleagues. By the way,
I received a message from Qin Xiaoxiao at 6 o'clock in the morning. Girls have to get up earlier, after all, they need to dress up a little.
Not as fast as boys. We agreed to meet at Huan Wharf in Jianhai City. Because Yi Chen's Harley is in the company.
He could only take a taxi to Huan Pier. Yi Chen thought he had arrived very early. But I only discovered it after I arrived at the Huan Pier.
I was the last one to arrive.
This is also because I am in the northernmost part of Jianhai City, and the River Ben Pier is at the southernmost part.
We were delayed for a long time on the road.
Yi Chen walked over slowly, neither hurried nor slow. In fact, he was observing Qin Xiaoxiao. There were only a few people coming this time, only 6 or 7 in total. Qin Xiaoxiao was wearing a pink sweatshirt with a Totoro pattern on it today, and her hair was tied up. The lower body is a pair of hot pants, revealing a pair of long and beautiful legs.
Looks youthful and attractive. It's exactly the legendary Pure Desire ceiling.
I guess she dressed up specially today. Girls would dress up carefully only when going out with the boy they liked, which made Yi Chen excited. In addition to Qin Xiaoxiao, General Manager Lu Yu is naturally indispensable. Lu Yu was dressed in a sporty style today, wearing a pure white sportswear. It is obvious that this person really came here to exercise, and her sexy figure is still exposed under her sportswear.
In addition to the 2 beautiful executives, there are 3 familiar female colleagues.
They all have good looks, which once made Yi Chen suspect that Qin Xiaoxiao, the human resources manager, was a person who only cared about appearance.
Finally, there are 2 boys.
These 2 also look very clean.
One of them wears glasses and his name is Zhang Wei.
He looks very knowledgeable and is a talented person.
The other one seemed to be from the advertising planning department and seemed to be a veteran employee of the company.
They are all people who are expected to be promoted. This team building was organized by the boss, although it was a spur-of-the-moment idea.
But they also need to actively participate.
As the initiator of this event, Qin Xiaoxiao had already booked a yacht in advance. In fact, she was very excited all night after returning home last night.
Someone was sent directly to contact a series of matters.
This yacht is not a very large luxury yacht, and Qin Xiaoxiao has always been low-key. It's just an ordinary tourist yacht, but even so, chartering such a yacht is a considerable expense. Although it is not very big, it is enough for 7 or 8 people to play. Yi Chen saw that Qin Xiaoxiao was carrying a large backpack and immediately took it.
Anyway, everyone heard what we whispered in the office. There's nothing to avoid. This made everyone sigh. Yi Chen was confused. What's there to be sad about?
But Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses and said, he must be a great talent. Just now we wanted to help carry the backpack, but Mr. Qin refused to let us. Another boy said, exactly. As soon as Yi Chen arrived, he gave it to him directly. Even Lu Yu said sourly, hey, no one is willing to hold my backpack for me, the general manager. The pain of being single, I don't even know why I'm here. There was a sour taste in his tone, and he turned into a lemon. Zhang Wei immediately ran over with great keen eyesight. This is a good opportunity to curry favor with the leader, and a shrewd person like him will naturally not let it go. Qin Xiaoxiao gave Lu Yu a reproachful look.
If there is no one else, I will hit her.
The group boarded the yacht with the 2 embarrassed parties with a smile on their faces.
Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
A typical case of yin being stronger than yang. Including Qin Xiaoxiao, there are 5 girls in total.
There are only 3 boys, including Yi Chen.
Boys naturally have to do more physical work. The 3 boys were responsible for carrying the things and preparing for going out to sea. Qin Xiaoxiao was indeed very relaxed today, not as reserved as usual.
She looks more lively and cute than someone of her age.
In the abundant sunshine, it looks like a pure and flawless angel. Coupled with her sweet smile,
everyone felt like they were about to be melted by this angel.
Woo! The yacht started to move slowly. There were slight ripples on the sea surface. The bright sunshine, coupled with the surrounding scenery, gives people a very comfortable feeling. The yacht is fully equipped with a kitchen, bathroom, and living room. There's even a bedroom for relaxation.
It's like a movable house on the sea. Girls are born with a special liking for taking photos.
Several girls have started taking selfies and chattering. Lu Yu also had a girlish mentality and kept taking pictures with Qin Xiaoxiao. Although Qin Xiaoxiao was taking pictures, her eyes would occasionally drift towards Yi Chen, who was sitting on the deck basking in the sun. Yi Chen just sat on the deck and looked at Qin Xiaoxiao with a smile.
A subtle relationship seemed to have been established between the 2.
This relationship is very strange. It seems that just secretly looking at each other at this moment is a beautiful thing.
Lu Yu also noticed that Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes were always on Yi Chen. So he looked like he understood everything and stopped taking pictures. Then he shouted to Yi Chen on the deck, "What are you doing sitting here, great talent? Come and take a picture with us." This is what Qin Xiaoxiao was thinking. It's just that she is conservative and won't be so proactive. Hearing Lu Yu say this, a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Yi Chen did not hesitate. He stood up with a smile and said, "It is my honor to take a photo with the two goddess executives of the company." Then he ran over shamelessly. In the camera, Qin Xiaoxiao's smile became even wider. Lu Yu also had a smile on her face, and Yi Chen made a face behind them. "Behind me is the blue sea." Crack! Recorded this beautiful scene. At this time, Qin Xiaoxiao's system voice sounded. "Take a photo with the other person and you will be awarded 1 charm point." Taking photos alone? Would it be a bit? If it was just about letting herself take the initiative, she could bite the bullet. I have had a lot of experience before. But the situation is different now. After all, Lu Yu is here. It's somewhat inappropriate to let them leave like this. Qin Xiaoxiao was conflicted. His eyes began to look at Yi Chen intentionally or unintentionally. Ever since Yi Chen got the system, he seemed to have become more enlightened. He actually hit the other person's point right away. Yi Chen thought for a moment, then said to Lu Yu, who was between the two of them, "Sister Lu, go open a bottle of champagne and celebrate." "Okay. Wait for me." Lu Yu didn't think so much about it, nor did she expect that she originally came to match the two of them, but ended up being rejected by both of them. I went to open the champagne happily. Lu Jia just left. Yi Chen immediately said to Qin Xiaoxiao, "That's good. This guy. So bad." But the two were just about to take a photo. Another ignorant young man rushed over. "Great talent, I'm your fanboy. That folk rap song is so awesome. My name is Zhang Wei. Can you take a picture with me?" Yi Chen and Qin Xiaoxiao were both speechless and looked embarrassed. The boy who came with him was obviously much more discerning than him. "Why don't you ask him to take the photo sometime? Can you be a little discerning?" The boy started to make faces and give hints. Zhang Wei finally reacted and cursed himself for having so much fun that he forgot about it. The purpose of coming here is to curry favor with someone. I'll find you later to take a picture. I have something to do right now, hee hee. Just as he finished speaking, the perceptive man suddenly said, "Yi Kaizi, come over here and show me if the melody of my latest song is correct. I always feel it's weird. Now is the real business. There's no time to take pictures." After saying this, he looked impressed by his own IQ. Yi Chen. He touched his nose and said helplessly, "Boss Qin, where did you recruit these two talented people?" Puff. Qin Xiaoxiao was amused again and was shaking with laughter. He actually hit Yi Chen's shoulder lightly. The force was very gentle, like a massage, soft and fluffy. Why does it feel so good to be beaten? Yi Chen felt a little bit mean. In the end, Yi Chen could only smile helplessly. Then an idea struck him. Look! A flying saucer. Chapter 25, The King of Dogskin plasters millions. The fishing master skills are useful. UFO? The two of them looked towards the horizon at the same time. Yi Chen seized the opportunity and hugged Qin Xiaoxiao. As the saying goes, the first time is strange, the second time is familiar. The two of them leaned back toward the boat. Qin Xiaoxiao was frightened out of her wits. Yi Chen also pretended to be frightened like the other person. Crack. In the photo, both of them looked panicked. It looks like a funny photo of a couple out for fun. Then he helped Qin Xiaoxiao up again. Qin Xiaoxiao hasn't come to her senses yet. She has always been well behaved. I have never done any dangerous actions since I was a child, so the scene just now was really exciting and scary. He couldn't help but punch Yi Chen again with his little fist. Ding! Complete the task and gain a charm point. Done. This scene between the two of them happened to be seen by the two Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick who turned back because they didn't see the UFO. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. It was a bit awkward for a moment. Jump. A bottle of champagne is opened. It sprayed out a beautiful arc. It also broke the awkward atmosphere here. Happy holidays. Lu Jia shouted at the cabin door, holding a glass of champagne. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed.
Then everyone held a champagne glass and clinked glasses together. Cheers! Qin Xiaoxiao was about to drink champagne when she burst out laughing at the cheers. Because she remembered the scene where Yi Chen drank red wine at the banquet. After drinking it, he looked at others with a puzzled look on his face. Yi Chen also knew what Qin Xiaoxiao was laughing at, and the two looked at each other.
Everyone laughed. The yacht was also filled with laughter and joy. But the good times didn't last long.
Someone still broke the harmony here.
Da-da-day.
A burst of mechanical sounds was heard. Everyone looked at the thing that disturbed the peace here.
I saw a speedboat catching up quickly. The speedboat was much faster than the yacht and quickly overtook it. Keep pace with the yacht. And on the speedboat stood a figure that everyone hated. Wang Baiwan? This guy is really haunting.
Yi Chen put down the cup in his hand helplessly.
He never expected the teamwork within the company.
This guy might even get the news and chase after me. I have to say, this guy still has some energy. It was a temporary decision made by Qin Xiaoxiao and I.
The other party can find it
and chase after him immediately.
People who don't have much energy can't do this. Boss Qin. What a coincidence.
I saw the weather was nice today and was planning to go fishing, and I happened to meet you.
This is fate. Wang Baiwan shouted towards the yacht in his rough voice.
Qin Xiaoxiao looked displeased. She is not a naive girl, but a very smart girl. Obviously, she also guessed how the other party had followed her. I don't believe what the other party said about the chance encounter.
Shanghai City is the second largest coastal city in China. Not that small.
But she couldn't just turn against him. After all, we took the other party's investment. When you don't know what attitude to use when talking to the other person.
Yi Chen's smiling voice sounded. That's quite a coincidence.
There are more than 10 docks in the entire Jianghai area, but this is the one they chose.
And at this time, and they were chasing them on a speedboat. What a coincidence.
After hearing this, several colleagues around also reacted.
Yes. How could it be such a coincidence?
Even if you eat 100 Xiaolizi, you won't be this lucky.
It's obvious that this bearded guy followed me on purpose.
Qin Xiaoxiao's company is full of young people, and they don't have much foresight. I came out here to have fun, relax, and please my boss.
Now that I'm being disturbed, I feel a little unhappy.
All of them looked at each other with displeasure. As Zhang Wei is the sleeping dragon, he is naturally not unknown.
What's the difference between your behavior and those perverts following you? Young Phoenix, look at his lecherous look.
Although the rest of the people had different thoughts, they were undoubtedly not very welcoming to this outsider.
But Wang Baiwan looked indifferent. He was being shameless to the extreme, that's why I said it was fate.
But unfortunately, all the yachts were rented out, so I had to use a speedboat, but it was too noisy, so I couldn't fish.
Yi Chen smiled faintly and just watched the other person talking nonsense. Boss Qin, meeting is fate. Why don't you let me get on your yacht and let me go fishing? Shameless. Zhang Wei cursed in a low voice.
Qin Xiaoxiao heard the other party's request and wanted to get on her own yacht.
His expression finally fell. Sorry, Mr. Wang, this is our company's private team, we can't accommodate them. Qin Xiaoxiao didn't care about his investment at all.
The other party has given money before, so it's not easy to turn against him directly.
Since the other party is such a rogue.
Even if the other party wants to withdraw their investment, she doesn't care. What Wang Baiwan did was really annoying. Even the usually gentle Qin Xiaoxiao refused very clearly this time.
But the other party doesn't care.
Said something to the man driving his speedboat. Then I saw the speedboat suddenly accelerate.
Directly beyond the position of the yacht. Finally, there is a rotation. Directly blocking the direction of the yacht. Everyone was shocked. Is this guy trying to kill himself?
A collision between a yacht and a speedboat is undoubtedly a death wish.
Buzz.
With a buzzing sound.
The yacht stopped. The yacht's driver came out with an angry look on his face. What are you doing? Whoever drives the speedboat will be held responsible if something goes wrong. The driver was visibly agitated.
But as he finished cursing, he discovered that the driver on the other side was not from his company.
I was slightly stunned. Wang Baiwan's face changed.
She glanced down at the name on his work clothes, then said calmly, "You don't have to go to work tomorrow." The driver was slightly stunned, obviously frightened, but still prepared to say something unconvinced.
But Yi Chen stopped him.
If he continued talking, he might really lose his job.
Wang Baiwan's strength should not be underestimated.
The driver was no fool, and immediately whispered, "Handsome guy, I'm giving you face, otherwise I." He is very powerful in words and very honest in body. He had returned to his cockpit.
Yi Chen smiled speechlessly. Just looked at Wang Baiwan silently. Wang Baiwan looked very proud, like a victorious rooster.
The speedboat came to the edge of the yacht. The man driving the speedboat used a tool to hook the yacht.
After everything is ready, Wang Baiwan climbed up with his clumsy body. It really takes shamelessness to the extreme. Everyone on the yacht looked at Wang Baiwan angrily.
After great effort, he finally climbed up. As soon as he got up, he immediately straightened his clothes. He said with a smile, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chin, I just learned how to drive a speedboat and I'm not very experienced. I don't know how I ended up in the front."
Now that we've stopped, do you mind if I stay on your yacht for a while?
Only a fool would believe such nonsense.
Can you overtake on a curve if you are not skilled? Qin Xiaoxiao said coldly, "Will it be useful for me to say I mind now?"
Qin Xiaoxiao suppressed the disgust in her heart.
Then he didn't want to look at Wang Baiwan's hypocritical face at all. This person is so shameless.
I have made it so clear, but you still insist on coming up. Now she somewhat regrets it.
You shouldn't accept investment. But he also didn't want to rely on his family's connections and wanted to build his own entertainment company. Finding investment is naturally an essential part.
Seeing Qin Xiaoxiao's attitude,
Wang Baiwan was not embarrassed either. He said to Yi Chen with a smile, "Brother Yi, we meet again. It seems like it's hard not to see it." Yi Chen said with a smile, "Don't blame me.
I only have one hobby, which is fishing. I ran into an acquaintance when I went out to sea, and there was nothing I could do." Wang Baiwan said this as he sat on a chair, not considering himself an outsider at all. His younger brother beside him immediately nodded and bowed and handed over the fishing rod.
"Dio!
Just throw the fishing rod in your hand." It seemed like he had rented the yacht.
Everyone else on board became a guest instead.
Then he took out an iron box with foreign words written on it from his arms in a very stylish manner. He slowly took out a cigar from it. Then he very meticulously cuts off the tail of the cigar with scissors. The younger brother next to him immediately handed over the fire. The cigar lit immediately.
Wang Baiwan exhaled a puff of thick smoke with satisfaction. A man of Brother Ye's stature should know how to fish, right? The meaning of this statement is obviously deliberately provocative.
For people of higher status, the common entertainment activities are fishing and golf.
These two sports are not too tiring and are convenient for doing business.
He said this obviously to let Yi Chen know who he was. That's why I said that on purpose.
But what he didn't expect was, this is completely a hit on the back of Yi Chen's hand, isn't it?
I previously obtained the fishing master's skill from the system.
I thought it was useless and tasteless. But isn't this useful now? Chapter 26. The wife is jealous, but the fish is hooked.
Yi Chen smiled faintly and signaled Qin Xiaoxiao not to get excited with his eyes. Then he turned to Wang Baiwan and said, "I can't say yes. It should be called, what's it called, fishing master?"
"Yes, fishing master." "Ha ha ha, fishing master?" Wang Baiwan laughed.
He had thought that this guy had already investigated it himself. Just a graduate with some talent. "I just graduated this year, have no background, and am not a native of Shanghai." He has no experience in fishing. So they deliberately humiliate each other.
I thought the other person would smile awkwardly. As a result, this guy actually said that he was a fishing master? What a big tone.
He completely felt that Yi Chen was bragging and said so on purpose because Qin Xiaoxiao was there.
Oh. What a coincidence. I just love fighting with masters. Are you interested in competing with me? Wang Baiwan deliberately pretended to have met a soulmate. Okay.
Yi Chen also had the same expression, as if he regretted not meeting each other earlier.
Readily. Wang Baiwan was secretly delighted.
But Yi Chen suddenly changed the subject. "But I am a master after all, not just anybody can compete with me."
Wang Baiwan was slightly stunned, then said, "What do you mean? Don't dare?"
No, what I mean is, at least there should be some kind of prize, right?
Yi Chen said without any expression. Obviously, the cats and dogs he mentioned were referring to Wang Baiwan.
But Wang Baiwan is too shrewd to get angry directly.
Moreover, Wang Baiwan is very confident in his fishing skills.
Since this kid is looking for death, I will help him.
Wang Baiwan asked with great interest, how do you play it? Tell me. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, gambling is not good, right? We should reject pornography, gambling, and drugs, so why not just have some fun? Tell me. Wang Baiwan also looked at Yi Chen with a smile on his face. People who don't know would probably think that the relationship between the two is really good. How about this? The seaside reminds me of the Titanic. How about whoever loses jumps into the sea? Yi Chen looked at Wang Baiwan and said directly. Wang Baiwan narrowed his eyes slightly. You asked for it. Don't blame me. I think he was able to get an investment of 500 million yuan with his superb fishing skills. You're just a little kid. You want me to lose face? I want to see how good your fishing skills are as a graduate. Good. Interesting. Wang Baiwan readily agreed.
But Qin Xiaoxiao, who was standing aside, was obviously a little unsteady.
She whispered to Yi Chen, who was closest to her, what are you doing?
I heard that when he was young, he won a 500 million yuan investment project by fishing. Yi Chen disagreed, and instead said in a low voice with a relaxed look, that was when he was young.
Now he is old and not as good as he used to be. Oh, what's wrong? Stop it, we're out here to have fun. If you lose, why would you jump into the sea?
Qin Xiaoxiao obviously didn't believe Yi Chen could win. In her impression, Yi Chen was very careful and considerate. But fishing is not just talk.
It requires skill and patience.
Similarly, several employees around him looked at Yi Chen with concern. Yi Chen himself didn't care, he really believed in the system.
It's impossible to fail at a critical moment.
Even if he loses, he will pull Wang Baiwan with him if he jumps into the sea.
No matter what, Yi Chen will get this piece of shit off the speedboat. How do you compare them? By weight or by quantity? Wang Baiwan felt secretly unhappy when he saw Qin Xiaoxiao's concerned look. Is it true that Qin Xiaoxiao is really together with this boy? Yi Chen said, how about a best-of-3 match?
The first round is based on weight, the second round is based on quantity, and the third round is based on both weight and quantity.
Good.
Brother Yi is still the best at playing.
Wang Baiwan readily agreed.
The younger brother beside him also showed an expression of determination to win.
He knew his boss's fishing skills best. Every time we go out to sea, he is by my side.
Including the legendary 500 million order, he was also present at the scene. Everything was settled, and Yi Chen nodded gently to Qin Xiaoxiao. Then he sat next to Wang Baiwan with a smile on his face and picked up an ordinary fishing rod from the yacht.
Throw it away. Puff. Yi Chen also threw his fishing hook into the sea.
But even though Yi Chen appeared confident, Qin Xiaoxiao was still a little worried.
Lu Yu, who was standing by, whispered, Yi Chen always brings surprises to people.
Just trust him.
Believe him?
Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Yu in surprise and said, I
definitely believe it. What you said to me was as if you knew Yi Chen first.
But she also knew in her heart that Lu Yu was kind-hearted, but she still felt.
You are the one who should trust your man the most. Even if it's the man from the future. That's not right. How could I think like that? Could it be that I have really fallen in love with Yi Chen?
More than 10 minutes passed.
Neither of their hooks moved. Yi Chen didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He didn't use any skills at all. He wanted to see if he could catch fish without cheating.
Obviously it's difficult in a short period of time, this thing really requires patience.
So Yi Chen couldn't help himself anymore. So he said, it's not a good idea to keep waiting like this. Shouldn't we have a time limit? Time limit? Wang Baiwan started cursing and asked, who has a time limit for fishing? Can humans control how many fish will bite the hook?
This country bumpkin really doesn't know his stuff. But then I thought, I am so experienced, even if there is a time limit, I will definitely be the first to take the bait. Even if he didn't take the bait, and he didn't take the bait, it would be a draw at best.
Sure, how long is the time limit? Wang Baiwan asked. About 10 minutes. Yi Chen said indifferently. What did you say? Wang Baiwan thought he had heard wrongly and asked again. Everyone present was stunned. You're kidding. 10 minutes, even if Jiang Zia came here, he wouldn't dare say that, right? Yi Kaizi, do you know how to do it? If you lose, you will have to jump into the sea. Both Crouching Dragon and Phoenix began to worry. Lu Yu and Qin Xiaoxiao know a little bit about it. Everyone felt that Yi Chun was really amateurish. But since it has come to this, there is nothing they can say. Too long? 5 minutes will do. I don't care. I'm just afraid that you can't keep up with my pace. Yi Chen asked puzzledly. Everyone was speechless. Everyone thought Yi Chen was exaggerating. Wang Baiwan was speechless for a moment. You like pretending, right? Okay. Let me see how you pretend. Okay, but since Brother Yi is so confident, why not add another rule? If you don't catch any fish within the specified time, you have to call me Dad. Although Wang Baiwan was smiling when he spoke, the sound came from his back teeth. Yi Chen sneered. Father and son game? Since you insist on asking me to be your father, how can I refuse? Okay. If you lose, I will recognize you as my son. Yi Chen agreed readily. But in the eyes of others, Yi Chen undoubtedly looked like a fool. No. Even a fool would be more sober than Yi Chen now. Yi Chen didn't know what others were thinking. Start activating active skills directly. Ding. Do you want to activate the fishing master skill? Yes. Buzz. Yi Chen suddenly felt his fishing rod begin to tremble. It only takes 1 second from the time the skill is activated. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick cried out at the same time, fish are coming. Everyone looked at the sea in surprise. The originally calm sea surface began to ripple. Obviously there's something down there. Was he really caught by Yi Chen? How is it possible in such a short time? Unless there are fish everywhere. Just go down and feed it directly into the fish's mouth. Otherwise, how could it take the bait right after I told it the rules? Even if Jiang Zia came, he couldn't do anything. But the person involved, Yi Chen, smiled easily and said, oh, it seems to be coming. Chapter 27. Yi Chen caught a shark, and his wife's favorability increased. Looks like I've taken the bait. Yi Chen's words had just fallen. The slightly trembling sea surface began to move. Then the ripples gradually grew larger, and it was obvious that there was something underneath. And judging from the movement, it is not a small fish, it should be very big. Crash! Following the sound of flowing water, everyone's eyes were fixed on the sea. Yi Chen pulled the fishing rod hard. The things in the water took shape. A big black fish. The size of this fish is very exaggerated, almost 40 centimeters long. Its entire body is dark, with a white tint under its belly, and it looks like a small shark. Everyone exclaimed. Holy crap! Did they catch a shark? That's right, this is too exaggerated. Is there any need to compete again? Yi Chen is definitely going to win. Several female colleagues began to talk at once. But Yi Chen was not at ease at this time. Because he found that the fish was extremely strong. Don't underestimate the other party even though it is a big fish. But in front of a 1.8 meter tall person, it is just the size of a pet. With such a huge weight difference, Yi Chen felt as if he was about to be pulled off the yacht. It was obvious that the other party sensed the danger and began to stab him violently. Everyone also discovered Yi Chen's situation. Their expressions of surprise turned into worry. With such a big fish, if you apply force from both sides, the fishing line is likely to break. In the end, it was all for nothing. It's a futile effort. Sing whenever you want and Yi Chen will win among all the employees. But Wang Baiwan was extremely shocked. I think I'm doomed to lose and I have to call the other person Dad. But he saw that Yi Chen couldn't be pulled up at all. I immediately regained my sanity. Even a god can't pull up such a big fish. Wang Baiwan immediately shouted, I'm telling you, it doesn't count if you can't fall out. Yi Chen was also anxious. This fishing skill is really amazing, it can catch such a big fish. But the bait has been taken, so you better at least manage how to pull it up. The fish on the hook struggles harder and harder. Ding! The fishing line was stretched straight and was about to break. Ding! Activating fishing master skills. Yi Chen was speechless for a while. So you just started it. Did the computer just crash? The huge fish, which was originally extremely powerful, suddenly became quiet.
He fell down motionlessly, as if he were dead.
Yi Chen seized the opportunity.
Finally, after great effort, he pulled it up onto the deck beside him.
Bang! A loud crash hit the deck.
The big black fish on the deck was knocked unconscious to the ground. There was still some seawater in the fish's mouth.
If it weren't for the big fish's gills still opening and closing, you really wouldn't be able to tell it was still alive. No one could understand why he, who was full of vigor and vitality just a moment ago, suddenly started cooperating so obediently.
Qin Xiaoxiao looked at the big fish with a face full of fear, but more of shock.
He really succeeded.
Yi Chen was so confident just now, and I didn't understand him at first. But now it seems that he was very confident in his fishing skills, so he dared to make such a bet with Wang Baiwan. Qin Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with joy, and a sweet smile appeared on her face again.
My man. As expected, everything is excellent. Some are happy and some are sad.
At this time, Wang Baiwan was still staring blankly at the black fish on the deck.
Others don't know what kind of fish this is. As a professional fishing enthusiast, he knew clearly that this was not a big fish. This is a shark pup. Immature baby shark.
How come this guy can even catch a shark?
This is simply a fantasy. He still couldn't believe what he saw. The surprised voices of people around me could be heard in my ears. I really caught it. This fish is too big. 2 adults can't eat it in one meal.
Both Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick opened their jaws in surprise.
My jaw is almost dislocated.
Luyu was so surprised that she cried out, "Such a big fish, could it be a mutant species?" Listening to their words, Wang Baiwan felt his ears starting to ring.
I lost. Although the results of the game have not yet come out,
I also have the opportunity to go fishing.
But this opportunity, better not have it.
Information about the fish immediately flooded Yi Chen's mind at this moment. These were the basic knowledge that a fishing master should know. So he explained to Luyu, "This is a baby shark, so it's a little bigger than an ordinary girl.
This is normal." Yi Chen originally wanted to reassure everyone and just give some scientific knowledge. Who has grown up to speak shockingly? What? Shark? You fell on a shark? Oh my god, where's my phone? Let me post it on social media. Wulong Zhangwei immediately took out his moments and started taking pictures.
When Qin Xiaoxiao heard this, she covered her mouth with her little hands.
Is this a shark? We just came out to have fun. I didn't expect this unity to be so interesting.
Looking at Yi Chen's profile, she couldn't help but smile. The first round was a competition of weight, and needless to say, the one who wanted to win was the weight of the fish.
It's extremely difficult. Wang Baiwan knew very well that it was impossible for him to catch such a big fish.
And I won't be so lucky as to encounter a shark pup again.
And even if you are a blind cat that catches a dead mouse, there really is a baby shark that has taken the bait, but the fishing line will definitely break due to the force of the pull. How did this guy do it? Could it be that his fishing skills are far superior to mine? Is the information I found false? A series of questions swirled in Wang Baiwan's mind.
Yi Chen was also shocked, and the calmness on his face was also pretended. Although he believes in the system very much. But I didn't expect the system to be so awesome. A completely heaven-defying existence. Qin Xiaoxiao was also completely relieved at this time. This guy really always surprises people. Yi Chen, with one foot on the big fish on the deck, asked with a smile, "Boss Wang, do we still need to compete this round?" You. Wang Baiwan was so angry that his face turned red, like a monkey's butt.
Compete. The time hasn't come yet, how do you know I can't catch it?
Wang Baiwan knew that he was doomed to lose, but he still spoke stubbornly.
Liu had a sly smile on her face and deliberately checked the time on her phone. Then Mr. Wang, you have to hurry up. There's only 1 minute left. Just wait.
Wang Baiwan didn't know if it was because of the heat or his anxiety, but sweat began to seep out of his forehead. The younger brother beside him immediately went over and wiped the beads of sweat with a handkerchief.
We must not lose. If you lose, you have to call this kid dad. How can I have the face to see Qin Xiaoxiao again? Time passed slowly, and a minute was only 60 seconds. Wang Baiwan's fishing rod remained motionless. Just when he was about to give up, his fishing rod suddenly moved. It's moving. There's a fish. See? I told you I could do it. Wang Baiwan is eager to win.
He stood up and shouted excitedly. But he forgot one thing: the noise would scare away the fish in the sea that had not yet been hooked.
Really? When he shouted, the sea surface, which was originally noisy, became noisy. Calm was restored again. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. It scared the fish away. Zhang Wei suddenly burst into laughter. Wang Baiwan looked at the bait in the sea with despair. How could I have forgotten that you can't make two big movements when fishing? As a veteran fishing enthusiast, he must understand this.
It's just because Yi Chen put too much pressure on me. This led to him making such a stupid mistake.
Grass. Wang Baiwan threw the cigar in the sea in frustration.
It caused a wave of disgust among the people around him.
How can you throw smoked cigars into the sea? This is totally polluting the environment. In contrast, Yi Chen's approach was completely different.
He carefully grabbed the fish by the tail and then gently threw it over the side of the boat.
Little guy, go home and don't be greedy in the future.
Yi Chen looked at the big guy returning to the ocean. A sunny smile appeared on his face.
Qin Xiaoxiao looked at the sharp contrast between the two. I felt a surge of emotion in my heart. Isn't the gap between people really too big?
One throws garbage into the sea. The other one was releasing the fish that already belonged to him.
It's completely different, one in heaven and one in hell. My favorable impression of Yi Chen also increased again. Ding!
Your wife's favorability has increased, and you'll be rewarded with a single-use life potion. Yi Chen was slightly stunned.
Can releasing a fish improve your favorability? Yi Chen was not deliberately pretending to be a saint.
Yi Chen's mother taught him since he was a child that all things have spirit. Although Yi Chen was not asked to be a vegetarian, at least he would not personally harm their lives.
At this time, Zhang Wei said, "Brother Yi, why did you let the fish go? It's such a big fish, it would be great if we could eat it." The boy who was traveling with me also said, "Yeah, just consider it as a snack today." Yi Chen asked with a smile, "You even dare to eat sharks?" Zhang Wei immediately smiled and said, "Why should we be afraid? We should be the first to try it. I just checked it on Baidu. This shark is edible too. It tastes best when braised." Yi Chen said, "We have to release it. Firstly, it's a young shark, and according to regulations, we can't prey on it. The most important thing is, this is a baby shark. You ate a baby shark. Do you think we can get back to the dock safely?"
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly understood.
I couldn't help but admire Yi Chen's meticulous thinking again. Yeah, ate the baby shark. Wouldn't the mother shark fight you to the death?
Yi Chen turned around and looked at Qin Xiaoxiao, and found that the other person's eyes were looking at him. But after being discovered by himself, he immediately turned to the side.
Still so shy. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth curled up. "Sister Lu, is it time?" Qin Xiaoxiao asked Lu Yu with a smile. 5 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Lu Yu deliberately read out the seconds to make the other party give up. Wang Baiwan became annoyed after hearing this and threw the fishing rod aside.
Then he stared at Yi Chen intently. He felt that everything he was best at had been defeated, and it was a matter of dignity.
He doesn't want to pretend anymore. I can't pretend anymore. Imagine that the skill you are most proud of was defeated by a graduate. Who cares about manners? I lost, best of 3, try again.
Yi Chen patted the seawater in his hands, then shrugged nonchalantly. Okay, but call dead first.
Chapter 28, Rub your husband's shoulders, or you'll be downsized. You. Don't push your luck. Wang Baiwan's face turned green and he looked at Yi Chen angrily. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Who just said that I, Wang Baiwan, have the final say in Jianhai?" Wang Baiwan immediately started to play tricks. "Did I say that?" "I said it." As the strongest support, Zhang Wei immediately answered. Then Lu Yu and several sisters gave the same answer. Wang Baiwan suddenly felt embarrassed. Do I really have to call this kid dad? No. Absolutely not. Wang Baiwan said, "I'm talking about best of 3. If you win all 3, I'll definitely call." Obviously, the other party will not slap him in the face so easily. Start nitpicking. He had clearly been talking about this first round, a temporary bet. Now it's said to be best of 3. Yi Chen didn't care.
Anyway, I have the system in my hands, and the world is mine.
He said directly and generously, yes. Let's continue. Snort. Wang Baiwan snorted coldly. The two sat down again.
The second round was a competition of quantity.
Wang Baiwan was still confident.
He didn't know what kind of luck this kid had just had to catch a small shark.
When it comes to quantity, luck is not enough, it requires skill.
At this time, Yi Chen slowly picked up the fishing rod he had just used. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Fishing master skill detected that the fishing rod has cracks and cannot be used again. Yi Chen frowned and saw a very hidden crack on the edge of the fishing rod. I used too much force just now.
But there was only one fishing rod on the yacht for tourists' entertainment, and there were no other fishing rods to replace it.
For a moment, Yi Chen was a little embarrassed.
Are we going to lose the second game?
Just when Yi Chen was at a loss, Wang Baiwan suddenly noticed that Yi Chen was observing the fishing rod.
Something came to my mind. Why is he staring at the fishing rod? Is there something wrong with this fishing rod? Yes. Why didn't I think of it?
There are many black technologies now that can make the signals sent to fish fluctuate, so that the fish will take the bait actively. This guy must be using some kind of high-tech fishing rod. That's why you can catch small sharks. Thinking of this, Wang Baiwan immediately said, "Wait.
There's something fishy about your fishing rod. To keep the competition fair, how about we switch?"
Hearing this, Yi Chen exclaimed, "Wow. I was just worried that I had no solution.
Is there anyone who would offer to exchange with me? Could it be that this guy has some special fetish? Do you like being someone else's son?"
No one knew what the two were thinking, they just thought Wang Baiwan was shameless enough to suspect others of cheating.
How shameless!
But what they didn't know was that Yi Chen was indeed cheating. But no one knows that it is the system that is cheating.
The people around once again showed expressions of disgust.
Lu Yu, who was rather outgoing, immediately said, "Yi Chen, don't trade with him.
I can't tolerate some people's bad habits." Yi Chen laughed secretly in his heart.
But on the surface he pretended to be frightened.
Then he looked at Wang Baiwan in surprise. "You really want to change?" Everyone was shocked. Judging from Yi Chen's expression, could there really be something wrong with this fishing rod?
Qin Xiaoxiao also frowned slightly.
Did he really cheat? Wang Baiwan immediately laughed happily.
I was wondering how this guy could be so powerful.
It seems that the problem really lies with the fishing rod. I guessed it right.
Without waiting for Yi Chen to react, he snatched the other person's fishing rod. Then a smug expression appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Bring it to me." Qin Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly, and she quietly came behind Yi Chen.
Is there really something wrong with the fishing rod? Yi Chen smiled and said, "There is indeed a problem."
Qin Xiaoxiao looked surprised.
He actually admitted it? If I give it to the other party, won't I lose? Qin Xiaoxiao whispered again, "Then let's not compete anymore, okay?" In fact, although Qin Xiaoxiao looks gentle, she is actually very protective of her children.
Naturally, he didn't want Yi Chen to suffer any loss, so he called the other party dad. But Yi Chen said like he was coaxing a child, "There is a problem with the pole, but it is impossible to lose.
Be good and just watch from the side." Qin Xiaoxiao blushed. What? People are worried about you. What are you doing, like coaxing a child?
And in front of so many subordinates.
How will I manage my subordinates in the future? But, why can such words give me such a strong sense of security? Be good and wait aside.
She unconsciously began to recall the very doting words just now.
My heart started to beat fast.
At this time, the second round of the competition has begun.
Yi Chen took Wang Baiwan's fishing rod. I felt a wave of emotion in my heart. This fishing rod feels good. You can tell at a glance that it cost a lot of money. Much more upscale than what is offered on a yacht.
As a fishing master, I immediately felt itchy when holding such a fishing rod.
I couldn't wait to throw the fishing rod into the sea. Leave.
The hook went into the sea again. The sounds of falling water are very smooth.
You get what you pay for. I started to estimate in my mind.
This fishing rod costs at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. Wang Baiwan, who was standing by, was dumbfounded as he was holding Yi Chen's black technology fishing rod.
This thing. Isn't it just an ordinary fishing rod? What's the problem? This feels too rough. Is it possible that all black technologies are like this?
He had never used that kind of fishing rod, but had only heard of it.
So I don't know what the black technology fishing rod looks like.
With doubts, he threw the fishing rod into the sea.
Everyone's eyes were once again fixed on the sea. Crash.
As soon as Wang Baiwan's fishing rod was put into the water, there was movement.
Got it. Wang Baiwan was excited. There is indeed something wrong with this fishing rod.
A fish took the bait the second it entered the water. But this time he didn't dare to shout. And he patiently began to close the club. But the pride on his lips could not be concealed.
Let you cheat for me. Did you shoot yourself in the foot this time?
Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Chen nervously, her fingers unconsciously clenched into fists.
It's over, brother Yi is going to lose. Why would you give him the fishing rod?
That's right, isn't this just looking for trouble? Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick are online again to eat melons.
Hearing their concerns, Wang Baiwan's smile became even wider.
He also quickened the speed of reeling in the line.
It was a very big fish, struggling hard. Wang Baiwan was ecstatic. Damn it!
The fish caught by this black technology is really big. Just when the big fish was about to fly into the air,
an accident happened. Bang! The taut fishing line is under great pressure. Finally couldn't bear it anymore. The line is broken. Everyone watched helplessly as the fishing line was whipped towards Wang Baiwan's face. Whoosh! Bang! Ouch! The fishing line hit Wang Baiwan's face accurately. This crisp sound hurts just listening to it. It left a deep red mark on Wang Baiwan's face.
The red mark is very eye-catching, running diagonally from the forehead to the corner of the mouth.
Plus his big beard. Very funny. Everyone's face was distorted, as if they were the ones being hit.
But when he saw Wang Baiwan's unlucky look, he burst into laughter.
Ha 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 ha.
Oh, I'm not afraid of the scumbag's tinfoil perm, but I'm afraid of the buzz cut.
Boss Wang is truly at the forefront of trends. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter.
Yi Chen almost had cramps from laughing so hard.
You.
Wang Baiwan's face turned pale, and his eyes were fixed on Yi Chen.
Ding. Friendly reminder, the host's hatred value is full, the opponent may be unfavorable to the host.
Yi Chen put away his smile.
Are there any danger warnings? That means this guy is definitely going to do something bad to me?
But Wang Baiwan is so cunning that he shouldn't conflict with me directly. But the story behind the scenes may not be the same.
I also have my own system.
Besides, there is the mysterious black-faced man who's Z behind him.
It shouldn't be a big problem. But Yi Chen will not take it lightly.
We must speed up our self-improvement. The anger in Wang Baiwan's heart has reached the limit of his tolerance.
Are you still going to compete? Stop talking trash. Let's compete. The prerequisite is that you have to have a fishing rod, or
Mr. Wang can jump into the sea and catch fish with his bare hands. Yi Chen smiled slightly and activated the fishing master skill.
Buzz. Crash. Yi Chen's fishing rod began to shake.
There was no dragging of feet, and the arms exerted a slight force.
Snap. A small fish landed directly on the deck. Since we are comparing quantity, the size of the fish doesn't matter. Zhang Wei, count. Yi Chen said lightly. Okay.
Then Yi Chen started to catch fish one after another under everyone's eyes.
Snap. Snap. Snap.
To everyone's astonishment, a mountain of fish piled up around Yi Chen.
Yi Chen didn't look at it the whole time, repeating the actions mechanically. Like an emotionless fishing machine. 129. 130. 199. 200. When Zhang Wei called out the number 200, Yi Chen stopped what he was doing. Done in one go. Caught 200. This efficiency.
I'm afraid that if Jiang Taigong came, he would give a thumbs up. Yi Chen put the fishing rod on his shoulder and said leisurely, let's just give it 200 yuan first.
My arms are a little sore.
Qin Xiaoxiao on the side also felt a little numb. It's not that she doesn't care about the war.
They were hooked one by one.
There was no doubt about it, a full 200 of them.
Anyone would become numb in the end. Even his opponent, Wang Baiwan, was numb.
He sat there listlessly, not saying a word. And in Qin Xiaoxiao's mind, a prompt sounded: trigger a random task, give the other person a shoulder massage, no reward.
Snort!
Why should I rub his shoulders if there is no reward? I only heard the system slowly say, if the host is not completed, the Z cup will be reduced to C.
Just reduce the size? So cruel. This is the thing that every girl fears the most.
She never thought that the system would have punishment.
Chapter 29. I don't want my girl to have no gifts.
Qin Xiaoxiao's face showed fear, and she lowered her head to look at her proud bust.
Finally, he sighed lightly and walked silently behind Yi Chen's broad back.
A mountain of fish had piled up around Yi Chen, and they were all small fish of equal weight. It is not easy to catch fish so evenly.
Sudden.
Yi Chen felt a soft hand gently grabbing his shoulder. His whole body stiffened. Several colleagues and Lu Yu were all in his sight.
Then this little hand can only be Qin Xiaoxiao. Yi Chen was shocked.
Why would she, who was so conservative, suddenly rub her own shoulders in public? But the comfort he felt on his shoulder immediately calmed Yi Chen down.
Very comfortable.
The force was just right, and Qin Xiaoxiao didn't use much strength, so it felt like a caress.
Yi Chen shook his neck unconsciously. Beep.
It seemed like it hit something and then bounced back. Yi Chen was about to turn his head, but he stopped halfway. I was sitting and Qin Xiaoxiao was standing.
Since I am 183 centimeters tall, I am taller than the average person when I sit down. Then this position. It's so elastic, there's only one possibility. Yi Chen felt his blood suddenly expand, and he became uneasy.
The whole body is congested. It made her face look a little red. Looking at Qin Xiaoxiao behind him, her face was also red. Her face even turned red below her neck, and although her hands were pinching her shoulders, they were trembling slightly.
What is this guy doing with his head?
Qin Xiaoxiao thought about it while looking down at her bust. It was even shaking slightly.
Both Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick wiped their saliva and wailed in their hearts. God is unfair. Can't you give me a top-notch beauty like President Qin? It's too dog abuse. Ding. Gain your wife's love and receive the active skill, possessed by the god of Song. Reward, Titanic iconic item, Heart of the Ocean 1. Yi Chen was excited.
Finally, the second active skill came. This time it is obviously much more useful. It's about voice, which is much more useful than this fishing master. If I hadn't happened to meet Wang Baiwan at sea today, this skill would have grown nowhere. Yi Chen was so excited that he clenched his fists unconsciously. But Qin Xiaoxiao saw the scene and misunderstood it.
Is he so miserable? Are you holding back some reaction? What do boys think when they do this? So amazing.
Yi Chen himself had no idea that he had just been misunderstood. Wang Baiwan on the side looked at Yushan beside Yi Chen, and then looked at Qin Xiaoxiao who was rubbing her shoulders with a flushed face. His face turned green.
Yi Chen slowly stood up. Best of 3, I've won 2 games now, do you want to continue? If you don't want to compete, it's time to fulfill your promise. You, don't go too far.
There was a vicious look in Wang Baiwan's eyes, his cheeks were obviously protruding, and he was gritting his teeth. At this time, the younger brother beside him said, "Boss, this guy is not right. It is not appropriate to have another conflict with him today."
Wang Baiwan nodded gloomily.
He was not an impulsive person, and these few times had made him lose face.
But he did not lose his temper, unlike the brainless villains in the novel. He is a man of great intelligence. If you get into another conflict or yell, you will only bring further humiliation upon yourself. Seeing that the other party and his younger brother didn't know what they were talking about, Yi Chen urged again, could it be that the famous boss Wang is going to cheat in front of so many people? Looking at Yi Chen's smug expression, Wang Baiwan narrowed his eyes slightly. Finally, he immediately put on a smile and said, "Dad, I lost." Yes. He called out.
And he shouted it with a smile on his face.
It's obvious that he's not happy at all.
This made everyone dumbfounded.
Is there anyone who likes to be a son? Obviously Wang Baiwan is not that mean.
The reason he did this was simply because he could put aside his pride. Many successful people may appear to be extremely successful in front of others, but behind the scenes they have suffered humiliation that others cannot bear.
Only such people can succeed. Han Xin endured the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch at that time, but later became a general. So, since I lost,
it is better to greet them with a smile, which is much more decent than shouting angrily. But Wang Baiwan is a man who will avenge himself. He had a smile on his face, but he was furious in his heart.
Yi Chen, I've made note of this. Sooner or later, I will make you pay back tenfold. Yi Chen felt the cruelty from his smile.
A sense of vigilance rose in my heart. Although this guy has a bad character and sleeps with women casually, it has to be said that he has the ability to become the most terrifying enemy.
A typical smiling tiger type. However, Wulong and Xu Feng didn't think too much about it.
Even the others, although surprised, laughed happily.
The bet is over.
Wang Baiwan had no intention of leaving, as if he was destined to be a useless person.
Everyone was helpless.
This team building must continue.
Qin Xiaoxiao whispered to Yi Chen, "Did you know that the fishing line was going to break?" Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, then asked with a smile, "Guess." "TSK, who wants to know the same thing?"
It was already noon and everyone started to busy themselves in the kitchen. Qin Xiaoxiao also went in to help. There are steaks, red wine, and other things on the yacht, so there is no shortage of food.
Everyone was busy and having fun.
Qin Xiaoxiao had never been in the kitchen and didn't know how to do anything. But seeing that others are so busy, I feel embarrassed to do nothing. I used fruits to make a fruit salad, the only thing I know how to make. Soon, everyone set up a table of sumptuous meal on the yacht.
Wang Baiwan walked over shamelessly and said with a smile, "It tastes good. We are also lucky today." This caused everyone to roll their eyes.
Yi Chen didn't say anything because he found Qin Xiaoxiao was missing. There was no sign of her around.
"I don't know where I went." Yi Chen frowned. "Nothing will happen, right?"
Thinking of this, I suddenly became nervous. He started looking for it hurriedly, ignoring everyone's questions. Yi Chen looked flustered and was about to enter the preparation room when Qin Xiaoxiao slowly walked out.
"Where have you been?" Yi Chen asked fiercely.
Qin Xiaoxiao was startled, and then seemed to have done something wrong.
I went to get the cake." "Cake?"
Yi Chen looked down at the cart in Qin Xiaoxiao's hand. There was a beautiful little cake on top.
"Yeah, what's wrong? Why are you so fierce?"
Qin Xiaoxiao asked with some grievance.
"Can you please not act alone in the future? It makes people worry, don't you know?" Yi Chen still spoke fiercely. "No."
Qin Xiaoxiao didn't know what was going on and didn't have the tone to argue with the other party.
Looking at Yi Chen pitifully, I also felt aggrieved. Didn't he just disappear for a while? That way it seems like a surprise. As for, why are you so nervous?
Looking at her aggrieved look, Yi Chen also felt that he was a little too nervous. But it's not his fault. He now knew that Wang Baiwan would do something bad to both of them, so he had to make sure Qin Xiaoxiao always appeared in front of him. Yi Chen slowed down his tone and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be mean to you. I was just afraid that Wang Baiwan would do something bad to us. Because the aisle in the food preparation room is very narrow, and with a cart, the space is particularly crowded."
Qin Xiaoxiao's head almost hit the other person's chest. Her face flushed and she whispered, "I'm not angry." "Well, you also think Wang Baiwan will retaliate against us, right?" Yi Chen nodded. It seems that both of them feel the same way.
They both think that Wang Baiwan is smiling but has a dagger hidden in his heart, and he will definitely not admit defeat so easily. So, it's best for us to stay together recently, because there's no guarantee who will be targeted.
Yi Chen expressed his thoughts.
Qin Xiaoxiao also nodded in agreement. She was also afraid that something might happen to Yi Chen. If I were here and something happened that I couldn't handle, I would have to ask my family for help. The two finished their discussion.
Yi Chen looked down at the 3-layer cake and asked, "Who's having a birthday?" Qin Xiaoxiao replied, "Manager Lu." Only then did Yi Chen know. It turns out today is her birthday.
Qin Xiaoxiao left quietly to give the other party a surprise.
"I have to say that my wife is really kind-hearted. Shall we go out then?" "Good."
The two of them slowly walked out pushing the cart.
The first person to see the two of them was Zhang Wei. "Where have you two been? Dinner is about to start."
"This cake." As they spoke, everyone's eyes turned to the cake next to them.
"Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to Lu Yu."
Qin Xiaoxiao and Yi Chen pushed the cart and sang birthday songs. Both of them had smiles on their faces.
Only then did everyone understand.
It turns out that today is Lu Yue's birthday. They all started singing along. Happy birthday to you. Lu Yu looked at everyone in surprise, with a smile on her face and a little redness in her eyes. She never thought that Mr. Qin remembered her birthday. She hasn't celebrated her birthday for several days. After her divorce, she has devoted more energy to work and her child Lele. To be honest, even she herself doesn't remember it.
Qin Xiaoxiao said with a smile, "We chose to come out today to unite, firstly to promote the cohesion of the employees. Secondly, it's because today is the birthday of our company's manager Lu. On behalf of the company, I wish manager Lu a happy birthday." "Oh. Happy birthday, Mr. Lu. Every year has this day, every year has this day." The atmosphere on the scene reached a climax.
They sent their blessings one after another. Qin Xiaoxiao took out an exquisite box and handed it over. "This may be the only gift you have today. I kept it a secret from everyone just to give you a surprise." Lu Yu wiped away her tears slightly. Thank you, Mr. Qin, I like it very much." Everyone started to prepare to eat, and after eating, the highlight was blowing out the candles and making wishes. At this moment, Yi Chen secretly came behind Qin Xiaoxiao. Yes. Qin Xiaoxiao looked down in confusion. As a result, an extremely exquisite gem necklace appeared in Yi Chen's hand. It is very dazzling and emits a dazzling light, which is very beautiful.
"This is?"
Qin Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. Yi Chen looked into Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes and said slowly, "I don't want my girl to have no gifts when others have them."
Chapter 30, helping his wife out of trouble, the Jianghai and Yi families are protecting him.
I don't want my girl to have no gifts to receive when others have gifts.
Just a short sentence.
Qin Xiaoxiao just stood there.
Bang! Bang!
She could clearly hear her own heartbeat. Under the cover of night, a boy said such endearing words.
Could it be? Is this the feeling of being moved?
What Yi Chen gave away was the heart of the ocean.
A legendary existence. This is not just worth millions, it is something that cannot be bought even if you have money. Although there are many imitations.
But Yi Chen knew that what the system gave must be the genuine heart of the ocean. Moreover, they were both on a yacht at sea, so giving this necklace was very appropriate.
Just hope it doesn't sink like the Titanic.
Because the heart of the ocean is very dazzling.
Although Yi Chen gave it quietly, it still immediately attracted other people's attention.
Such a shining thing, it is impossible not to notice it as long as you have eyes.
Everyone was impressed by this necklace. It's so beautiful. Zhang Wei jumped up immediately. This can't be the heart of the ocean, right? Everyone. Although they thought it looked nice, they didn't recognize what it was.
After hearing what Zhang Wei said, everyone was stunned.
Heart of the ocean? That's something money can't buy. Let alone buying it, it's hard to even take a look at it. Is it true? Feng Chu asked.
Zhang Wei said, I don't know if it's real, but this style and size definitely looks like the heart of the ocean. I was planning to write a song about this necklace, so I took note of its appearance.
I can't be wrong. Everyone nodded. But from what Zhang Wei said, it is very likely a replica.
But Lu Yu was the only one who didn't have such an idea. Lu Yu's grandfather is a famous antique expert in Jianghai. Influenced by my grandfather since childhood, I have developed a certain vision.
The necklace in Yi Chen's hand cannot be said to be 100% authentic.
But judging by the gloss and surface, 80% of it is real.
Even if it is an imitation, it is a real gem.
Such a big gem without any cracks is priceless.
So regardless of whether it is real or fake, this thing is worth a lot of money. Lu Yu looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Isn't he a graduate? Is the family condition so good? Or, you came to the company just because Qin Xiaoxiao is here, right? That being said,
I originally thought that Yi Chen was good in all aspects, except that his family background was a little different from Mr. Qin's. Now it seems that my worries were indeed unnecessary. Wang Baiwan, who had been standing by, was even more surprised.
The younger brother beside him whispered, "This kid is pretending to be fake, isn't he afraid of being discovered?" Wang Baiwan shook his head slightly. It doesn't look fake. This color can only be produced by gemstones.
Similarly, Wang Baiwan is also a person who knows the value of things. He now began to suspect that the information he had obtained from investigating Yi Chen's identity might be false. If he is really just a graduate and his family conditions are average,
Can such a gem be given away casually? Obviously not possible.
Plus Yi Chen's superb fishing skills. This made Wang Baiwan almost certain that the information he found was false.
Second son, check with Fan Debiao about Yi Chen's information to see if there is any problem.
The second son immediately agreed in a low voice. Qin Xiaoxiao felt sweet in her heart at this moment, and she didn't think about whether the necklace was real or not. Even if it's made of glass or beer bottles. She was very happy to hear these words.
Thank you, I like it very much.
Qin Xiaoxiao put it around her neck with a smile on her face.
Yi Chen didn't put it on her in a very ambiguous way.
His previous experience told him that this matter could not be rushed. The dinner table was restored and everyone started to eat.
Lu Yu said to everyone, I haven't celebrated my birthday for a long time. I even forgot about it. Thank you, Xiaoxiao, and thank you to everyone here today. It's okay, isn't this a coincidence? Wang Baiwan said. Everyone. Although she didn't say anything on the surface, she was always complaining about his shamelessness in her heart. You are just a piece of shit, who would thank you? You are too self-indulgent. Is there anyone in the world who is so shameless?
Wang Baiwan was not embarrassed and started eating first with his chopsticks.
Qin Xiaoxiao ignored him and said to Lu Yu with a smile, no need to thank me, let's eat. But I can't cook, so this is all thanks to everyone.
Wang Baiwan took a few bites and found some of the taste was okay, while some was just average.
Years of high-quality life have already spoiled Wang Baiwan's appetite. After a few bites, I lost my appetite. I simply took a bite of the fruit salad next to it. Yi Chen secretly praised his wife for her high emotional intelligence. Very knowledgeable about the ways of the world.
I just said yesterday that we need to make our employees cohesive and loyal.
She immediately remembered that Lu Yu's birthday was today. The company had entry levels, so it was easy to find out birthdays.
This is why Qin Xiaoxiao chose today.
Kill two birds with one stone. Everyone seemed to be very fond of Yi Chen's steak and kept praising it. Under the cover of night, everyone at the table was enjoying their meal. And Wang Baiwan once again broke the atmosphere here. Pooh! What the hell is this? Why is there salt in fruit salad? Wang Baiwan spat it out as he said this.
Then the younger brother brought boiled water.
Everyone felt sick.
This person is not only annoying, but also disgusting. They didn't know that this fruit salad was made by Qin Xiaoxiao.
Zhang Wei smiled and said, I guess it's specially made for Mr. Wang to try something different.
After all, your skin is different from that of normal people.
Wang Baiwan gave Zhang Wei a look.
Zhang Wei immediately stepped aside with a smile.
He didn't dare to offend the big boss like Yi Chen did. He was just a small employee and would not even know how he died. Several colleagues took a bite of the fruit with a toothpick.
I wanted to see if what the other party said was true, that there really was salt in it.
Really? Several people spat it out as soon as they put it in their mouths. Ahem, it's really salty. Did they kill the salt seller? Who of you did this? This isn't considered a work-related injury. Everyone began to make excuses. Everyone said they didn't do it.
Only Qin Xiaoxiao looked embarrassed.
This is.
Qin Xiaoxiao was about to admit her mistake.
A tall figure stood up. He grabbed the plate of fruit salad and started eating. Quack, quack.
Yi Chen held the plate and ate with relish. At one point, everyone wondered whether what they were eating was the same salad as Yi Chen was eating. In a short while, the whole plate of fruit salad was eaten up. Yi Chen wiped his mouth and said, scientific diet, adding salt to fruit will make it sweeter. I have a strong taste, so you may think it's a bit salty.
Everyone. You don't have a strong taste. But it's a bit too heavy. The strong salty taste in their mouths made their mouths choke. Zhang Wei immediately said, who would want to eat that fruit salad when the steak is so delicious?
Qin Xiaoxiao stared at Yi Chen blankly. It's not about being surprised, but being moved. This fruit salad was made by Qin Xiaoxiao, she can't make anything else.
The only thing I can do is fruit salad. Only.
It seems like I mistook salt for sugar. Yi Chen obviously knew that he was the one who did it, and deliberately came forward to rescue himself. The others were busy at the time and obviously didn't know it was the boss who did it. That's why I said it without restraint. Obviously, mistaking salt for sugar is a bit stupid. It was naturally embarrassing to admit it myself. This instantly brightened her up, even though she was feeling a little lost. It was like a ray of sunshine shining on her, warm. Yi Chen turned around and looked at Qin Xiaoxiao with a smile on his face. Qin Xiaoxiao immediately lowered her head.
Ding! Help your wife out and gain 3 attribute points. Host, Yi Chen. Constitution, 15 average. Spirit, 100 plus 3 normal. Skills, egg cooking skill, interview king, active skill, fishing king, god of song, passive skill, inspiration concurrency little garbage. The mealtime finally passed. After dinner, everyone's enthusiasm for fun did not diminish at all and they prepared to spend the night at sea. You can set up a tent on the uninhabited island, or you can rest on the yacht. But after all, they were all out for fun, and what they wanted was the atmosphere, so no one stayed on the yacht. Everyone started to take action again.
Those who are setting up tents are setting up tents, and those who are looking for firewood are looking for firewood. Many hands make light work.
Everything was ready soon.
Everyone sat down around the campfire.
Of course, now it's time for some entertainment. Zhang Wei immediately suggested, how about truth or dare? Okay. Come. Everyone was in high spirits. Not feeling tired at all.
Yi Chen sat next to Qin Xiaoxiao, and on the other side of Qin Xiaoxiao was Lu Yu. But Wang Baiwan had no interest in participating, so he went straight back to their tent with his younger brothers.
As soon as he returned, Wang Baiwan asked, "Second son, how is it?" The second son immediately said respectfully, "Fan de Biao sent news. This kid is just a kid from a small county town near Jianhai. He doesn't have any powerful background." Wang Baiwan looked puzzled after hearing this. Is it really that simple? Am I overthinking it?
Fan de Biao is from Jiangheidao, and now in the killer organizations across the country, they usually look for him when they need to do things or kill some people in the business world. Moreover, Fan de Biao does things efficiently and effectively, leaving no traces.
Moreover, Fan de Biao's information gathering is extremely accurate. There can't be a problem.
This made Wang Baiwan feel that he might be being too cautious. The second son added, however, Fan de Biao said that recently it seems that someone else has also been keeping an eye on this kid.
Is there anyone else trying to get him? Wang Baiwan asked in surprise. This kid is really not an easy person to deal with. He has offended more than just me.
The second son nodded and said, and this kid seems to have some connection with the Zhang Haiyi family.
The black-faced killer Zhang Tian seems to be protecting him. What do you think about this matter? Yi family. Wang Baiwan's face changed immediately when he heard this.
The Yi family in Jianhai is a well-known family.
They are unmatched in Jianhai and anyone who hears of them will be terrified. Why would the Yi family, who is so powerful, protect him? Could it be? Etc. What's this kid's last name?
Chapter 31, Team building is successful, Yi Chen's father is in accident.
The second son was also surprised and asked, yes, this kid's surname is Yi, could it be? Wang Baiwan also had a serious expression. This kid used sapphire as his weapon. And the fishing skills are so sophisticated. Could it be that he is really from the Yi family? If this is true, then I have invisibly offended a big shot.
Wang Baiwan could no longer sit still and said to his second son, this is a serious matter. Ask Fan de Biao to investigate further, especially at the ancestral grave. The reason why Erzi has been able to stay with him until now is because he is very smart and understands what his boss needs. He immediately said, I understand, but boss, I think this is unlikely. The Yi family is capable of taking off if they are even slightly involved.
How could someone from the Yi family not rely on the Yi family and instead go to a small county town? Anyone with a brain wouldn't do that.
Wang Baiwan is a very cautious person, so he has to rule out all the options before making a decision.
Yi Chen and his friends were having a lot of fun here. Truth or dare can greatly promote relationships between people. The team also lost its cohesion. Just then, Yi Chen's phone rang. The person who called was Yi Chen's mother, Yi Qingmei. Xiaochen, something happened to your dad. Yi Chen was suddenly excited. The other party's tone was very panicked, which gave Yi Chen a very bad feeling. There was still laughter all around, and Yi Chen walked away. Mom, don't be anxious. Tell me slowly, what happened to my dad? Yi Chen asked, suppressing the tension in his heart. Yi Qingmei on the other end of the phone choked up and said, your father just got off work at the factory and was beaten by a group of people. Your father's health has been poor and he is currently receiving emergency treatment. Please come back soon. Rescue. So serious.
Yi Chen really couldn't understand why his honest and upright father never offended anyone and was a goody-goody.
Such a person. Got beaten? Who could he offend? Yi Chen didn't have time to think about it because his father was suffering from diabetes.
Although it is a very common disease, it is not fatal in itself.
But diabetes patients cannot undergo surgery because the wounds cannot heal.
This beating was so severe that it was undoubtedly fatal to my father, a diabetic patient.
Mom, don't worry, I'll be back soon.
Yi Chen hung up the phone immediately after he finished speaking. Then he came to Qin Xiaoxiao with a serious expression.
Boss Qin, I may not be able to play with you guys anymore. Something happened to my dad.
After saying that, Yi Chen turned around and prepared to go to the cockpit to ask the captain to return to the ground.
He is too impatient. Can't wait. I can't wait to fly back.
Qin Xiaoxiao was startled and stood up.
Something happened to Yi Chen's father? And so sudden. Yi Chen, wait a minute, I'll go with you.
Qin Xiaoxiao no longer cared about being reserved. Something happened to the other person's father, which was a big deal.
Maybe I can be of some help.
Yi Chen turned to look at Qin Xiaoxiao, feeling hesitant.
I don't know the specific situation yet.
Qin Xiaoxiao said, have you forgotten what we agreed on? Yi Chen thought that Wang Baiwan might retaliate against him, so the two of them agreed to stay together. If something happens to my dad and then Qin Xiaoxiao, it will be really terrible.
So Yi Chen nodded. At this time, Lu Yu said, I'm going too.
Yi Chen looked at her in confusion.
It's so late, how are you going to get there?
I'll drive you there.
Yi Chen felt touched.
At this critical moment, I had just arrived at the company and everyone was helping me. Others expressed concern and comfort, so there was no need to go, and one car could not accommodate so many people. The yacht quickly docked at the pier where it came from at the fastest speed. After getting off the yacht, the three of them got into the car together.
Bang!
As soon as the car door closed, Liu started the engine and stepped on the gas.
Drive all the way to a county town on the edge of Zhanghai City. Yi Chen was surprisingly quiet on the road. Without saying a word.
He is really nervous and anxious now. I hope nothing happens to my father. All I can think about are the scenes of him and me playing around with him when we were kids.
My eyes gradually became moist.
The most important things to a person are his family, and filial piety is the most important virtue. If something happened to my father, I would never let go of those who beat him.
No one will be let go.
Qin Xiaoxiao silently looked at Yi Chen who was sitting next to her. A flash of heartache passed through my heart. She really wanted to comfort Yi Chen, but she didn't know how to say it.
It feels like it's futile to say anything now.
Then she gritted her teeth and held Yi Chen's clenched fist with her little hand. Yi Chen felt his clenched fist being held by a soft, boneless little hand. Those little hands were still trembling slightly, and it was obvious that she was very nervous. But in order not to worry herself too much, she did it anyway.
Yi Chen understood her intentions. He sighed and whispered, I'm fine, I'm just a little nervous. Uncle will be fine.
Qin Xiaoxiao looked into Yi Chen's eyes and said gently.
Yi Chen nodded. Finally, at 1 o'clock in the morning,
the three rushed to the county Renmin hospital. Yi Chen got out of the car and ran straight to the hospital. I rushed all the way, asked a nurse, and arrived at the door of the emergency room.
Soon, the haggard Yi Qingmei appeared.
She stood alone at the door of the emergency room. His eyes were fixed on the door of the emergency room.
Mom!
Yi Qingmei turned around when she heard the voice, her eyes already filled with tears. A few white hairs appeared on the temples. He looked increasingly haggard.
Xiaochen, you're here. Your dad's been in there for 3 hours and hasn't come out yet.
As Yi Qingmei spoke, tears began to fall down her face. Yi Chen immediately grabbed his mother's hand and said, Mom, don't worry, let's wait for the doctor to come out.
Your father can't undergo surgery, what should we do? Yi Qingmei's tears couldn't stop flowing. After Yi Chen left home, he went to study in Zhanghai.
Yi Qingmei and Yi Ron lived a very hard life.
But the relationship between husband and wife is very good, the kind of relationship that can last a lifetime.
The only wish of the two is to see their son become successful, and the father wants Yi Chen to be like other children.
In order to have good food and clothing, one person works 2 jobs day and night.
He wanted Yi Chen to succeed, but he was such a strong father.
But suddenly he went to the emergency room.
This made Ji Qingmei feel like the sky was falling. When she saw her son coming over, she instantly broke down and burst into tears.
Yi Chen felt heartbroken. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who did it? I don't know either. I rushed over as soon as I received the call, and the doctor gave me a brief explanation." Obviously, the mother didn't know who did it. Yi Chen clenched his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Clearly on the brink of an explosion. No one knows a son better than his mother.
Yi Qingmei knew her son's temperament and immediately began to persuade him.
"Xiaochen, don't get excited yet. Let's talk about it after your dad is okay, okay? Yes, the most urgent thing now is to make sure that everything is alright with your uncle. You calm down first."
Qin Xiaoxiao patted Yi Chen's shoulder gently. Only then did Ji Qingmei notice the beautiful girl next to her son.
She was so excited just now that she automatically ignored everyone else. "Xiaochen, this is..."
Yi Chen calmed himself down and then introduced himself. "I'm my schoolmate, and now he works in the same company as me."
He couldn't just say that this was your daughter-in-law. Just tell the truth.
Although Yi Qingmei was heartbroken now, she still had basic courtesy. She is usually a virtuous and generous woman, and she is gentle and polite to others.
"Hello, thank you so much for coming here with Yi Chen so late." "Thank you."
Qin Xiaoxiao immediately said, "Auntie, don't say that.
We are all friends, it's what we should do."
The three of them chatted for a few minutes before the red light in the emergency room stopped flashing. Then the emergency room door opened. The three of them hurried forward to meet him.
"Are you three the patient's family members?" asked a doctor in a white coat.
"Yes, doctor, how is my husband?"
Yi Qingmei asked immediately.
The doctor adjusted his glasses and his expression was serious. The situation is not very optimistic.
"The patient has diabetes, did you know that?" I know. Yi Qingmei replied. "Do you know why the patient wasn't given regular insulin?"
His condition wasn't controlled, his numbers were ridiculously high, and with multiple fractures and a large opening in his head, how was he going to heal? The doctor was accusing as he spoke. When Yi Chen heard this, he was not angry. It was not because he was a coward, but because he did not have the face to be angry.
"My father has not taken insulin for a long time because it is too expensive and he needs to take insulin every day. Ordinary families may not be able to afford it."
"What's more, Yi Chen's family?"
Yi Qingmei immediately asked anxiously, "What should we do now, doctor?" The doctor sighed and said, "The technology and equipment at the county level aren't as advanced. We've stopped the bleeding with medical treatment, but for healing issues, I recommend transferring to a municipal or provincial hospital." Yi Qingmei was stunned. "How much would it cost to go to a provincial hospital? My family has no savings at all.
The only passbook we have is one with a definite date, and that is for Xiaochen to get married." Old Ji repeatedly reminded that even if he died, he must not touch the money.
The doctor said to them, "Who will pay the fee?" Ding! Triggering a random mission.
Qin Xiaoxiao directly interrupted the system prompt.
"I'll help you even if you don't tell me."
Then she said to the doctor, "I'll go and pay it." After saying this, regardless of Yi Chen and his mother's objections, he went directly with the doctor to pay the bill. Yi Qingmei felt her legs go weak at this moment, and standing on the ground felt like stepping on cotton. Yi Chen helped his mother sit on the chair and said, "Mom, don't worry. We will go to Jianhai City and we will definitely be able to cure it."
"Xiaochen, I might be sorry for you. Just now, this weak woman made a decision that forced her to do so.
Xiaochen, your father saved some money for you to marry a wife, and he won't let me touch it, even if he dies."
"But your father is like this now, I can only..."
Yi Chen finally couldn't control his tears anymore, and a tear fell to the ground.
"Father's love is like a mountain."
For the first time, he felt his father's deep love.
"Xiaochen, if we lose our money, we can still earn it again. But if your father is gone, he's really gone. I can't just watch him. I can't do this."
Yi Chen wiped his tears and said, "Mom, you don't have to worry about the expenses.
I'm working now and I have money." At the same time, Qin Xiaoxiao paid the emergency fee and dialed a mobile phone number.
Chapter 32. Qin Xiaoxiao came to the rescue, but Dad Yu was injured in the brain.
"Uncle Joe, I need you to contact the city's Runmin hospital." A male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Miss, are you sick?" "It's not me. Something happened to a friend's family. Please make arrangements."
Also, send a car over.
I'll send you the location later.
The other party was silent for a while, then said, I understand. Qin Xiaoxiao hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since I was old enough to understand, I have never used any family connections to seek convenience. This was her first time, and it was for a boy, not for herself.
She slowly walked back to the emergency room.
Then he saw Yi Chen kneeling on the ground, explaining something with an innocent look on his face. When he got closer, he heard Yi Chen say helplessly, Mom, I really didn't commit any crime.
Nonsense.
You've only graduated for a few days, how can you earn so much money? Mom has told you so many times, we can be poor, but we can't lose our dignity.
Yi Chen really didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
In order to reassure his mother, he showed Yi Qingmei the text message from his bank. The balance shown above is 170,000, which is less than 200,000 yuan. Then Yi Qingmei's expression changed and she began to educate herself strictly. He insisted that he had embarked on a path of breaking the law and committing crimes. Said the money came from illegal sources. And made himself kneel down. Although kneeling to heaven, to earth, and to parents are all very normal things. But after all, it is in a hospital, a public place. Yi Chen was somewhat embarrassed.
But Yi Qingmei has always been very strict with Yi Chen since he was a child. Yi Chen has positive values and good character, which is all thanks to Yi Qingmei's strict education since he was a child.
Although she also felt that the occasion was inappropriate. But she loved her son so much that she couldn't care less. When Qin Xiaoxiao saw the scene, she was also amused by this lovely mother and son. So he walked up and said, Auntie, Yi Chen is currently working in our company as a manager of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Considering that he is a graduate and has no living expenses, we are giving him an advance of the company's salary for the first 6 months.
After hearing this, Yi Qingmei was slightly stunned, and then asked, Wages?
Qin Xiaoxiao said with a smile, Yes, Auntie, Yi Chen was a great talent in our school when he was in school. Many people asked him to write songs before he graduated. Our company immediately grabbed this talent right after graduation and the company attaches great importance to him.
Really? This guy is so popular?
Yi Qingmei suddenly felt that she had wronged her son.
But Yi Chen was confused.
He was not surprised that Qin Xiaoxiao helped him out.
But the foreign office manager? How did I become a manager? This is obviously a bit like deceiving my mother. I am just a small employee. But I thought, this is the only way to explain where my money comes from.
I had no choice but to accept it.
At this time, Yi Qingmei immediately helped her son up, and then said distressfully, Mom blamed you wrongly, does it hurt to kneel down? Yi Chen smiled and said, It doesn't hurt, Mom. I just want to reassure you. The most urgent thing now is to take Dad to Jianghai City. Yi Qingmei then nodded.
Lu Yu's car probably wouldn't be able to accommodate a patient to the hospital. He still needed a car, so Yi Chen naturally thought of that buddy who had good conditions. Just about to call Zhao Shida. Qin Xiaoxiao said to Yi Qingmei, Auntie, I just borrowed a car from a friend. We can take another car and should arrive early tomorrow morning.
Really? Thank you so much, I don't know how to thank you enough. Yi Qingmei said embarrassedly. It's okay, Auntie. Yi Chen has helped me a lot.
This time I'll just consider it as returning the favor. Yi Chen, who was standing aside, felt a warm feeling in his heart. She had arranged everything.
Very thoughtful.
I was also very happy to see her getting along well with her mother.
After a while, a group of people came into the hospital gate. Leading the group was an old man in a suit.
Following behind him were several young and strong men, all wearing uniform black suits. Although this old man is old, he has a strong aura and is outnumbered. He came here at lightning speed.
Yi Chen and his mother looked at the group of people stupidly.
Finally, they stopped in front of Qin Xiaoxiao and said, Boss.
Mr. Qin, we are here.
He originally wanted to call her Miss, but the Miss had told him not to reveal his identity when he came. I had to change my address to call him Mr. Qin. It's normal that the young lady has always been low-key and doesn't want to reveal her identity. What's abnormal is that the young lady actually used the power of her family for the first time.
This made Jiolong realize that the friend the lady was talking about might be someone extraordinary. So I finally decided to bring people to see it in person.
Jiolong is the Qin family's #1 steward. He manages the Qin family from top to bottom, and sometimes his words are more effective than those of many executives. There is a saying that goes, no matter how high your official rank is, it is not as good as the emperor's favorite eunuch.
That's the reason.
In the Qin family, he is truly second to none.
Qin Xiaoxiao quickly said politely, "Sorry to bother you, Uncle Joe. Thank you for your help this time."
In fact, as the daughter of the Qin family, she didn't need to be so polite when speaking to him.
There was no politeness on the phone just now.
These were all done for Yi Chen and his mother to see, so that it would look like asking for help.
You're welcome. Where is the patient? We'll leave immediately.
As Uncle Joe spoke, his eyes looked at Yi Chen.
It turned out to be a man. It looks okay. The figure is also okay. I just don't know what this guy's background is like.
As a popular figure in the Qin family, he naturally has a lot to consider. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stayed in this position for so many years.
In the emergency room, be gentle.
Qin Xiaoxiao pointed to the emergency room and said. Uncle Joe nodded slightly and made a gesture to his men behind him. Several young men immediately went to the emergency room.
Hey, what are you doing? Those guys didn't even look at the people they intercepted.
They were working for the Qin family and were very confident, not considering anyone else at all. At this time, outside the emergency room, Uncle Joe slowly walked up to Yi Chen and his mother. Then he slowly stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, my name is Jiulong." Yi Chen was still in shock at this moment. It wasn't until the other person put his hand in front of him that he reacted.
So he stretched out his hand blankly. "Hello, Yi Chen." Jiulong paused slightly. Leaf? Could it be the Yi family in Zhanghai?
Judging from his outfit, he doesn't look like someone from the Yi family. But Jiulong still said with a smile, "I am older, so I am more confident."
You can just call me Uncle Joe. Hello, Uncle Joe. Yi Chen said.
I don't know what is wrong, but I always feel like this old man is always looking at me.
It's as if he can see through me.
His look was very uncomfortable. But since he was Qin Xiaoxiao's friend, he didn't think much about it. Soon a group of people and 3 cars arrived. Let us go to Zhanghai City together. Because Yi Qingshan was still in a coma, I was worried that he wouldn't be able to lie down. Who would have thought that 2 extended Lincolns came from Kowloon?
No worries about letting go.
Yi Qingmei was sitting in Lu Yu's car, dazed in the passenger seat.
What is the identity of this alumnus Xiaochen?
Just by making a phone call for help, we got so many helpers in such an expensive car. Yi Qingmei felt that everything was so unreal.
It feels like a dream.
But the most urgent thing now was to make sure her husband was safe, so she didn't ask any more questions.
We sped along the way. Finally at 6 o'clock in the morning, we arrived at Zhanghai City First Renmin Hospital.
Zhanghai is the provincial capital, so although it is a municipal hospital, it is no different from a provincial hospital. Soon, Yi Qingshan was sent to the emergency room. Except for Lu Yu, Qin Xiaoxiao, Yi Chen, and Yi Qingmei, all of Uncle Joe's men had evacuated. Several people were waiting silently in the emergency room corridor. Qin Xiaoxiao held Yi Qingmei's hand tightly throughout the whole process, which made Yi Qingmei feel a lot more at ease.
Finally, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Qingshan woke up and entered the ward from the emergency room.
This also means that Yi Qingshan's life is saved.
A group of people followed in.
Yi Qingshan was pale, with an oxygen mask on his mouth, looking at the people around him weakly. He slowly raised his hand, Xiaochen. Yi Chen hurried over and whispered, "Dad, I'm here."
Bow your head. Yi Chen lowered his head in confusion.
Then I felt a hit on the back of my head, but the force was very light. Then Yi Qingshan said, "It's pointless for you to not get married." Yi Chen was slightly stunned.
Only then did I react.
My father must have thought that he and my mother had used the money for marrying a daughter-in-law.
That's why I say that.
Yi Qingmei immediately smiled and said, "You beat your son right after waking up. Your son is very successful now and can earn 170,000 yuan a year."
He didn't touch your money. While what?
Yi Qingshan was a little excited, as if he was choking on oxygen. Qin Xiaoxiao on the side said with a smile, "Uncle, it's not 170,000, 170,000 is half a year." Yi Qingshan was excited again, and his electrocardiogram began to change dramatically. But while he was happy, he did not forget the people around him.
Xiaochen, this is. Yi Chen was just about to introduce.
Qin Xiaoxiao said, "Uncle, I'm Yi Chen's colleague."
My name is Qin Xiaoxiao.
Yi Qingshan's expression suddenly changed, and he stared at Qin Xiaoxiao. She muttered silently, "Qin Xiaoxiao." Then he stopped talking, and I don't know what he was thinking. Yi Qingmei smiled and said, "It seems that this guy is indeed fine. He even knows how to beat his son. Let's go out and let him rest." The group nodded and prepared to go out. Yi Qingshan said, "Xiaochen, please stay for a moment." Yi Chen didn't think much about it. He thought his father must have missed him and wanted to chat with him for a while longer. After everyone went out, the ward fell silent. There was only the sound of a beeping machine. Yi Qingshan slowly asked, "Xiaochen, I will ask you a few questions, and you must answer truthfully." Hearing his father's serious tone, Yi Chen was a little puzzled, but still nodded. "Has anyone looked for you?" Yi Qingshan looked into Yi Chen's eyes and asked. "Is anyone looking for me? Who is looking for me?" Yi Chen looked at his father in confusion and asked, "What do you mean, who's looking for me?" "No one's looking for me." "Dad, you didn't hurt your brain, did you?" Chapter 33 Jian Hai is about to change, shopping in the supermarket with my wife. "Dad, you didn't hurt your brain, did you?" As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qingshan wanted to stand up and kick this brat right now. But the wound hasn't healed yet. He could only pat Yi Chen's arm. "I'm not playing around with you. Are you sure no one is looking for you?" Yi Chen also stopped being naughty. Dad must have his reasons for asking this. But it seems like no one has looked for me recently. Could it be? Is Dad talking about Qin Xiaoxiao confessing to him? How did he know? Just when I was considering whether to tell the truth. Yi Qingshan sighed, "Looking at you like this, it seems that there is none." He knew his son very well and would never lie to his family. His son's expression reassured him. "It's better to stay away from that girl just now. She is not from the same world as us." Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Why did his father reject the idea after only meeting the other party once? Dad is not that kind of person. He asked in confusion, "Why? Why so many whys? You don't even listen to me?" Yi Qingshan seemed a little tough. "No, Dad, now everyone has freedom of marriage and freedom of love, so don't worry about this." Yi Chen insisted. Although Yi Qingshan's body has not recovered, his mind is still normal. He knew his son would never disobey him. "Now I insist on it. He must be attracted to that girl." But he didn't want to be an unenlightened father. In the end, I could only sigh helplessly. The feud between their family and Jian Hai. He would not say it easily, and he didn't even tell his wife a word. He just wants to live a simple life. Watching Yi Chen get married, have children, and live an ordinary life. I don't want to live a life full of intrigue anymore. When Yi Chen applied to Jianghai University of Media, Yi Qingshan didn't sleep for 3 whole days. In the end, I let him go. He didn't want to be a stumbling block to his son. Yi Chen had no idea what old Yi was thinking at this moment. Still insisting, he said, "Dad, you take a rest first, I'll be out." After saying that, he walked towards the door. Yi Qingshan's voice slowly came from behind, "Son, be careful in everything, don't blame Dad for what he said just now. I will always support you." Yi Chen, who was holding the door handle, suddenly froze in place. Once again, I couldn't control my tears. He held his head high to stop the tears from flowing. Then he left the ward without looking back. In the ward, Yi Qingshan said to himself, "Jianhai, the situation is about to change." Left the ward. Yi Chen saw Qin Xiaoxiao chatting happily with Yi Qingmei. After the two women saw Yi Chen, they all smiled. "Come out? Did your dad ask you about your work again?" "He's just worried," Yi Qingmei asked with a smile. Yi Chen nodded. He did not ask his father any strange questions. His eyes subconsciously looked at Qin Xiaoxiao. Qin Xiaoxiao avoided looking. He lowered his head, not daring to look Yi Chen in the eye. Yi Chen had too many questions in his mind. Why did Dad tell me not to get too close to her? Are you saying we are not from the same world? Yi Chen is not a fool either. This statement clearly indicates that there is a huge gap in the identities and status of the two people. But now I am more than just an ordinary worker. Since I have a system, I will be able to improve my status sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Give up your wife for the so-called status and identity? Yi Chen couldn't do it. Those heart-wrenching love dramas are obviously meant to be sad for the sake of being sad.
I like you. What does it have to do with your family? You're not marrying your partner's family.
At this moment, Yi Chen did not change his mind at all. Yi Qingmei watched the two people looking at each other.
My heart is as clear as a mirror.
Just had a chat with this girl. She is a good girl with positive values.
And very motivated. She also looks sweet.
Ye's mother was still very satisfied with her daughter-in-law.
Yi Chen made up his mind and was not going to pay attention to his father's advice.
He said to Qin Xiaoxiao, who was sitting next to his mother, "Boss Qin, let's go out and eat something.
Come back and bring some food to my parents. No one has eaten yet."
Qin Xiaoxiao stood up immediately and said with a smile, "Uncle needs someone to look after him, so Yi Chen and I will go buy some food."
Okay, be careful.
Yi Qingmei first agreed gently. Then his expression changed immediately, and he turned to Yi Chen fiercely and said, "Put your clothes on, Xiaoxiao. It's raining outside, and the girl is freezing." As he said this, he glared at his son.
This little fool. He definitely doesn't look like his father.
Such a nice girl, yet she calls me Mr. Qin all the time.
So stupid. Yi Chen was confused. When did I offend my mother? Could it be that Qin Xiaoxiao just said something bad about herself?
Then the two of them walked out of the hospital together. It really started raining outside.
Yi Chen took off his clothes. It was gently draped over Qin Xiaoxiao's seemingly thin shoulders.
Qin Xiaoxiao felt her body being covered with clothes. Suddenly he trembled slightly. Then he immediately said worriedly, "You are cold too, and it is raining." Seeing that the other person was already very cold, he gave himself his shirt.
Although such scenes often appear in idol dramas. But it really happened to me. The feeling is completely different.
Although it was cold and rainy, I still felt warm. Yi Chen lifted up his shirt and placed it on top of the two men's heads. Then he smiled and said, "Let's go together." In this way, a small special space is formed under the shirt.
Yi Chen smelled the pleasant fragrance on her body.
My heart was also filled with confusion.
My heartbeat also quickened a lot.
This scent is not the smell of perfume. But it's that light fragrance.
Could it be that she has the legendary body fragrance?
Yi Chen subconsciously smelled the oil, and his movements became somewhat obvious. This action was seen by Qin Xiaoxiao. A strange feeling suddenly spread throughout my body.
She was so nervous that she didn't even dare to breathe. I haven't been home since yesterday. I haven't even taken a shower, so there won't be any smell on my body, right? What is this guy smelling?
Qin Xiaoxiao was both embarrassed and anxious.
But Yi Chen seemed to enjoy it. He kept smelling something.
Finally, Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't help it.
In this small space, outsiders can see inside.
So he gently pinched Yi Chen's arm.
Can't you leave or not?
Her voice was particularly low. I wanted to tuck my head under my shirt.
Yi Chen then laughed out loud. I walked out of the hospital with it. Along the way, Yi Chen didn't run very fast.
He deliberately slowed down his pace, always paying attention to Qin Xiaoxiao, who was taking small steps under her shirt.
Looking at the anxious little steps, Yi Chen found it very cute. I couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Qin Xiaoxiao's face was also flushed.
I am 1.73 meters tall.
Among girls, she has standard long legs. But compared with Yi Chen, I felt for the first time that my legs were short. She clearly felt that the other party was taking good care of her. But I still had to move my calves quickly to barely keep up. While fiddling with it, he secretly complained in his heart.
Isn't he just over 1.8 meters tall? Only 10 centimeters taller than me. How come the legs are so long? Is he just legs from the neck down? Finally, through my unremitting efforts,
he followed Yi Chen with his legs stretched all the way to a large supermarket chain. This supermarket is very big and has a wide range of products.
You can buy some things for Yi Qingshan.
They came in a hurry this time and saw Yi Chen's parents without bringing anything. This made the perfectionist Qin Xiaoxiao very uncomfortable. So I chose this place.
There are also many restaurants on the 5th floor.
You can eat, killing two birds with one stone.
Yi Chen put his shirt down. The two finally ended this ambiguous and awkward moment. Of course, Yi Chen himself enjoyed it.
The only embarrassing thing is the short legs. I was about to go into the supermarket.
Yi Chen suddenly asked, "What brand of shampoo do you use?" Qin Xiao Xiao. "Well, what?" she asked in confusion. Then Yi Chen suddenly started laughing like a pervert on the train. "It smells so good." "Oh, so disgusting." Qin Xiao Xiao immediately pushed Yi Chen away, who was very close to her. Yi Chen laughed. Entered the supermarket. Qin Xiao Xiao also looked angry. This guy is getting worse and worse. They all started to tease themselves unscrupulously. I must be reserved and make this guy confess his feelings first. The two of them entered the supermarket together and quickly attracted the attention of a group of people. They all looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman. The two of them are very well matched. There was a couple, and the boy was staring at Qin Xiaoxiao's beautiful face. I suddenly reacted in a daze. What if my girlfriend finds out about this? He immediately looked at his girlfriend guiltily. But he found that his worries were unnecessary. Because his girlfriend was staring at Yi Chen as if she wanted to eat him. His eyes shone with golden light. He immediately said unhappily, "Look, have you ever seen a pretty boy?" Then came the sound of a man slaughtering a pig. There are also girlfriends yelling, "You didn't see it." Didn't you see it? You see the beauties, I see the handsome guys, let's not delay either of us. Yi Chen and Qin Xiaoxiao, the instigators of the quarrel, were slightly stunned. Then he laughed. The two took a cart. Yi Chen pushed the shopping cart and jokingly asked, "Do you want to sit in it?" TSK. Who's the kid? But a smile appeared on Qin Xiaoxiao's face. She likes being with Yi Chen very much. It feels like whatever I do tastes sweet. They first came to the fruit area, and Qin Xiaoxiao actively took a lot of fruits. But after taking a bunch of fruit. But I also felt something was wrong. So I asked, "What does uncle like to eat?" Only then did Yi Chen realize that she didn't take so many fruits to eat herself. It turned out to be for my dad. So he smiled and said, "When I was little, my dad always left all the fruits in the house for me because he didn't like to eat them. I used to think that my dad was an avid fruit lover. Although it's a joke." But Qin Xiaoxiao felt Yi's father's deep love for his son. "Uncle Yi is so nice, why was he beaten?" Qin Xiaoxiao said with a sigh. Yi Chen heard this. Sure enough, his expression turned serious. Now my father just needs to be hospitalized and his condition is stable. Next, we should investigate who did this to my father. After thinking about it, I still feel. Just ask Dad himself first. Sensing Yi Chen's emotions, Qin Xiaoxiao said, "Don't be so serious. I asked Uncle Gio to check it out. There should be results tonight." Yi Chen looked at the other person without saying a word. He was so grateful to Qin Xiaoxiao that he couldn't express it in words. From helping my father find a doctor. Then I took my father to the hospital and ran around. Finally, we helped investigate the reasons behind it. Is all this just because we are alumni? Or is she my boss? Obviously not. Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked at her sincerely. He whispered, "Thank you." Chapter 34. Yi's father moves into Zhanghai and meets the black-faced man again. Looking at Yi Chen with extremely sincere eyes. Qin Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned red. Then he pretended to be indifferent and started picking oranges. Of course, we are friends. Friends should help each other. Besides, you helped me before. She hadn't finished her words yet. Yi Chen put his hand on her little hand that was picking fruit. Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly became like a frightened rabbit. I want to take my hand out. But the other party held on tightly. She couldn't break free with the little strength she had. You, what are you doing? There are so many people around. This time Yi Chen was stunned. Doesn't that mean? When no one is around, you can. Is this a hint? Yi Chen raised the corner of his mouth, and then asked in a low voice, just because of friends? Looking at the smirk on his lips and the warmth on the back of his hand. Qin Xiaoxiao panicked. Does this guy know that I have a system? No. Impossible. But is it really just because of the system? Until something happened to Yi Chen's father. I didn't think about anything and just followed him. Her eyes began to dodge, and I didn't know where she was looking. Ding. My wife's self-doubt, acquired treasure appraisal skills beginner. Yi Chen was excited. Finally, some useful information. He suppressed his excitement and did not take any further action. Pick up an orange from her hand. placed in shopping bag.
But his mouth was not idle, and he said, "But don't lie in the future." After Qin Xiaoxiao was released, the brain started functioning again. Then I heard him say that he was lying.
He immediately frowned and asked, "When did I lie to you?" I added in my heart, "Even if it's something about the system that I'm hiding from you. That's just a secret. It's not a lie. There is a difference, okay?"
Yi Chen said, "You told my mom that I was the PR manager.
Isn't that a lie? Manager.
Qin Xiaoxiao then realized what Yi Chen was talking about. He was talking about the time when she helped to rescue him. At that time he was said to be the manager. He thought he had lied.
But she wasn't really lying.
She has decided to make the other party the manager. Qin Xiaoxiao smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll know when you go to work on Monday."
Then I went to the staff to weigh the fruits. Yi Chen didn't understand what the other party was saying.
I had no choice but to push the cart and follow.
Next, the two had dinner together. He also brought food to Yi Qingshan and Yi Qingmei. The two returned to the hospital with bags full of stuff. Just entered the ward. Yi Qingmei looked at the two people carrying large and small bags. He immediately stood up and complained, "Silly child, why did you buy so many things?"
Qin Xiaoxiao put the fruit beside the bed with great effort and said with a smile, "Uncle, eating more fruit will help your recovery while you are in the hospital." Unfortunately, Yi Chen is so careless that he doesn't know what kind of fruit Uncle likes to eat, so I bought a few more varieties.
Yi Chen smiled awkwardly.
Yi Qingmei's face was full of smiles, and she was so happy in her heart.
Yi Qingshan on the hospital bed also woke up. "I feel much better now."
The look he gave Qin Xiaoxiao was also very intriguing. Yi Qingshan slowly asked, "Girl, stop busying yourself and sit for a while." Qin Xiaoxiao smiled and sat next to him. "Okay, uncle." Yi Qingshan also took off his oxygen mask.
"It's not a big problem at all. It's just an external injury, not fatal. I was so nervous before because I was thinking about the healing issue.
Now that this problem has been solved, Yi Qingshan is full of energy and spirit.
It is also much easier to talk." So he asked, "Girl, who is Qin Tai to you?"
Yi Qingmei and Yi Chen looked at him with some confusion.
I don't know why he asked this so abruptly.
But the person involved, Qin Xiaoxiao, is different.
She stared with wide eyes, then asked in confusion, "Uncle Yi, do you know my grandfather?" Yi Chen's expression changed. Dad knows her grandfather? What the hell is going on? My father is a worker in a factory in the county town. How could he possibly know Qin Xiaoxiao's grandfather?
As for Qin Xiaoxiao at the moment, Yi Chen feels
her family conditions must be very good. It is obviously impossible to have any intersection with my father. Yi Qingmei has the same question mark face.
Yi Qingshan nodded lightly and said casually, "Our factory is cooperating with Jianghai on a project."
"I am honored to meet you." That being said. But Yi Qingshan's expression was helpless. She really is the girl from the Qin family. How can I not avoid this? Originally Yi Qingshan thought, as long as I stay in the small county town, I can stay away from the disputes here. But he dodged it.
But his son got involved.
Now,
Yi Qingshan made the decision.
He wants to stay in Jianhai. Since you can't avoid it, you might as well face it. Yi Chen noticed the changes in his father.
From the helplessness just now, it turned into determination. Yi Qingshan is already in his 40s. Although his face was wrapped in white gauze at this time.
But he exuded a strong pressure and momentum. It is not something that ordinary workers can have.
This made Yi Chen feel that his father was very strange.
Sensitive Yi Chen, combined with all kinds of. Finally, one thing was confirmed. My father is hiding something from me. There must be something wrong.
But he seemed unwilling to say it.
Qin Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Grandpa really likes to inspect subordinate companies. I didn't expect Uncle Yi to have met Grandpa too."
But she didn't think too much about it.
It just seems like a coincidence.
None of the younger generations know about the grudges among the older generation in Jianhai City.
The ward returned to peace again. Yi Chen also asked the question that concerned him most at the moment, "Dad, who hurt you?"
As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Xiaoxiao and Yi Qingmei both looked at Yi Qingshan.
Obviously they were curious too. Yi Qingshan, who was lying on the hospital bed, said, "There were several masked men, and it was at night."
I couldn't see who they were, what?
Yi Chen asked anxiously, just what?
It's just that these people are very skilled.
You should know my skills.
Although I'm not a martial arts master, 3 or 5 people can't get close to me. But there were only 2 of them, yet they left me powerless to fight back. Their movements were very neat and their attacks were very accurate. They must be martial artists.
Yi Qingshan slowly recalled what happened last night. Yi Chen knew his father's skills.
It is indeed better than the average person.
When I was a child, I often went hiking in the mountains with my father. My father was always so light. According to my dad, this group of people must be professionals. Only then can things be done so efficiently. Qin Xiaoxiao then asked, Uncle Yi, have you offended anyone recently?
Yi Qingshan just frowned. Then he thought carefully and said, no, I usually don't have conflicts with anyone.
Now that I have a wife and children, I will not do that kind of thing.
Really?
This is the same as Yi Chen guessed. My father is not the type to cause trouble. Sudden. Yi Chen thought of a possibility. Hadn't I detected a few people from the Wolf Farm organization before? All of those people are martial artists. I have never done anything to myself. Will he go find his father? Think of this. Yi Chen felt more and more that it was possible. Although I don't know the other party's purpose. But there must be a connection. Now this needs to be confirmed. We can only wait for news from Uncle Jiu.
Originally, Yi Chen wanted to stay with his father today. But Yi Qingshan and his mother wouldn't let him stay here.
Nothing you say will work.
Yi Chen could only leave with Qin Xiaoxiao.
Out of the hospital. It's already dark outside. Yi Chen sent Qin Xiaoxiao back home. A man was walking down the street, thinking about what to do next. He learned that his father was going to settle in Jianhai. So you have to hurry up and find a house for yourself.
Qin Xiaoxiao paid for all the surgery this time.
I naturally feel very sorry.
But Qin Xiaoxiao said she didn't want anything. He said he lent it to himself. In desperation, Yi Chen could only agree to pay her back after receiving his salary.
The money in your own card can be used to rent a house with a nice environment. Buying a house is obviously impossible. In the city of Jianhai, house prices are ridiculously high. I must become stronger as soon as possible. Then the next step is to find out who hurt his father.
Thinking about this, Yi Chen felt that familiar breath behind him again.
So I stopped. Every time you come out, can you please say hello? People with weak hearts would be scared to death by you.
A sigh soon came from behind him. Your sixth sense is very sharp.
At least there are no more than 3 people who can detect me at the moment. The sound was rough. This was not the first time Yi Chen had heard this voice. It was the black-faced man who was secretly protecting him. Yi Chen turned around and asked, is someone going to kidnap me again this time?
He noticed that the dark-faced man was wearing sunglasses this time.
The sunglasses from last time were broken by Yi Chen.
He said slowly, there is no danger this time, I just want to come out and remind you.
Remind? Reminder of what?
Yi Chen looked at him in confusion. The dark-faced man said, 3 waves of forces in Jianhai are now targeting you.
The situation is very critical. 3 waves. Yi Chen looked at him in disbelief. What did you do? Did nothing.
I spent 2 days with my wife.
3 waves of forces are targeting me. What a lunatic. I didn't provoke them. Yi Chen yelled. All the spit from Yi Chen's mouth flew onto the other person's face and sunglasses.
Zhang Tian felt a pang of pain in his heart.
Do I have to wear sunglasses every time I appear? This ink is custom made. 1 pair costs tens of thousands. If this continues, no protection for a few days. I starve to death just because of changing sunglasses.
The dark-faced man cursed in his heart. But he appeared calm and wiped the saliva from his face.
Just because you don't mess with some people doesn't mean they won't come after you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately asked, what do you know? Who is your master? Another burst of saliva spurted out. The big man wiped his face helplessly. Took a step back. This time he didn't hold back and said directly, the person who asked me to protect you is the patriarch of the Jianhai Yi family. For Yi Chen, this was the first time he heard this name. He had no idea that there was a Yi family in Jianhai before.
And he can send out such fierce bodyguards. The strength should be quite strong. But why should the other party protect himself? Is it just because his surname is also Yi? This is obviously ridiculous. The world is so big that there are many people with the surname Yi. Are they still fully protected? Even Yi Chen had a very melodramatic thought. Am I not my father's biological son? If Yi Qinshan knew about this, he would probably pull out the oxygen tube and rush over to beat this brat. This sudden news made Yi Chen more vigilant. Now that my father is also in Shanghai, the safety issue is obviously even more critical. Seeing Yi Chen's serious expression, the dark-faced man laughed. The head of the family asked me to bring you a message. What does the head of the Yi family want to say to me? Yi Chen looked at him in confusion. The dark-faced man smiled and said, the patriarch said that these three forces are not all enemies. They have grievances and favors with each other. If you can cleverly use the relationships among them, you will definitely be able to reverse the situation. This passage. This made Yi Chen, who was already confused, even more confused. Even more confused. Finally, he touched his nose and asked, is your master a monk? The dark-faced man had a look of question marks on his face. The black man's face was the same as the question mark. What's the meaning? Yi Chen complained helplessly, what's the difference between what you say? What's the difference between you and the bald monk in the temple? I thought the other party would be angry. After all, it is a bit insulting to the other party's master. Who would have thought that the big man would ask unexpectedly, how did you know? Chapter 35, something happened to Lei late at night, and the difficulty of my wife's system has increased. How do you know that? Yi Chen was speechless for a while, and he touched his nose helplessly. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. The message has been delivered. Do you have anything else to do? Zhang Tian looked at Yi Chen and said, you'd better be careful. Yi Chen nodded. Zhang Tian, with a dark face, walked a few steps before turning back and asking, how did you know your family was made up of monks? And last time, you knew the attacker hadn't left. What happened? This guy is still a curious baby. Yi Chen left on his own. Dark-faced Zhang Tian watched his back until he disappeared. This kid is really a bit weird. Then it disappeared at the same spot. At the same time. In an abandoned factory. There are some scrapped machines and many containers around. There are 4 or 5 large containers in the center of the factory, forming a table. There are a lot of supermarket fast foods on it. And some roast chicken and beer. A group of people wearing strange clothes are eating. A man was sitting on a high place at the corner. There was a feminine look on her face. Obviously a sissy. It's not much different from eating a peach. He was thinking about something while wiping the shiny dagger in his hand. Just then his phone rang. Pick up the phone. Why haven't you done anything yet? An angry questioning voice came from the other end of the phone. He said, my dear young master, you are not less informed than I am, right? That guy has Zhang Tian behind him. Can my men get close to him? A question came from the other end of the phone, aren't you a level killers? Are you scared to death by Zhang Tian? Master, please don't get excited. Although we are a level killers, you are also aware of Zhang Tian's strength. He is a killer god on the battlefield. His strength has long reached S level. Humph. Then give me my money back. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little disappointed. The feminine man put down the dagger and said sarcastically, we at Poison Fang never refund money. Regardless of success or failure, this money will not be refunded. What do you mean? Are you going to play tricks on me? Do you know who I am? The other party was extremely arrogant and domineering. The feminine man was not anxious at all, and said with a smile, don't worry, I didn't say I won't do it, I just need some means. The person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment, then asked, what method? With someone protecting us, we can use other means, such as threats, or kidnapping someone. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, don't hurt Qin Xiaoxiao. If anything goes wrong, I can't stop you. No, we dare not touch anyone from the Qin family. But we can kidnap someone with no background. After saying this, the feminine man hung up the phone. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he said to a man who was still drinking, Arrow, let's do it tonight. No problem. The man immediately agreed and continued to eat meat and drink.
Yi Chen returned to the dormitory. I was busy for 2 days.
I was covered in sweat, so I took a shower first.
After washing, I feel refreshed. Looking at my very long hair,
Decided it was time to change my hairstyle. Just when he was about to go to sleep on his upper bunk,
my cell phone rang.
the person shown above is Qin Xiaoxiao.
Yi Chen was puzzled. It's so late, why did you call me? Are you thinking about yourself? He thought very arrogantly. He also picked up the phone.
I thought I would hear something very sweet, but the other party's tone was very anxious. Yi Chen, where are you?
Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then asked, what happened?
Sister Lu's child is missing.
Yi Chen quickly put down the towel in his hand and asked, when did it happen?
Just now, Sister Lu didn't have any relatives in Shanghai, so she called me for help. I've already sent people to investigate, but I'm still worried, so I wanted to go out and look for her, but it's late at night.
I just wanted you to go out with me to look for it. Is it free for you now?
Qin Xiaoxiao asked cautiously.
Okay. I'll come find you right away.
Yi Chen hung up the phone without saying a word. Although Lele had previously insisted that he was a weird uncle who ate shit. But this is all children's play.
Yi Chen wouldn't be really angry.
Sister Lu has always taken good care of herself, and her child is in trouble.
Just helping out to look for it. No one would refuse this. Yi Chen didn't even blow dry his hair.
He just put on his coat and hurried out of the school.
As soon as I arrived at the school gate, the old man at the gate shouted, Xiaoqianzi, the school will be closed tomorrow, you should move out early. I'm waiting to go back to be with my grandson.
The old man at the door has a good relationship with Yi Chen, and he always saves the delicious food for Yi Chen. The old man also said the specific reason was that he looked like his deceased grandson. What the old man meant by accompanying his grandson was visiting his grandson's grave after school was over.
Got it, sir. Say hello for me.
Because Yi Chen was anxious, he had no intention of chatting with this lovely old man. But as soon as he ran out of the school gate, he turned back. Then he threw in the spare cash he had taken out.
A full 10,000.
It's been my 4 years in college. Of course, the old man wouldn't want any reward for eating his food.
But it's also a little token of my appreciation. Xiaoqianzi, what are you doing? I don't want your money. The old man shouted at Yi Chen.
Yi Chen shouted without even turning his head, help me buy some paper money for my brother. After saying that, he disappeared. The old man's grandson is 2 years younger than him, so he is his younger brother. After Yi Chen left, the old man stared at the pile of cash in a daze. A line of hot tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. Yang, your brother will definitely be a great man in the future.
If you were still alive, wouldn't you be a junior in college by then?
On the other side, Yi Chen ran all the way to the Gongyuan building. It took more than 10 minutes.
Normally, this distance would take less than 10 minutes by taxi.
After strengthening his physique, Yi Chen's running speed is now only slightly slower than that of a vehicle running at normal speed. This surprised him a lot. After checking the time, Yi Chen came to the parking lot and put on his helmet. Twist the throttle. Buzz. A roar came from the black Harley, and then it sped away into the night.
We sped along the way.
There is the sound of wind whistling in my ears. It took another 5 minutes to stop at the place outside the villa area where he and Qin Xiaoxiao had agreed to meet. Qin Xiaoxiao had already been standing there, looking around with some fear.
It's almost dawn at this time.
It is indeed time for those evil scum to come out. What a drunk uncle.
A rogue looking for prey. People like this are the most rampant during this period of time.
Although Qin Xiaoxiao was afraid, she was really worried.
So I decided to take the risk and come out early to wait for Yi Chen.
I heard the sound of a motorcycle in the distance. She looked over when she heard the sound. I saw a black figure rushing towards me, look at its speed.
More anxious than myself. I couldn't help but smile. He is really kind-hearted and a very sunny boy.
It's really like his smile, always so warm. While he was distracted, the black figure stopped beside him.
Squeak. Yi Chen said to Qin Xiaoxiao, how is it now?
Qin Xiaoxiao came to her senses and said, Uncle Gio has already sent people to search the entire place. Sister Lu has called the police, but she's been missing for just over an hour, so they can't file a case. But Sister Lu was too anxious, so I thought I'd go out and look for her myself.
This is the truth.
The fact that a case cannot be filed is a big problem. If we wait 24 hours before filing a case, and something really happens, 24 hours is enough for someone to die 30 times.
As a mother, I naturally can't sit still.
Qin Xiaoxiao understood Sister Lu's feelings very well and had originally planned to bring a few people out.
This way you don't have to worry about your safety. But Qin Xiaoxiao's family didn't let her come out because it was too late.
Later, she had no choice but to sneak out without taking anyone with her.
I can only call Yi Chen.
Yi Chen nodded and said, "Come up, let's go for a walk around Sister Lu's house." As he spoke, Yi Chen handed over a helmet. This was not the first time Qin Xiaoxiao picked up the helmet directly. He got on the back seat of the Harley very easily.
Ding! Trigger a random task.
Actively hug the other person's waist to reward one charm point. Without the slightest hesitation, she put her arms around him, having already hugged him.
Just 0 and countless times. What would happen if I hugged him again?
She now feels that the tasks given by the system are too simple.
Isn't it just a little more proactive? This charm point is earned for free.
But just as she had this thought in her mind, a cold voice rang out, "The system has been provoked. From now on, the difficulty of the task will be increased to 1 star.
What?
Qin Xiaoxiao was completely dumbfounded.
After the upgrade, it was only 1 star. Doesn't that mean that it was a no-star mission before? The mission without stars is like that automatically. The 1-star mission will be more difficult. If it reaches 5 stars? Isn't it? Wouldn't that mean I have to wait for him without any effort?
Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoxiao blushed and her heart beat fast, secretly regretting provoking the system just now.
Why am I so naive?
I just got used to this level of initiative, and then. This is totally a rhythm of courting death. Yi Chen had no idea what had just happened to his wife, nor was he surprised that she took the initiative to hug him. Now my mind is full of thoughts about where a kindergarten kid would go so late at night.
But after thinking about it, I don't think Lele ran away by himself.
The chances of a kindergarten child coming out on his own initiative so late are very small. If it didn't happen on its own initiative, it was most likely man-made.
That's not a good sign, and it's normal for Lu Yu to be worried.
Thinking of this, Yi Chen stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Lu Yu's community. The speed along the way was also very fast. After all, it was a matter of racing against time.
It is very likely that if you are a little late, you will encounter an accident. Chapter 36. Yi Chen goes to the meeting alone. Can you give me a kiss when you come back? Yi Chen didn't say much along the way. Finally arrived at Lu Yu's community, around Chaoyang community. Yi Chen slowed down. Start looking around.
It was already late at night, and except for the 24-hour supermarket, all other stores were closed.
The focus is on wandering around the garden and some of the surrounding alleys. I got off the bus and asked a few supermarket clerks. These salespeople had never seen a child. I searched around for more than half an hour. During this period, Qin Xiaoxiao called Lu Yu 3 times. Ask Lele if he has returned home.
Qin Xiaoxiao was afraid that Lele would go home alone, so she repeatedly asked her to wait at home.
Make sure someone is home. Although Lu Yu was extremely anxious, she also understood the reason.
In the end, I could only wait anxiously at home.
Time passes by every second. Everyone was becoming more and more anxious.
Just when Yi Chen was about to go to the police station to explain the situation,
his cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar overseas number. Such numbers are completely virtual phones.
Some criminals use this method to evade police pursuit. Normally, Yi Chen would hang up immediately when he saw such a number. But he was born with a strong sixth sense.
A possibility immediately came to mind. So I picked up the phone.
A sissy voice immediately came from the other end of the phone.
Hello, Yi Chen.
The other party mentioned the person's name, which further confirmed Yi Chen's thoughts.
He also said directly, "Tell me, where did you take Lele?"
As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Xiaoxiao behind him immediately looked at Yi Chen nervously. This undoubtedly proves that something really happened to Lele, which is why Yi Chen asked this question. If no phone call has been made, it is not a big problem. The child just went out to play and got lost, but someone called. It is either kidnapping or extortion.
Things are getting serious.
She looked at Yi Chen nervously.
The voice on the other end of the phone came again. Wow, you have a very smart brain.
You are worthy of being a great talent of our batch one.
This brain. Stop talking nonsense, I'm asking about your child. Yi Chen directly interrupted the other party's trash talk. Since he called me, it is very likely that he wants to achieve something from me. It is very likely that I have implicated this little guy. If this is true, these people are really disgusting, the child of a boss. They can all be tied up and threatened. So what can't these people do? The feminine voice sounded again. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. Before dawn, you must come to Jiannan factory alone. Remember, you must come alone and leave your tail behind. Otherwise, if this delicate little fellow, at such a young age, were to lose his life, what a pity. Oh my God. If you dare to hurt Lele even a hair, I won't forgive you. Yi Chen's expression became more and more solemn. Sure enough, my feeling was right. The other party was coming for him. And it was really me who implicated Lele. This made Yi Chen feel guilty. Although I don't know the other party's purpose. But this is also because of myself. Lele would be kidnapped. Are these people perverts? How could a normal person come up with such a trick? It's not your own child. If you are a heartless person or a coward, what good will these guys do if they kidnap Lele? But this is not the time to study the criminal mind. The other party said again, remember, don't look for those official people. We pressed the surveillance camera on your phone. If you call the police, I will kill him. Bang! The other party hung up the phone directly. Yi Chen looked at his phone. When was your phone monitored? This made Yi Chen feel creepy. I never leave my phone. How to monitor? What are you dreaming of? What era is this? Remote monitoring can be done without touching your phone. Any computer expert can do it. The evil system spoke again. Yi Chen asked, so you're so powerful, but you don't even have the ability to prevent theft? Yes, but the host's current level is insufficient and he does not have the authority to open it. Doesn't this guy like chatting? This idea just came out. This is about all the readers' complaints about the system. This system needs to explain it personally. It has nothing to do with idle chat. If you need to chat, you should still find Xiao AI and see Rui. At this time, Xin Xiaoxiao saw Yi Chen hung up the phone and asked quickly, what happened? Yi Chen took off his helmet and said helplessly, I might have implicated Lele. Xin Xiaoxiao was very smart, unlike other naive girls. She was an extremely smart girl and thought of it immediately. Before, Yi Chen and I were worried about being retaliated against, so we agreed to stay together. It now seems that the other party's targets are not just the two of them. So she didn't ask any nonsense and asked, what did he ask for, and how much money did he need? Even though she is very smart, she is not a god and does not know who the other person is. I thought it was money. Yi Chen shook his head and said, no money, they want me to go to a factory, and only let me go alone. You're alone? Why? Qin Xiaoxiao asked nervously. Since he doesn't want money, it's obvious that he has bad intentions towards Yi Chen. Thinking of this, she said, no, you can't go. They are obviously targeting you. If you go there, you will be like a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. Yi Chen naturally understood the reason. I have to go, it has nothing to do with the Virgin Mary. Lele was arrested entirely because of himself. If you don't go yourself, you're not a human being. So Yi Chen said, I have to go. This further proves that it was because of me that Lele was implicated. Do you think I am the kind of person who would watch Lele get killed? Xin Xiaoxiao's face was heavy as she said, since they won't let you bring anyone with you, I'll let Uncle Joe support you from outside. She is not a burden and will not say things like, I'll go with you. This is undoubtedly a waste of time. I am a woman, and even if I have a system, it is a passive system. Obviously going there would just cause trouble. It is indeed safer to do so, but Yi Chen does not want to do so. Because the other party said that his cell phone was monitored. You can indeed use someone else's cell phone to call the police. But I thought about this. Can't the other party think of it? Moreover, Yi Chen suspected that his cell phone might be monitored. So these unnecessary risks are totally unnecessary. Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked at Qin Xiaoxiao seriously, do you believe me? Qin Xiaoxiao felt helpless. This dead man. What should I say, I believe you? Wouldn't that mean I admit that I like him very much? I said I don't believe it? The atmosphere is so hot.
I could only lower my head, not looking into his eyes, and whispered, I believe it, but I still think it's a bit too risky.
That's enough. Yi Chen started the Harley again.
Qin Xiaoxiao was sent directly to the downstairs of Lu Yu's building.
Go up and comfort Sister Lu. I will definitely bring Lele back safely.
Qin Xiaoxiao stood there blankly, looking at Yi Chen, who was still wearing the black helmet.
I don't know what his expression is like now.
He should have a stern and handsome face.
Very handsome, right? But the truth is, Yi Chen's expression now is uglier than crying. This is just seeking death.
I have such a beautiful daughter-in-law.
Nothing has happened to me yet. I'm not married yet. No baby yet. Thinking of this, Yi Chen said, if I come back safely, can you kiss me? Forehead?
I was still imagining Yi Chen's handsome expression, but suddenly all my fantasies were shattered.
What did you say?
Yi Chen was about to cry. I just feel it's such a pity. I still have my first kiss.
Puff. Qin Xiaoxiao didn't agree and just laughed. Why don't we think of another way? It's not urgent right now.
Since the other party has asked for it, Lele is safe now.
We can find Uncle Gio. Yi Chen simply put away his bitter face and said, wait for me.
Then he started up his Harley and rushed into the night without hesitation. Qin Xiaoxiao stared at the figure blankly, and the smile on her lips gradually disappeared.
She now wants to go up and calm Lu Yu down.
After entering the room, Lu Yu rushed up immediately with an anxious look on her face. There are still many undried tear marks on my face.
Xiaoxiao, what's going on? I want to go out and look for Lele. Can you wait at home?
Qin Xiaoxiao immediately said, now let's wait for Yi Chen to come back and not go anywhere.
Waiting for Yi Chen?
Lu Yu looked at Qin Xiaoxiao in confusion. Qin Xiaoxiao told what had happened. After hearing the news, Lu Yu did not cry or make a fuss and say that Yi Chen had implicated her and her son. Instead, he looked at Qin Xiaoxiao anxiously. Xiaoxiao, how can you let Yi Chen go?
This is obviously going to be detrimental to Yi Chen. Yes, I am worried about Lele. He is the apple of my eye, but I can't let Yi Chen risk his life, right? Hear this.
Qin Xiaoxiao felt even more that she had not made the wrong decision to employ the wrong person. Lu Yu is a woman with an extremely kind heart.
Even though his child was implicated, he did not directly blame Yi Chen. Instead, he was worried about Yi Chen. Don't you hate Yi Chen?
Let him atone his sins.
Qin Xiaoxiao asked. Why should I hate him? I hate those criminals. Everyone's child is a child.
Yi Chen is also his parents' child.
What can I do?
Yes, call the police.
We have received a call from the kidnappers. Let's call the police.
When Lu Yu heard the news, she did not calm down. He seemed even more anxious.
Like an ant on a hot pan, restless. Picked up the phone directly.
But Qin Xiaoxiao stopped her and she chose to believe Yi Chen.
Since Yi Chen dared to go, there must be a solution. In the night,
Yi Chen stopped at the side of the road, took off his helmet, and shouted to the empty street, that black man.
Come out. Where are the people? Where are the people? I have something to talk to you about. Yi Chen yelled.
Then I saw a big, strong man walking out of the darkness.
I don't like this nickname. Chapter 37 Dual System Dream Linkage, Obtaining Ghillie Suit.
A large man emerged from the darkness.
He said, you mean, let me leave first? Yi Chen nodded.
What the other party said on the phone was very clear.
Obviously he knew he was protected.
So I emphasize again and again that you should come on your own and don't bring any tales.
Are you sure? He's a professional killer. Zhang Tian asked Yi Chen. This made Yi Chen slightly stunned. A professional killer? That was indeed a bit dangerous, but Lele was in the other party's hands. No matter what, I still have to go. But we can't really let this black-faced man leave. Think of this. Yi Chen said, I'll go first, and you can start in half an hour. Zhang Tian looked at him in surprise. Knowing that he was a professional killer, why did you go alone? Put aside everything else. This guy has a very good character. Only. In this case, the risk factor is very high. The head of the household's job is to keep him safe. For a moment, Zhang Tian was a little confused. As if he could see through his heart, Yi Chen took the initiative to say,
for half an hour. Most of the time they were just talking nonsense and stalemate. Even if I do, I have the ability to guarantee my safety for half an hour.
Zhang Tian was still a little hesitant. But the other party didn't give him any chance to think. The motorcycle has been started again. He left a message, "You have to do this, otherwise if Lele gets into an accident, I won't forgive you." Zhang Tian was left standing there in a daze. Why did this guy talk to me just now? Can't you forgive me? You are a brat. Do you know who you are talking to? I am the black-faced killer on the battlefield. You are so. Although I was very unconvinced in my heart. But his body is still very honest. He stood there without moving. He squatted on the ground in frustration. Then he lit a cigarette. Yi Chen, who had been speeding all the way, had now arrived at the factory gate. This factory has been abandoned for many years. Yi Chen has also heard about it? The bosses all ran away. The factory employees were owed wages. Later, the boss was nowhere to be found. Just smashed the factory to pieces. It has been abandoned for many years. This living person must have temporarily used this place as a base. Obviously, after I went in. It's like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. I am just a graduate student who has just obtained the system. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous at all. It's not like some soldier king is returning to the city. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Then he said to the system, "Brother system, use that one-time bonus potion." Yi Chen's confidence comes from the reward he received for saving his wife's grandfather. Except this. And there is also our current inhumane system. These two add up. If it's just fighting, it shouldn't be a big problem. Even if the other party is very powerful. That's enough to protect yourself. Of course, the premise is that this group of killers do not have guns. Do you use it? Yes. Yi Chen suddenly felt a coolness running through his body from head to toe. With this cool feeling, I feel like I have more control over my body. The biggest gap is, I feel that I have great power. It seems like there is endless energy in the body. Ding! Disposable product timer is running. Starting from 60 minutes. 59:59. 59:58. Hey, why are you starting when I haven't even entered yet? Yi Chen was in a panic. It was already a pitiful hour. Why did it start right away? But the system showed no sign of stopping. Still counting. Yi Chen didn't dare to waste another minute. He immediately said to the system, "Turn on the monitor." Open? Yes. Buzz. After the familiar feeling, the god's perspective of heat opened up in front of his eyes again. Yi Chen focused his attention on the factory. DD. Following the beep of a detector, Yi Chen tilted his head slightly. He immediately discovered two figures standing behind the factory. Target 1, male, Eru, member of Langya. Target 2, male, Qixing, member of Langya. Yi Chen frowned slightly. It seems that the other party is very cautious. We also arranged personnel to keep watch at the rear. This is because he was afraid that he would bring other people to sneak in from behind the factory. But there was no gate in front. Doesn't that mean? Am I in their sight now? Yi Chen shook his head left and right. Finally, a probe was found on the eaves of a house outside the factory. It is true. They installed surveillance cameras ahead. There's a hand at the back. This is the only way to be sure. Yi Chen immediately thought of a question. Zhang Tian will be here in half an hour. It will definitely be discovered then. Even if Zhang Tian discovered the probe and wanted to support from behind. Obviously it will be discovered. Since I can find the two people keeping watch at the rear. That's the best way. Right now, I have discovered them while they don't know. At this time. Give them a surprise. This is undoubtedly the best way. But the surveillance in front of me. This is obviously the biggest obstacle. How to avoid being detected by cameras? Can you sneak into the rear? Yi Chen was not in a hurry. He knew that this was the case. The more you need to calm down. He tilted his head slightly. I saw a blind spot in the surveillance. The periphery of the factory is covered with weeds. The weeds were so tall that they could completely block the height of a crawling person.
But although these weeds are tall, they are not dense. Relatively sparse. In this case, even if you climb down by yourself,
you can still find clues from the gaps in the grass. Yi-chan had a headache.
It would be nice if there was a ghillie suit.
A must for eating chicken. Think of your own system. I can't help but have a headache. If you want to get rewards, you have to pamper your wife.
Qin Xiaoxiao is not here now.
I suddenly regretted coming here alone. Yi-chan sighed helplessly. But he suddenly had an idea. If I say that I love my wife now, will I be rewarded?
Yi-chan slowly got off the motorcycle and then began to silently say in his heart, "Wife, I love you."
Is this the wrong way? I love you, honey. Darling, I love you. It doesn't seem to work. Okay, it's useless to say anything.
I can't just say Qin Xiaoxiao, I love you, right?
Ding. Actively activating the reward system, requesting. I can and I wipe, it really works. Yi-chan said excitedly. This is just an experiment.
I didn't expect that there really is such a mechanism.
So you were supposed to say the name.
The reasons behind this are not difficult to understand.
There is no specific person who is my wife.
And the person he is bound to is Qin Xiaoxiao.
So it must be her own name.
Then Yi-chan began to wait for the system's request with anticipation.
But who should I ask for help? System? At the same time.
On the first floor of Chaoyang Community.
Ding. Requesting the issuance of ghillie suits, do you agree?
Qin Xiaoxiao had just poured a glass of water for Lu Yu when this voice rang in her mind.
She was slightly stunned and handed the cup of water to Lu Yu. A face full of confusion. Yi-chan is not here, how can there be a reward?
And before, rewards were given directly.
Why are you asking again this time?
Since there is a reward, there is naturally no reason not to take it.
Yes. Ding. To be distributed.
Qin Xiaoxiao began to wait. A full minute passed, and nothing was gained. She was very confused.
Is this system malfunctioning? Or oolong?
And the other half, Yi-chan, heard the system prompt.
Suddenly I realized that my clothes were originally black.
It turned into a furry green outfit.
From head to foot. Cover it tightly.
Neither Yi-chan nor Qin Xiaoxiao knew that their systems were interacting with each other remotely.
One is eagerly waiting for the reward.
The other one looked very excited, thinking that he had discovered a new world of the system, and that he could get it just by opening his mouth.
Yi-chan looked at the remaining time. 50:01. 10 minutes have been wasted.
Yi-chan didn't dare to waste any more time and just crawled on the ground. Then he glanced at the probe. Then he began to crawl forward.
Now Yi-chan has physical fitness and the help of potions. Crawling forward is effortless.
It moves very fast on the ground, like a fish in water. But he didn't dare to use the fastest speed.
The speed is too fast. There will be a lot of noise. Easy to expose.
Maintaining a constant speed, he slowly approached the blind spot of the probe.
Sudden.
The probe suddenly moved.
Looked towards his position. Yi-chan stopped immediately. He lay on the ground, not daring to breathe.
The probe moved up and down again. Then he turned aside.
Apparently, nothing unusual was found. Yi-chan took a deep breath.
It's not far from that blind aisle.
Work harder. Just crawled over.
As soon as he passed, he stood up immediately. Yi-chan posted it on the wall outside the factory.
Ha! Brother system, do I look like 007 now? Like a hammer, 007 uses such a cowardly method as yours? Yi-chan was speechless. Didn't he say it doesn't allow small talk? Besides, is this what I call a coward? This is called defeating the enemy with wisdom. Yi-chan didn't stop at all.
Make sure the probe will no longer monitor this side. He moved slowly along the wall.
Follow the wall to the corner of the factory wall.
Then he turned around.
Run quickly to the back. When running, try to make your feet as silent as possible. To avoid being discovered. These people are professional killers. Don't take it lightly. Come to the corner of the wall at the back.
Yi-chan slowly stopped. Then he crawled again in the grass beside him.
Look up slightly.
I saw two men standing not far away.
One of them is very big after all. A thin one.
The two of them were not close to each other.
Each person has a corner on the edge.
Each of them held a machete in his hand. Just when Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and secretly felt lucky that the other party had no hot weapons. Suddenly he looked at the waist of the burly man.
Pistol. There actually is a gun. Yi Chen knew that it would be useless for him to be timid now.
Gritting my teeth, I calmed myself down.
A decision was quickly made. Let us do this big guy first. Because even if that tall and thin guy found out, the other party could only rush over with a knife.
During this period, with my current skills, I am relatively safe. But if you attack the tall and thin guy first, then the big guy with the gun is likely to open fire.
No matter how fast you are, you can never be faster than a bullet. At least not now. Time is limited and Yi Chen has no time to prepare.
Start to crawl and stop slowly approaching the target.
Chapter 38, Going deep into the factory, Lele is a man. I saw it in the originally peaceful grass. An inconspicuous figure. He approached a big guy little by little.
Now Yi Chen is very close to his goal. Yi Chen first glanced at the thin man at the distant corner. The guy slowly took out a cigarette from his pocket.
He shouted to the big guy over here, "Arrow, do you want to smoke?"
Yi Chen thought to himself that this was not good.
If two people smoke together,
I don't have the confidence and ability to knock down both of them in an instant.
Then we can only take action now. Just when Yi Chen was considering whether to take direct action,
the big guy closest to him said, "I'm not smoking anymore. I've been getting irritated from working in this shabby factory these past few days.
My throat hurts like hell."
After saying that, the big guy touched his throat and looked very uncomfortable. The thin guy didn't waste time either. He began to search for a lighter on his body. Then he lowered his head, took out his lighter and started lighting a cigarette.
Now is the time. Yi Chen instantly burst out from invisible state. Then another jump. He jumped onto the big guy's back. The terrifying speed exploded instantly. Before Yi Chen landed on the opponent's back, his hands had already aimed at the opponent's neck. "Don't you have a sore throat? Let me treat you." Just when Yi Chen landed on his back. Crack! The astonishing force instantly broke the opponent's most vulnerable neck.
The big guy groaned and fell to the ground.
Yi Chen still has no experience.
I originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity when the thin man lowered his head and solved the problem in 1 second without anyone noticing. Although his explosive power was indeed very strong, he was able to defeat his opponent in an instant.
But he overlooked one point.
That's the sound of a person falling to the ground when they lose consciousness.
Especially one of this size. There was a loud thud, and the big guy fell to the ground instantly.
In addition, Yi Chen used all his strength on his arms.
When the big guy landed on the ground, he couldn't even keep his body steady.
The weight of the big guy plus Yi Chen's own weight. The sound it made was surprisingly loud.
Yi Chen heard the voice.
He was so scared that he fell to the ground motionless, his eyelids slightly raised to look at the thin man. After the thin man lit his cigarette.
Sure enough, he looked up. "Arrow? What are you doing? You have a heat stroke so late at night?" He didn't immediately think it was man-made, because he didn't notice anything unusual just now.
The first reaction was that the two tigers might have physical problems. In addition, Arrow just said that his throat was uncomfortable, so his first reaction was that Arrow was sick. At this time, the thin man's walkie-talkie rang. After a burst of electric noise, a voice came from the intercom. "Shishing, what's going on? Why is there such a loud noise?" It was a female voice that spoke. The thin man, with a cigarette in his mouth and a walkie-talkie in his hand, walked towards Yi Chen and said, "Arrow fainted. This kid looks strong, but his physique is average." The female voice came through the intercom again. "Look and see what's going on. That guy should be here soon. Don't let anything happen." At this time, the thin man was already very close. He looked at the big guy and rolled his eyes. He said into the intercom, rolling his eyes, "Has this guy masturbated too much? Okay, let me see what's going on. Don't worry, everything is normal outside." After saying this, the thin man put the walkie-talkie back to his waist with a cigarette in his mouth. Then he squatted down, completely unaware of the ghillie suit lying on the ground beside him. "Eru! Wake up! While speaking, he slowly placed his hand on Era's nose. After confirming that the other party had indeed fainted,
The thin man stood up helplessly.
then he began to put it on his body with difficulty. They were probably thinking of sending him back to the factory.
Just then, Yi Chen moved again.
I saw a green figure jumping up again.
Because of the angle,
A kick hit the opponent's soft spot.
forehead.
The thin man was startled by the sudden attack.
I didn't have time to react.
There was a piercing pain in my ribs. The piercing pain made him unable to make a sound. Yi Chen's physical condition and the potions made this kick powerful enough to knock a big man unconscious. What's more, the kick was aimed at the weak spot of a thin person. But he is a professional killer after all.
He was the first one.
Still rolled to the side. Endured the severe pain.
Preparing to escape.
Yi Chen naturally did not give him such an opportunity, and this time he aimed directly at the head. The same method was repeated, and there was another crisp sound. The thin man also fainted. This time Yi Chen had experience, so he caught the other person and slowly put him on the ground. Only then did Yi Chen breathe a sigh of relief.
This first step went quite smoothly. The backup Zhang Tian can also enter smoothly to support himself. Yi Chen did this to prevent the people inside from discovering it. Climbed to the front of the factory again. Brother system, such a good stealth weapon can't be used only once, right? Can you store this thing in the system? Bite.
The system just sounded a prompt, and then the ghillie suit on Yi Chen disappeared.
All right. It seems that there is a function. I asked a bit redundantly.
Yi Chen then slowly walked towards the factory. He looked at the probe with a swagger.
He also said hello to the probe.
The other side of the probe.
Fox sneered and said, "This kid is very arrogant." He even said hello to the surveillance camera. The feminine man beside him put down the dagger in his hand and asked with a smile, "Are you here?"
The fox immediately twisted its butt and slowly picked up a spray gun.
"Here I come." The two of them walked downstairs slowly. Yi Chen entered the factory.
A musty and spoiled smell immediately emanated from inside. There was also a strong smell of alcohol. It was surprisingly dark inside.
There weren't any lights.
Just as Yi Chen was trying hard to look inside.
Sudden. A fire lit up in the darkness.
I saw a bright torch lit up in the center of the factory.
The man holding the torch was a man.
He has long hair and is missing a leg. He was looking at Yi Chen with a sinister smile on his face.
Yi Chen's expression changed immediately. Watching very nervously.
It wasn't this cripple that made him nervous. But it was Lele who was tied up on the container.
There was still wide tape on Lele's mouth.
The round head was covered in dust and dirt. His face was also covered with black dust. There were tears hanging on her eyelashes. At this moment, she was looking at Yi Chen with watery eyes. The little body was struggling hard. Obviously, he also recognized the weird uncle who ate shit.
Ha ha ha, wow, you're so brave, you really came here alone? The lame man burst out laughing.
Yi Chen frowned slightly. I'm here, don't hurt innocent people.
As soon as the words fell, two figures appeared again in the darkness. A man and a woman.
The woman was the fox watching the surveillance camera. The man was their boss Yusan. That perverted and feminine man. Yi Chen noticed the shotgun in Fox's hand.
I was shocked again.
The other party has more than just a pistol. There is actually a powerful spray gun.
If this thing hits your body, a bloody hole will immediately appear. How did these people bring these guys into Shanghai? Yi Chen didn't have time to think too much now. What on earth are you doing?
The feminine man had a smile on his face.
He said slowly, I called you here alone, don't you know why?
As he said this, he pinched Lele's face with both hands. Yi Chen was anxious. Your target is me. If you let the child go, I will let you do whatever you want with me.
Oh? That's so straightforward, alright? I won't waste time on you.
After all, bad guys die because they talk too much.
Let's get down to business.
Just come over here and I'll let the child go. Yusan stared at Yi Chen coldly.
That won't work. Let the child go first, I won't leave. Yi Chen insisted. Yusan is not some brainless kidnapper. As the leader of a killer team,
He never fights a battle he is not sure of. Two brothers at the door. Firstly, it is to let out some fresh air. Secondly, after Yi Chen enters the factory, he can block the door directly. This way we can catch the turtle in the jar. Absolutely safe. So he thought. This is all under his control. He raised his head and said to the lame man, "Ermao, let the kid go." Okay. The lame man immediately went over and started to untie the ropes. This surprised Yi Chen very much. Is it that simple? This is completely different from the kidnapping in police and gangster movies. Shouldn't the other party be playing tricks and refusing to let the child go? Of course, Yi Chen was not naive enough to think that the other party was so simple. There must be something fishy going on. Yi Chen became alert. His eyes were fixed on Lele. Lele was quickly untied. After regaining his freedom, Lele immediately trotted towards Yi Chen. After such a short journey, Yi Chen felt like his heart was about to jump out. He was very afraid that the other party would become crazy. Suddenly, Lele was hit by a gun from behind. Until Lele threw herself into his arms. Yi Chen finally felt half relieved. Yi Chen immediately said to Lele softly, "Lele, I'm going to tear off the tape on your mouth now. It might be a little painful. Can you bear it?" Lele immediately nodded obediently. Yi Chen grabbed the tape beside him. He pulled it down with determination. Sizzle! Lele immediately jumped up in pain. But he was very strong and didn't cry out. There's no way around this tape. The slower you tear it, the more troublesome it is and the more painful it is. A red mark was left on his chubby face. Uncle, let's go, they are bad guys." Lele immediately grabbed Yi Chen's hand and ran out desperately. But his strength. Naturally, he couldn't pull Yi Chen. Yi Chen knew that he should take Lele with him and leave now. To welcome the two of them. It must be two sprayers. Although his mind is blank now. But he knew that the most urgent thing was now. It means transferring the child away. Yi Chen immediately said patiently, "Lulu, listen carefully, Mom is outside. When you get out, run to the side of the road immediately and you will see Mom, okay?" Yi Chen lied. Lulu did not come. But he had to let Lele out. Only then can you find a way to escape. And Yi Chen just looked at the time. Half an hour has passed. The big man with the black face should be here soon. When Lele goes out, he will probably meet Zheng Tian. With that guy's ability to appear and disappear at will, it shouldn't be difficult to find Lele. Lele looked weakly outside the factory. He was obviously very scared. Yi Chen asked, "Is Lele a man?" Lele turned to look at Yi Chen, then gritted his teeth and said, "Lele is a man, I have to protect my mother." Yi Chen laughed, and then said again, "Since you are a man, can Lele do it?" "Able." Yi Chen laughed again, "Then go? Go find Mom." I saw a small body walking slowly. He even staggered when he walked. See this scene. Yi Chen really wanted to curse. A little kid who can't even walk properly. How could they have the heart to kidnap such a child? Finally, Lele came to the door of the factory. Yi Chen was just about to feel relieved. Lele suddenly turned around. "Uncle, what about you? What will you do?" Yi Chen didn't know what was wrong with him, and a tear flowed from the corner of his eye. Then he yelled viciously, "Get out of here!" Chapter 39. The black-faced killer appears. This woman's body is full of silicone. Following Yi Chen's roar, Lele disappeared into the factory. Yusan was slightly stunned. Did the kid really go out? What are Arrow and Qixing doing at the door? Wasn't it arranged in advance? Yusan was confused. He immediately winked at the fox beside him. The fox nodded silently. Holding the intercom, he slowly walked to the second floor. Then Yusan looked at Yi Chen calmly. "Boy, we are just taking money from people and helping them get rid of disasters. Don't blame us." Then he turned to the lame man and said, "Ermao, do it." I saw the lame man holding a machete, limping towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel confused. The other person is a lame man. Are you so confident that you can handle yourself? I still underestimate myself. The lame Ermal walked slowly towards him with a sinister smile on his face. He raised the machete in his hand and rushed towards Yi Chen at an extremely fast speed. Really? This lame guy is very skilled. Yi Chen immediately used all his strength to move sideways. Dodged the fierce knife. Without the slightest pause, Yi Chen grabbed his arm as quickly as possible. Mao's expression changed. I thought to myself that this is not good. This kid is really good. You shouldn't underestimate the enemy. Because he underestimated his enemy, he didn't use any skill in this attack. I just thought that the other person was just a young man who had just graduated. Are there any tips? Just kill him and that's it. But it's too late to regret now. It's too late to withdraw and regret. Yi Chen just pulled the other person's arm hard. The 7 stars were already unstable. Fell forward all of a sudden. Just when it was about to land. Bang! Yi Chen tried his best. He kicked Qixing, who was about to fall to the ground. Pulled the other person hard on the arm. Plus the weight of Mao itself. Then add one more move to pour vertically downwards and one to lift upwards with force. The forces in 2 directions are opposite. For a moment, the 3 forces combined together. It became very scary. After a loud noise, Mao was flying in the air. Next second, it hit a container on the ground hard again. Crash! The container was smashed to pieces. A cloud of dust was stirred up. Mao fainted without a word. It's not that he's too bad. One reason is because they underestimated the enemy. Secondly, it is because of Yi Chen's own strength plus the blessing of the potion. And the way he hits is very skillful. Mao had no time to react. Anyone would be knocked unconscious. However, Yi Chen, the one who made the move, was grinning. The force really is mutual. Oh my god, it hurts. Yi Chen jumped up while holding his feet. Why don't I learn my lesson? The last time I hit that dark-faced guy, it hurt for a long time. I forgot again this time. Yu San, standing aside, had a surprisingly rich expression. It started with a sneer. Then it turned into a slight surprise. Finally it turned into shock. Now he is looking at Yi Chen with a sinister look on his face. He was quite surprised. This kid's information is definitely not that simple. Impossible. It is impossible for a graduate to knock a professional killer unconscious. At this moment, it started to rain all night. Fox's voice came from the 2nd floor, "Boss, we can't contact Arrow and Qixing. Maybe something happened." What? Yu San, who was originally calm. His eyes immediately widened. He could never have imagined it. My original team consisted of 5 people. Now 3 of them have been reimbursed directly. Only herself and Fox, a female killer, were left. He immediately asked viciously, "Where are my brothers?" Yi Chen had recovered a lot at this time. "I can barely bear the pain in my feet." He looked at the other person and replied, "What do you mean, brother? I don't know what you are talking about." Yu San's hands were shaking slightly with anger. He has been in the industry for many years. Never rolled over. But today, I was fooled by a graduate. No. He must not be just a graduate. Who the hell are you? Yi Chen walked over slowly at this time. I silently turned on the radar detector on the road. His eyes were fixed on Yu San. But from Yi Chen's perspective, it is a world of red and green. He had not forgotten the woman upstairs. And she has a shotgun in her hand that can take her life at any time. This is also why Yi Chen wants to get close to Yu San. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. This smile became extremely terrifying in Yu San's eyes. Let Yu San, who had experienced countless things. I don't know what the other person means. I always feel like I haven't held my fart well. You, just say it, just stand there and don't move. Yu San showed panic for the first time. Why specifically? He doesn't even know it himself. I am your father. Then Yi Chen rushed across the 3-meter distance at the fastest speed. Power explodes instantly. He grabbed Yu San, who was still in a daze. Then press your hand firmly on the 9 o'clock position. Bang! A deafening sound rang out in the factory. The voice is loud. Plus the response from the factory. It makes people's ears buzz. Yi Chen carried Yu San in front of him.
Huge impact force. He almost dropped Yu-san to the ground. But he can't. This is because Yi-chin just turned on the detector. I found the fox in the darkness on the second floor holding a shotgun. The target to aim at is yourself. So decide now. I can't just stand still. So I moved. While approaching Yu-san. This made the fox upstairs even more afraid to shoot randomly. You know, a shotgun is a shotgun and it fires a lot of bullets at the same time. The simultaneous impact can knock out a person's internal organs. The area hit was too large. Naturally, she didn't dare to shoot at will. So as not to hurt your own people. But later it seemed that Yi-chen was about to take action. She knew that her boss Yu-san was quite weak. He was more proficient in making firearms. That's why the brothers are willing to follow him and recognize him as the boss. With the current level of technology, it is no longer a matter of who has the harder fist. No matter how hard your fist is. Can you eat a bullet? However, domestic restrictions on thermal weapons are very strict. It is impossible for anyone to buy or sell. So, someone who can make weapons became the rarest person. The moment she saw Yi-chen take action, she became anxious. The shotgun in his hand was fired. But she never expected it. The other party used the boss's body to block the spray gun. At this time, Yu-san stared with wide eyes. A look of disbelief on his face. Staring at Yi-chen intently. Yi-chen quickly let go of his hand. This was the first time he saw a dead person. And it's right in front of me. Look at the blood at the corner of his mouth and the bloody hole in the middle of his body. The whole person became uneasy. I sat on the dirty floor of the factory, at a loss. I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. Die already? Although he didn't kill it himself. But a living person died right in front of me. The fox was also shocked for a few seconds. But as a killer, I'm used to life and death. She knew she was in trouble today. Looking at Yi-chen, who was still in a daze. Slowly pick up the spray gun. Then he aimed at his chest. But Yi-chen had long lost the ability to think. Still sitting on the ground stupidly. Just when the fox was about to pull the trigger, a huge black figure rushed out. Then a fist as big as a sandbag hit her hard. Speed, power, skill. All upper level. Zhang Tian, known as the battlefield killing god, appeared. Boom! A loud bang was heard. The voice is almost the same as that of the troll. Then I saw the fox being punched in the chest. The originally towering upper body. It deflated instantly. But this did not slow down the terrifying force at all. Just now she was aiming at Yi-chen at the edge of the second floor, so she was very close to the edge of the second floor. He was knocked down directly. Bang! Another loud bang. The fox fell next to Yi-chen. I don't know where the shotgun in my hand fell. Puff! The fox's charming face turned pale in an instant. A mouthful of blood spurted out. All of it sprayed on Yi-chen's body. Yi-chen looked at the fox in front of him. He then looked down at his blood-stained clothes. Finally, came back to his senses. He looked up at the second floor. I saw the big man with a black face jump down directly. He patted his dusty hands and said, "Damn, this woman looked pretty good, but it turned out to be fake, all silicone." Upon hearing this, Yi-chen looked at the fox's chest. It has completely become a sunken deep pit. The other was intact. Stop talking nonsense. I can kill you or chop you up as I please. The fox roared in a shrill voice. Zhang Tian's strong arm slowly lifted her chin, and then he said, "Slutty fox. I've long heard of you. You're the best spy in Wolf Fong. There's nothing you can't get, but your skills are awful. Could it be that you got all this information by selling this pair of silicones?" Zhang Tian's tone was full of teasing. Pooh. A mouthful of blood was spat directly onto Zhang Tian's face. I thought Zhang Tian was a rough guy. I would slap her to death. But it didn't. Even Zhang Tian was not angry. Instead, he pinched her chin with his fingers. "Tell me. Who is your employer?" The fox looked at Zhang Tian with a painful expression. The huge force coming from her jaw made her feel like her jaw was about to be crushed. Legend has it that the black-faced god of death was born with immense strength. It's a killing machine. It seems so now. It really lives up to its reputation. Why is this woman called Fox? That's cunning and cowardly.
The reason she is still alive today is that she has betrayed many teams. The reason why their team is average in strength. Many reasons are due to lack of coordination. It's a completely temporary team.
Fox joined them only after hearing that Yusan was an expert at making weapons. These people.
They were all afraid of death in their team before.
A few disloyal people. So they all survived. Seeing Zhang Tian take action. The Fox knew very well that he was not telling the truth. The end will be even worse than now.
What more, Zhang Tian has the Yi family behind him.
It's Yi Tianqi.
The Fox said through gritted teeth.
She gave up resisting.
After getting the answer, Zhang Tian was slightly stunned. There was a fluctuation on the originally dark face. But the strength in his hands did not diminish. On the contrary, it has increased a lot.
What an attitude! Just try to say that to me again.
The Fox heard this.
My heart broke. I was injured internally and my stomach was churning. She had to endure the severe pain in her jaw. How can I not grit my teeth and persevere in this situation? But the other party thinks he is not convinced? She wants to die now. Fortunately, Zhang Tian knew the answer. I squeezed it hard for a while. Throw the Fox to the ground.
Then he looked at his hands and said with some disgust, the chin is fake, do you have a real thing? At this time, Yi Chen had recovered from the initial psychological shock. There was no discussion with him at all about whether the woman's body was real or fake. What he cares about most. He is the mastermind behind all events. It is very likely that this person sent someone to beat my father. So he asked, who is Yi Tianqi? Chapter 40, Mother and Son Reunited, the real murderer Yi Tianqi. Zhang Tian frowned slightly. He regained his humble appearance. All the domineering aura on his body is taken away. This person is in some trouble. Wait for me to make a call. Then Zhang Tian took out his cell phone. Silently dialed a number. The call was connected very quickly. Hey, Patriarch, now. Yi Chen didn't know what the other party said. But it obviously interrupted Zhang Tian's words. Zhang Tian replied somewhat awkwardly, not really. When I came, he had almost solved it. The mastermind behind this, I don't know if I should say it. Yes, it's Master Tianqi. Then Zhang Tian stopped talking. Listen carefully to what the other person says. Just then, Yi Chen's sixth sense came into play again. It's a dangerous feeling. Right behind you. Yi Chen immediately turned his head to look. I saw that the lame Irma who had fainted was now holding a pistol. Aimed at Zhang Tian. Careful! Yi Chen shouted, then kicked with all his strength. Bang! But no matter how fast Yi Chen is, not faster than a bullet. The bullet still hit Zhang Tian. Just because Yi Chen kicked him. The position of Zhang Tian's heart was shifted. It hit Zhang Tian's dark and broad shoulders. Zhang Tian groaned. Then the momentum in his body exploded instantly. Then he took a big step and jumped over. I saw a chimpanzee-like man grabbing a legless lame man with the hand that was not shot. Then he swung it up and down and left and right. He fell heavily to the ground every time. Then throw it to the other side. A sneak attack. Bang! Played dirty. Bang! Your grandfather's, let me play with it again. Bang! You damn cripple. Yi Chen stared in amazement at Irma, who had already been knocked unconscious from the fall. This guy's physique is indeed a bit abnormal. If he had been shot in the shoulder, a normal person would have fallen to the ground and screamed. This guy can torture others like a chimpanzee. I couldn't help but look at Irma, whose face was completely disfigured, with some sympathy. I don't know how long it took. The chimpanzee seemed tired. Throw Irma aside without any concern. Then he squatted on the ground and began to breathe heavily. Because he used too much force, a lot of blood flowed out of the gun muzzle on his shoulder. Yi Chen hurried over and asked, "Are you okay?" Zhang Tian shook his head and said lightly, "It's just a minor injury." Yi Chen also felt that his question was unnecessary. It would be better to ask the dead cripple Irma if he is okay. He's almost dying of exhaustion. Zhang Tian looked at him and said, "Don't worry about what happened here.
The Yi family will handle it. It has nothing to do with you. Go out." Forehead. Really?
No matter how fierce Zhang Tian is, he is still a human being.
I'm not a god. His injuries were not light either.
Go to a supermarket outside the factory, find the child, and send him back.
When I get here. When I came.
I put him in that supermarket. Yi Chen immediately said, "Let's go together, I'll take you to the hospital." As he said this, Yi Chen prepared to try to see if he could carry the big man on his back.
But Zhang Tian pushed Yi Chen away and said, "We can't go to the hospital. How are we going to explain the gunshot wound if we go?"
"I can handle it myself, you take the child back now."
After saying that, Zhang Tian gritted his teeth and stood up. Then he disappeared into the factory with a few big strides. "Hey! Don't die, I'm counting on you to protect me," Yi Chen shouted into the darkness. "Although I say so.
But I'm still worried about this chimpanzee." But the other party was obviously taking orders.
It's not up to you to decide. Looking at the mess in the factory, Yi Chen silently recited the name, Yi Tianqi. Yi Chen no longer cared about the affairs of the factory.
A man slowly walked out of the factory.
Then wear a helmet.
I went to the nearest 24-hour supermarket.
The supermarket is not far away. Yi Chen parked his motorcycle and walked in. "Hello, welcome."
As soon as I entered the door, the sound of a machine was heard. A young girl in the store looked over. Then I saw a man who was all black.
A man in a helmet with blood on his body. The girl turned to look at Lele, who was eating a lollipop, and said, "Is this the uncle you mentioned who eats that thing?" "Yi Chen? Oh shit. This kid. You are spreading rumors about me again." Yi Chen said unhappily, "Are you not leaving yet?"
Lele laughed and said to her sister, "Sister, I'm going home first.
Come visit me in the kindergarten when you have time." After saying that, he trotted to Yi Chen. "Let's go." Yi Chen looked helpless. "Are you picking up girls at such a young age? Kids these days." He smiled bitterly. Just as I was about to leave, Lele suddenly said, "By the way, go and settle the bill." "Check out." Yi Chen looked at Lele in confusion.
At this time, the young girl immediately said, "No need, little friend, that lollipop is a gift from me, go home quickly."
Yi Chen nodded. This girl is still very loving. I guess he was bored seeing the kids and other people. Gave Lele a lollipop. Who would have thought? The little guy was unhappy. "That won't work. Mom said we have to pay for food. My sister has a hard time working." After finishing speaking, he looked at Yi Chen and asked, "Uncle, didn't your mother teach you?" Yi Chen.
In the end, Yi Chen paid $1.50. Only then did he take this ancestor out of the supermarket.
When getting ready to get on the Harley, Yi Chen was in a dilemma.
Such a young child naturally cannot sit in the back, it is very unsafe.
And I can't wear a helmet. Later simply. He put Lele in his arms.
I called Qin Xiaoxiao to let her know I was safe. Then he rode towards Lu Yu's house.
The speed on the road is not very fast. For Lele's safety, there's really no need to rush. I have told them that I have returned safely. It took 20 minutes. Yi Chen and Lele came downstairs. The two had been waiting for a long time. Watch Lele get off the motorcycle. Lu Yu rushed over with tears on her face. Lele, are you okay? Mom is almost worried sick, why are you running around?" Although his tone was blaming, his hands kept touching every part of the child's skin. "Check for injuries."
Lele said sensibly, "Mom, I will never run around by myself again and make you worry."
Mother and son are reunited.
Yi Chen and Qin Xiaoxiao both laughed. When he saw the blood on Yi Chen's body,
he immediately became nervous. She ran to Yi Chen and asked, "Are you hurt?" "Speaking." I picked up my phone and started calling an ambulance.
Yi Chen snatched her phone away, then said with a smile, "This blood is not mine, it belongs to a chimpanzee." He didn't say it was a woman who was all silicone.
It doesn't matter at all. It's better to eliminate unnecessary misunderstandings. Chimpanzee?
Qin Xiaoxiao asked in confusion.
But look at the other person's teasing expression. I knew this guy was really okay. She also breathed a sigh of relief.
She spent the whole night in fear,
Afraid that something might happen to Yi Chen. Now I see he has returned safely. And he also brought Lei back. My mood also changed from gloomy to sunny.
At this time, Lu Yu brought Lei to Yi Chen and said to Lei, "Hurry up and thank your uncle."
It took a huge risk for you to come back this time.
Lei immediately said, "Thank you, uncle, mom.
This shit-eating uncle is really awesome. Didn't you see those bad guys back then? They were so fierce and scary." Yi Chen's focus. Apparently not in his thanks.
Instead, he said seriously, "Boy, I'm warning you, if you keep saying I eat shit, I'll treat you the same way I treat bad guys."
This kid seems to be possessed. I remember eating shit all the time. Even the girls in the supermarket know about it now. If this continues, how can I survive in Shanghai in the future? Ha ha ha. All three of them laughed.
Qin Xiaoxiao and Yi Chen bid farewell to the mother and son.
Lei needs rest more now.
I also need my mother's care, so as to avoid leaving any psychological shadow. Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Chen and said, "There's news from Uncle Jiu.
The kidnappers are definitely targeting you this time. And it seems to be related to the Yi family."
Qin Xiaoxiao received the news at dawn today, confirming their guess. But she also learned a piece of news that surprised Qin Xiaoxiao very much.
That's it.
The mastermind behind this was actually the Yi family, which was as famous as his own family.
Shanghai City is full of hidden talents. There are tens of thousands of celebrities and wealthy people. But there are two major leaders. One focuses on the real economy. One is the internet industry.
The two dragon heads are collectively known as Southern Qin and Northern Yi.
But the only difference of the Qin family is have connections in the capital.
Therefore, their background is stronger than that of the Yi family.
But even so,
the two companies are not evenly matched. If it really is the Yi family, it's really difficult for her to show up.
Yi Chen nodded slowly and said, "I know." "You know? How did you know?"
Qin Xiaoxiao asked curiously.
The kidnapper asked, "Uncle Jiu, do you know Yi Tianqi?" Yi Chen asked. "Yi Tianqi."
Qin Xiaoxiao heard this,
eyes wide open in surprise. Yi Tianqi knows it too well.
He is the grandson of the Yi family, a lazy young man.
He drives a luxury car around the world looking for women every day. And he kept pestering me. He will come to me when he has nothing to do.
Although I have never given him a good face.
But the other party didn't care at all. Anyway, it's just a matter of coaxing and nagging. A typical prodigal son.
Such a prodigal son who only knows how to have fun.
Why did he target Yi Chen? Could it be because I confessed my love to Yi Chen? Did this guy find out? Think of this.
Qin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of guilt.
Yi Chen, I'm sorry, maybe I've caused you trouble. This time it was Yi Chen's turn to be confused.
What does this have to do with her?
But he immediately thought of something. So he asked, "Could it be that he is your suitor?" Qin Xiaoxiao nodded awkwardly, then said guiltily, "I'm really sorry.
I didn't know that. Confession caused you so much trouble."
I just.
Yi Chen said, "No, I don't blame you.
I understand." The anger in his heart was burning now. I've never been as angry as I am now. Uncle Jiu's information shouldn't be wrong.
This person named Yi Tianqi, he had never met him before. He then murdered himself. He even hired someone to beat up his own father. This has all come back to haunt me.
He is a man of blood. I won't swallow this. Yi Tianqi. Just wait for me. Chapter 41 Qin Xiaoxiao's System Panel, The Sour Smell of Love. Moreover, this Yi Tianqi not only bullies himself and his family. He's still planning on his own wife. This is to settle all family feuds and love grudges together.
Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Chen cautiously and felt Yi Chen's anger.
She immediately said to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, you can't be impulsive.
The Yi family is very powerful in Shanghai.
They are not an ordinary family. You won't get any advantage. Ding. Show concern for the other person when they are losing their mind and gain 10 charm points." Qin Xiaoxiao's system rang.
Then she saw a page that had never been there before.
Host, Qin Xiaoxiao. Constitution, 10 normal. Figure, 5-star convex front and curved back. Appearance, 98 points beautiful and charming.
Charm value, 264. 10,000 dual system mode is enabled when the charm value is full. Qin Xiaoxiao was completely dumbfounded.
There are also panels like this. Previously, it was just a task that was triggered randomly. Surprised, overall. You need to accumulate charm points like crazy. At this time, Yi Chen snorted coldly, very strong? So, I should just be a coward and let him bully me and my family?
No, Yi Chen, what I mean is, let's take a long-term view.
I can help you a little.
Qin Xiaoxiao said softly.
Yi Chen nodded silently. Of course he knows.
The other party is not an ordinary person.
Want him to pay the price. It's not that easy.
And he would make the Yi family pay a heavy price. Make them unable to live or die.
This is what Yi Chen wants. Family is Yi Chen's Achilles heel. My wife is my weakness. Touch it and you will die. Yi Chen secretly made up his mind. I'm going to the hospital to see my dad first. I don't know how the recovery is going.
As a result, Qin Xiaoxiao also wanted to go see Yi Qingshan. So the two of them decided to go to the hospital together.
Just before going, I need to go back to school and change my clothes first. He went there covered in blood. I guess it would scare my mom to death. Took Qin Xiaoxiao back to school. There are no people in the school today. The school will be closed tomorrow.
So no one was surprised or curious about the fact that Qin Xiaohua and Yi Kaizi had made an appointment to come to school together.
But the house issue is also imminent. It was me before, so any method was fine? Now mom and dad are here. Naturally, we can't make do with it. All the way to the boys' dormitory.
Qin Xiaoxiao followed Yi Chen into his dormitory with a shy look on her face. This was the first time in her life that she had entered a boys' dormitory. You can see where he slept for 4 years in college. Looking at the neatly made and clean bed, Qin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of admiration in her heart. She had also heard about it from her classmates.
The boys' dormitories are not very clean. Some of them even stink.
But Yi Chen is a boy who loves cleanliness very much.
And there are no frills. His bed looks simple and clean.
Yi Chen was standing in front of a cabinet, holding a white sweatshirt.
He said somewhat awkwardly, "Can you go out for a moment? I need to change my clothes."
Qin Xiaoxiao's pretty face suddenly turned red. I didn't stay here on purpose. Just observed Yi Chen's bed.
For a moment. I just forgot what I came here for. She lowered her head and ran out immediately. Then Yi Chen's very annoying voice was heard, "Don't peek. This dead guy. Who wants to peek at you? She's a girl, okay?" But my mind couldn't help but think of the time in the ward. The scene where I saw Yi Chen's figure for the first time. He is in such good shape. He was still wearing clothes at the time. If without clothes on, will it be more? I began to imagine some indescribable scenes. His face was getting redder and redder. A smile appeared on his face. Just as Qin Xiaoxiao was imagining the other person's muscle contours and lines. What are you laughing at? Why do you look so disgusting?
Yi Chen's voice sounded beside her.
Ah? What's obscene?
Qin Xiaoxiao jumped up in panic. Then he ran downstairs without even looking back.
Yi Chen stood there in a daze, scratching his head. What's going on?
The two came to the hospital together.
As soon as I entered the ward,
Yi Qingmei grabbed Qin Xiaoxiao's hand as if she had seen her own daughter. There was joy in his eyes.
"Girl, you're here. Are you tired from work recently? Did Xiaochen bully you?
If you bully me, tell your auntie and I'll help you deal with that brat."
A series of questions.
This made Qin Xiaoxiao shy and embarrassed.
But he still answered all the questions very well. Yi Qingshan's condition has improved a lot and he has recovered a lot. I should be able to go home and recuperate in a day or two.
Yi Qingshan looked at his son and said, "Xiaochen, since we are going to live here, it's not easy for you to start making money."
"I have saved some money. You can use this money to find a house." "No need, I have money. I'm working now, and it's time for me to show my filial piety to you." Yi Chen refused directly.
Yi Qingshan immediately became unhappy, sat up and said, "Save your money for marrying a wife."
Yi Chen felt helpless. Lao Ye's world. You can't get married without money. For ordinary people, marriage is the top priority in the family.
Yi Chen would not accept his father's hard-earned money. Dragged Qin Xiaoxiao out of the hospital. When he was leaving, Yi Qingshan almost ran to the ground.
He insisted on giving Yi Chen the bank card. But Yi Chen ran fast.
Qin Xiaoxiao was embarrassed when Yi Chen grabbed her hand. But she didn't want to be impolite, so she shouted inside, "Uncle and Aunt, you should rest early. I will pick you up when you are discharged from the hospital in a few days."
Without waiting for Yi Qingshan and Yi Qingmei to say anything, she was dragged out of the ward by Yi Chen. Until I left the hospital.
Qin Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Uncle and Aunt are still very cute." As he said this, he looked down at the big hand that was still holding his.
Yi Chen quickly let go. Very embarrassedly said, "Yeah, they are always cuter."
The awkward atmosphere lasted for a while. Seeing that it was still early, Yi Chen said, "I'm going to find a house now."
"If you have time, how about coming with me?" While he asked this, I was also feeling a surge of anticipation.
This was the first time he asked her out for personal reasons.
Everything happened for a reason before. Or company team building. This time it was entirely because of my own personal affairs. So I was very nervous.
Qin Xiaoxiao seemed to have realized this as well.
Looking at the street outside the hospital, he murmured, "Oh well, I don't have anything to do. It would be boring to go home so early." Yi Chen smiled.
Looking at Qin Xiaoxiao with a smile on his face. Qin Xiaoxiao turned her head and took a peek, then immediately turned to the street. "Well,
I did it for my uncle and aunt. After all, what if I can help?" Yi Chen still didn't speak.
Still looking at her with a smile on his face.
"You ouch. What the hell are you laughing at?"
After saying that, she pushed Yi Chen out of the hospital with a red face. They both smiled knowingly.
Maybe that's it. The sour smell of love, right? Chapter 42. Going to the sales office, Xiaoxiao's father learned the inside story.
The two of them played and joked all the way to a sales office.
This sales office is quite famous in Shanghai and is considered the largest one. There are also many businesses inside. There are houses for rent and for sale.
Furniture is also available for purchase.
One-stop service.
Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly said that she had something to do.
Let Yi Chen go in first. Yi Chen didn't doubt anything. One person entered the sales office first. Soon a girl with heavy makeup came to greet us. "Hello, handsome man, what can I do for you?" This girl is wearing a small suit. Is there a snow-white shirt underneath? It is bulging and looks very majestic. A deep career line was also revealed. Shi Min is the sales champion of this sales office. It is by relying on this line that high performance is achieved.
Generally, when a rich boss comes, everyone will stare at him for a long time.
Just agree to go out for dinner. The order is done.
So when she spoke, he bent down slightly, as if he was familiar with the process. A ray of light leaked out. There was also a smile on his face. This young man is very angry.
The transaction will definitely be completed. But what surprised Shi Min was, Yi Chen didn't even look at that part. But he looked around. A very fresh look. Is there a place to rent a house? Rent a house with 3 exits.
Shi Min, who originally showed off her cleavage. His expression changed immediately, and he then covered his chest with his hands. Afraid of being seen. Such a poor guy.
Not worthy of looking at my own big baby.
Then he stopped smiling and said to a young girl not far away, "Take the newcomer to the rental front desk." The other party's attitude has changed so much.
Yi Chen felt helpless. It really is a money society. Money comes first. It seems like there's not much money to be made. It immediately became like this. But he also understood.
The little girl came over and said politely, "Sir, please follow me." Qin Xiaoxiao on the other side.
I just deliberately avoided Yi Chen. Then a phone call was made. "Hey, Uncle Jiu, it's still me." Jiulong was in the study of a villa at this time. The decoration of the study is also very retro.
It has an antique charm with a sense of low-key luxury. Next to him was a middle-aged man wearing a vest. The middle-aged man held a pipe in his left hand,
shaking slightly.
In the other hand, he held a valuable bracelet.
Play with it from time to time. This is the middle-aged man sitting on the armchair in the middle.
It was Qin Xiaoxiao's father.
Qin Guosheng, one of the two leading industries in Zhanghai.
Jiulong replied in a low voice, "Miss, please tell me what you want me to do."
Hearing Jiulong say this,
Qin Guosheng, who was originally leisurely, was stunned for a moment. He no longer played with the bracelet in his hand.
He slowly sat up.
Then he signaled Jiulong with his eyes to turn on the hands-free function.
Jiulong did as he was told immediately. My daughter's voice immediately came from the phone. Uncle Jiu, this is the case. I would like to ask you for a little more help. Help? Qin Guosheng frowned slightly. My own daughter. I never rely on any family connections. Asking for help yourself will be rejected. Why did he suddenly change his behavior? Are you starting to learn how to use your connections? And this girl used the word again to help. Doesn't that mean? Is this not the first time?
Then he heard his daughter say again, Uncle Jiu, my dad is not with you, right?
Jiulong immediately looked at the boss sitting on the armchair.
Qin Guosheng shook his head slightly.
Jiulong immediately said, No, miss, how can I help you? Qin Xiaoxiao immediately said, That's good that he's not here.
The thing is, my friend's parents were injured, and now they want to find a house in Zhanghai so that my friend can take care of them, so. Jiulong naturally knew who this friend was and was not very surprised. Qin Guosheng, who was standing by, became interested. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
A friend? Using family connections for a friend. Qin Guosheng, who had reached his current position through his brain, immediately smelled something amiss. But he didn't speak. He nodded to indicate that Jiulong could take care of it. Jiulong immediately said, I understand, Mississippi. You mean to find him a house with a better environment, suitable for recuperation, right? Yes, but there's one thing. He can't know that I'm helping him, and the rent should be kept at 500 a month.
Qin Xiaoxiao put forward her own request.
She now knew that Yi Chen's family was not very wealthy.
A house in Zhanghai, with a better environment and better decoration, would cost at least 50,000 yuan a year. Of course there are cheaper ones, but she still doesn't want Yi Qinshan and his wife to live too poorly.
That's why I have to trouble the housekeeper Uncle Jiu again. 500? Jiulong repeated. $500.
I can't even find a house worth looking at in third-tier cities.
This is Zhanghai City. One of the top first-tier cities. 500 a month. I can't even live in the toilet.
But the lady's request.
Of course he had to do it.
So I agreed, okay, miss, I understand.
Which company?
Qin Xiaoxiao said happily, thank you, Uncle Jiu, it's at the Huifeng sales office.
Jiulong exclaimed good guy after hearing this. Huifeng is the most high-end sales office in Zhanghai.
All the properties he owns are luxury homes.
A rent of tens of thousands is very normal. In a place like this, 500 a month? If someone goes in and looks for a house that costs 500, the security department will kick you out as a lunatic.
But Jiulong still said calmly, don't worry, miss, it will be resolved in 5 minutes.
Okay, Uncle Jiu, bye.
Qin Xiaoxiao hung up the phone with a smile.
Then he happily walked into the sales office. She is happy here. The other side had a headache. Jiulong hung up the phone and asked humbly, Boss, this matter?
Qin Guosheng picked up the pipe in his hand.
Took a sip on the mouth. A puff of thick smoke came out. A deep and powerful voice rang out, 500 a month, Laojiu, can you find a house like this? Jiulong immediately lowered his head and smiled, I can't find it. Didn't you say that you agree? I agreed first.
The master and servant have a good relationship in private.
Often joke together. Jiulong is also the person Qin Guosheng trusts the most.
Otherwise, the entire family would not be handed over to him.
Okay, tell me, what's going on with this kid? Qin Guosheng asked with a smile. Jiulong smiled and poured Qin Guosheng a cup of tea. Miss, this friend of yours is called Yi Chen. He's your college classmate. He's said to be very talented. People in the entertainment industry have asked him to write songs for them. He currently works for your small company. Oh? Talented? Qin Guosheng smiled slightly. Qin Guosheng's personality is a bit similar to Boss Chow's. I value talent very much. A person who likes capable people.
Of course, the thing that is most similar to Boss Chow is his suspicious personality.
Zhou added, whether he has talent or not, I don't know.
I just heard it from others, but he did write many of his songs, and.
Qin Guosheng raised his hand and interrupted, that has nothing to do with me.
I only care about the relationship between him and Xiao Xiao.
Chapter 43, Encountering CP fans and instantly becoming a star-chasing scene. Qin Guosheng asked the most crucial question.
Zhou thought for a moment, then said, for now, the two of them should not be together.
But, I got the news that at the graduation party not long ago, Miss Zhou didn't know how to say this. Could it be that the young lady in my family is a fairy-like lady who is not concerned with worldly affairs? It turns out. Did he confess in public? Qin Guosheng glanced at Zhou.
Then he said, tell the truth.
Zhou sighed and said, the young lady proposed to Yi Chen in public at the party.
Qin Guosheng heard this.
I was extremely shocked.
He almost dropped the pipe in his hand.
Xiao Xiao. She actually proposed to this guy? This is a very serious matter. He knew his daughter too well. Looks weak and fragile.
But deep down she is just like her mother.
The idea is ruthless. She decided what to do. Even 10 oxen couldn't pull it back. Qin Guosheng's expression turned serious.
No words were spoken for a long time.
Zhou on the side looked at the time.
It's almost the 5 minutes, the lady said. So he kindly reminded her, boss, time is almost up.
Miss, please help me. Manage.
Qin Guosheng only said this one word. Soon Zhou picked up his phone and made a call.
Huifeng sales office. Sir, what price range of house do you need? The little lowly asked.
Yi Chen sat on a chair helplessly. In fact, he himself does not have a specific psychological price.
And I have never rented a house. Totally no experience. But I've also heard this from classmates who rented houses at school.
It seemed like the cheapest house they found.
The price is around 1,000.
But such houses are shared.
There is only one single room. I definitely won't let my parents suffer like this, it's also very inconvenient. Finally, he said, 1,001. The little lowly was stunned.
After coming here, she also got a general idea of the housing prices here. All are calculated on an annual basis.
Even if it is converted. It's probably around 2,000 a month. Say 1,000 words. Maybe you don't understand the market.
But this is both zero and whole.
How to find it?
She had just arrived and was already confused.
Now I don't know what to do because of this weird customer. Yi Chen saw that the girl looked troubled. I guessed something too. It seems still too low. 1,002? Yi Chen asked tentatively. The little lowly is now completely petrified. Why the price increase? And added 100. Yi Chen saw that the other party didn't say anything. I also feel a little regretful.
Houses in Jianghai are indeed very expensive.
So that's the calculation. It's better to buy a house. 1,003? 14,000? Yi Chen tested it 100 at a time. The little lowly finally couldn't bear it anymore. Sir, let me interrupt you.
We rent this place on an annual basis, and. She didn't know how to say this for a moment.
Is it that the price you offered is too low? Count it down for a year. The cheapest one per month is more than 2,000? This will make the other person feel that you look down on him a little. But Yi Chen was completely unaware of this. He continued, annual payment is fine, but is there anyone who pays 1,800 yuan a month? Luing is a newcomer with zero sales ability. I really don't know how to say this better.
She was also a recent graduate. Today is the first day of trial work. The company arranged for her to follow Chi Min, a sales veteran. She never expected that Chi Min would let her come directly to receive a customer.
Ultimately, it's because I have too little social experience. At this time,
Qin Xiaoxiao appeared at the company door in a very playful manner.
Chi Min, wearing heavy makeup, rushed forward again. She didn't go up to receive everyone before welcoming Yi Chen.
It's also because she is very good at observing people's words and expressions.
Pay close attention to the other person's pockets. If your pockets are bulging,
that means he came by car.
the conditions are definitely okay. This has a high chance of success. But she didn't know that.
In Yi Chen's pocket was the key to a motorcycle.
What I don't know is, the price of Yi Chen's motorcycle is not much different from that of a car. At this time,
She saw Qin Xiaoxiao.
the first reaction is, it looks good. It looks especially good. Much better looking than myself. And the other person's figure is even more exaggerated. The bust that I am proud of. Compare with the other party.
Completely a few sizes too small. Even if the other person is dressed conservatively.
But you can also feel the other person's amazing magnanimity. I couldn't help but feel a little jealous.
But this was also the reason why she came up to receive them.
Such a great person in the world. Then she must have many suitors.
There must be many wealthy business owners among them.
So Chi Min's first reaction was,
The other party is a rich man's mistress. She didn't think that Qin Xiaoxiao, who dressed conservatively, was a pure school beauty.
instead, I think the other person is a scheming bitch pretending to be innocent.
When I accompanied a client to the hotel to exercise,
Often asked to play the role of a student. And, with such a figure, don't want to be someone's mistress? She doesn't believe it.
who cares who has money?
Just complete the order. Hello, miss, what can I do for you?
Qi Min asked with a smile on his face.
Qin Xiaoxiao just came in.
I was instantly startled by the woman with her face covered in makeup.
Why is this woman painted like this? Her face was full of confusion. I don't wear makeup. But some formal occasions will be more formal. But I've never worn makeup like this before.
His expression unconsciously revealed a hint of disgust.
Move your eyes down again.
Then I saw a sliver of sky in the collar. His expression once again revealed a look of disgust. And the strong smell of her perfume. In short, this woman left a very bad impression on Qin Xiaoxiao.
As a result, she, who was always easygoing, didn't even look at the other person.
Instead, he retreated a little.
Obviously, he hates the taste. This is not to humiliate the other party.
Qin Xiaoxiao has a special physique.
Allergic to perfume.
So no one in the house wears perfume, not even the nanny. She looked for Yi Chen in the hall. Then I saw a little loli with a conflicted look on her face. She seemed to be in some particularly difficult situation and was at a loss as to what to do.
This little loli is very cute.
Qin Xiaoxiao thought to herself.
Why does it make the girl feel so embarrassed? Did this guy make some embarrassing request? Thinking about this,
Qin Xiaoxiao left her seat at the door.
no words were spoken to the other party. Such a big company. There are naturally a lot of salespeople.
They were all watching from a distance. I greeted him with a smile on my face.
The other party didn't say a word.
Even if you say, I'm looking for someone, thank you.
That is also a sentence.
As a result, the other party completely ignored him.
It seems that I can't see it at all at night. So many people are looking at me. Isn't this too embarrassing?
Qi Min stood there awkwardly. The smile on his face was stiff.
I didn't know what to do for a moment. My mind was still thinking about the other person's disgusted expression just now.
The other parties seemed to have sniffed it.
Do you smell bad?
Qi Min lowered his head and smelled himself. Then he smelled it under his armpits. The reason she wears so much perfume.
It also covers up the odor from your armpits. Do their job if there is a strange smell.
It will directly lead to the failure of the order. So she usually sprays a lot.
It worked before. Why doesn't it work this time? After smelling it for a long time.
She turned to look at her colleague. Several people stood there, their faces flushed.
Obviously suppressing a smile. Qi Min's shame turned into anger.
Staring fiercely at Qin Xiaoxiao's back. But she immediately discovered Qin Xiaoxiao's location.
He actually went to find that poor guy. Okay. With such a good figure, why don't you just date a rich man?
You find a poor student. It seems that the other party has no background.
Plus the humiliation just now.
She walked over with big strides with confidence.
Qin Xiaoxiao just came to Yi Chen's side and said, "What are you doing?" Why are you making this little sister so embarrassed? As a gentle voice sounded. Yi Chen immediately smiled and said, I'm just asking about the price. It seems a bit expensive. The little girl saw a very beautiful sister coming towards her. She was originally a little embarrassed. His eyes immediately lit up. Then she covered her little mouth. A look of disbelief. This face, this figure, and this voice. This is not. Isn't that the school beauty Qin Xiaoxiao? You are senior Xiaoxiao? This time it was the two of them who were surprised. This girl actually knows Qin Xiaoxiao? The girl's next words. This shocked the two even more. I was wondering why you look familiar. You must be the talented Yi Chen. Wow. I saw the night snack CP. Have to. The other party even knew Yi Chen. The two of them frowned in surprising unison, obviously wondering who the other person is. Lu Ying immediately smiled and said, Don't worry, you don't know me, but I know you. After saying that, she turned into a fangirl. She took out a cute cell phone, grabbed Qin Xiaoxiao's arm, and said to Yi Chen, Gadi, come and take a photo with me. Yi Chen? Qin Xiaoxiao? Seeing the two of them in a daze, Lu Ying showed no intention of calming down. She pulled Yi Chen to take a photo and said, The proposal you two made at graduation was a sensation throughout the school. Today I finally saw the real person. I was there that day too, and I ate a lot of your candy. Qin Xiaoxiao and Yi Chen both seemed to have suddenly realized something. As a result, this scene was filmed. In the photo, a little lowly stands in the middle. A face full of excitement. There is only one person around me. They all had an expression of sudden enlightenment on their faces. This is easy to understand. As the school belle, almost everyone in the school knew Qin Xiaoxiao. So you can recognize her at a glance. As for Yi Chen, because he usually doesn't show up. It's just that his abilities are widely known. Everyone has heard of a student named Yi Chen. Before he even graduated, many top stars in the entertainment industry came to him to buy his songs. But few people know what Yi Chen looks like. Also at the graduation party, some people saw Yi Chen's blurry appearance in the crowd. Among them is Lu Ying. Afterwards, the two were once called a fairy couple by students, and Yi Chen was also deified. That is the Yi Shin she mentioned. The couple was also given a very boring name, Yi Xiao Midnight Snack. The sales office immediately turned into a star-chasing scene, taking various photos non-stop. Only then did the two of them understand why the other knew them. A prompt sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Gain the admiration of CP fans and receive 3 attribute points as a reward. Host, Yi Chen. Constitution, 15 plus 3 normal. Spirit, 103 normal. Skills, egg cooking skill, interview king, active skill, fishing king, passive skill, inspiration concurrency, primary treasure appraisal garbage. This time it was added to the system. What is worth paying attention to is Yi Chen's skill bar. Finally it became garbage. Not the little garbage. It seems that with the treasure appraisal skill, I have acquired a decent skill. I hope there are more practical skills like this. Sooner or later, I will take off. But why does this CP name sound so hungry? Just as Lu Ying was taking photos excitedly, a cold voice sounded, Lu Ying. It's working time now, what are you doing? Do you want to do it? Chapter 44, Domineering to protect his wife, just do it. Reward 40,000 yuan. As soon as this voice came out, this made the originally excited Lu Ying regain her sanity immediately. She hurriedly put away her phone. Then he said with a look of guilt, Sister Chi, I'm sorry, I just... Stop talking nonsense. This is Hui Feng Company. Did they ask you to come here to play? Chi Min angrily scolded Lu Ying. Obviously, he took out his anger on this little Lolita. Qin Xiaoxiao has always been a person who stands up for the weak. I have helped other students several times in school, and donated a lot of money and effort. This is also why she became the school belle. No girls are jealous. It's because Qin Xiaoxiao is not only beautiful but also has a sweet voice. And he has a strong sense of justice. Isn't it okay to just say hello when I meet someone I know? Qin Xiaoxiao blocked Lu Ying behind her. He looked at Qi Min with a smile. This made Qi Min notice the other person's proud bust again. This reminded her that Yi Chen didn't even look at her at that time.
It turns out it's because he has such a murderous girlfriend. Thinking of how both of them ignored me, Jimin no longer cared about his face.
You too, this is the largest real estate sales company in Shanghai. It's not a place for you elementary school students to gather. If you really want to do business, we welcome you. But if you waste our precious time, I will ask security to kick you out. Including this idiot who just started working today. The other party was aggressive and said a lot of things in a row. Yi Chen, who had been silent the whole time, took over the conversation at this moment. We are here to handle business, could it be that? Are you here to smell the stench?
Yi Chen smelled the scent of this woman as soon as he came in.
This is just someone else's privacy. Even if I smell it, there is no need to embarrass the other person by saying it out loud. It's just the woman in front of me. It's already backfired on me.
Then don't blame yourself for not giving her face.
Really?
As soon as these words were spoken, Jimin's face immediately turned red.
He mumbled, what did you say? What smell? Our company is so clean, how could there be a smell? Yi Chen slowly took a step forward. He was about to overwhelm the opponent with his momentum. But he overlooked one point. As soon as I got close, a strong smell came over me. This caused Yi Chen to take another step back. Don't you know what I said? Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you say you wanted to rent a house? Then why don't you rent one?
I'm telling you the truth, the lowest rent here is 35,000 yuan a year.
Can you afford it?
Jimin started to insult directly. Although Yi Chen's system is not as rich as the system of the rich man, but there are still some as little as 30,000 to 50,000.
Hearing this, I felt a little impulsive. Just as she was about to speak, Xin Xiaoxiao immediately said, "We want 500 a month."
As soon as these words were spoken,
everyone was quiet. Complete silence.
Even Yi Chen, who came with her, was dumbfounded.
500? I know the market price. Every inch of land in the rivers and seas is worth a lot of money. Even if it's a dangerous building, it's still 800, right? Isn't 500 a bargain?
Luing on the side also covered her mouth. A look of disbelief. The house she rents also costs more than 1,000 yuan a month. It's impossible to find a house at this price.
Jimin suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, Luing, did you hear what this woman said? She said, finding a house for 500 yuan a month in Huifeng made me laugh to death. Jimin laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Even the salesperson not far away started laughing. This is really ridiculous. Tell me, such a beautiful girl, how come her brain isn't working very well? That's nonsense. With that figure and looks, how could she find this poor boy if she had a good brain? Now that you put it that way, it makes sense. Facing everyone's ridicule, Yi Chen couldn't stand anymore. I don't care. But to my wife. No. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't work. Yi Chen was seen covering his nose. Approached the woman who was laughing so hard. Bang! Just a slap in the face. Laugh, laugh. Everyone was shocked again. The boy who looked so weak actually slapped Jimin in public? Yi Chen still seemed unsatisfied. Another hit on that face covered in makeup. Bang! You're pretending to be a toad with your big mouth open. Bang! It's okay to wear so little, you're giving birth. Bang! After all this time, you're standing up like a pig. 4 or 5 slaps were slapped hard on the other person's face. Jimin was completely stunned at this time. As a result, he didn't dodge the next few slaps. Completely in shock. Until Yi Chen stopped. He even looked for toilet paper to wipe his hands with a look of disgust. Her brain started working again. He dares to hit me? A poor boy dares to hit me. Jimin covered his burning face. He opened his mouth and started howling. I'm going to fight you. Then she rushed towards Yi Chen like a shrew. Just then, suddenly a man's voice sounded. Stop. Stop. Jimin, stop it. The sound was like a scream. The volume is surprisingly loud. It's like having its tail clipped off. The sharp sound startled everyone in the hall. Including other customers were attracted over there.
It also made Chi Min, who had lost his mind, stop. I saw a middle-aged man running down from a distance. He has a big belly and a bald head. He jogged along, dragging his fat body along the way. Soon the man came to the group. Are you crazy? Chi Min immediately seemed to have seen a savior. Boss Wang, you're here at the perfect time. Someone came to our Hui Fong to mess up the place, and he even hit me. Quick, tell the security to beat him up. Everyone thought that President Wang would vent his anger on the other side. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wang had no intention of protecting his employees. Instead, he said to the crazy Chi Min sternly, "Do you know who she is? Get out of here." The people watching the fun started discussing again. Isn't Mr. Wang having an affair with Chi Min? He's always partial to her, so why is he so? Yeah, last time, because Chi Min and I were fighting over an order, my bonus was deducted. You guys are stupid. Didn't you hear Mr. Wang say that the other party's identity is not simple? This is a tough guy. But I felt really good after these slaps. Mr. Wang listened to the discussions not far away. His face also turned liver color. It's not that he doesn't protect his mistress. The other party was definitely not someone that a small manager like himself could afford to offend. I was drinking tea in the office just now. Suddenly I received a call from the Qin family in Shanghai. And there was a phone call. It is Jiulong, who is second only to the Qin family and above everyone else. He can make the call himself. That means it represents the Qin family's intention. Who are the Qin family? Nanqin of Nanqin Beiyi. He immediately picked up the phone in a hurry. I heard the other party say, I want to buy a villa. Of course I want to have such a big support. I quickly said that I would give you a set. He has a good relationship with the developer, so it was easy for him to get a villa. At worst, you can just pay for it yourself. As long as I can get in touch with the Qin family. Anything goes. But Kowloon insisted on buying it. There is a request. A request that he didn't understand at all. This requirement is: you cannot tell the other party that you bought the house. But it's rented. The fee is 500 per month. Isn't this a problem? This made him very puzzled. But he agreed repeatedly, not daring to offend the other party. And I heard that it was the eldest daughter of the Qin family who came in person. Still in the company. This made Mr. Wang unable to sit still. Hurrying downstairs. Then I saw that slutty bitch rushing towards Qin Xiaoxiao. This made Mr. Wang want to die. There is no time to curry favor with him. As a result, I was offended by this bitch. This made him extremely angry. Chi Min looked at Mr. Wang in disbelief. Mr. Wang, I was beaten in our company. While recovering his breath, Mr. Wang asked in a cold voice, and then? Then what? I was beaten, and you don't care about me? And it's right on your territory. Chi Min became visibly more excited. I don't give a shit about you. Do I know you? Mr. Wang immediately refused to admit his mistake. You don't know me. Okay. Wang Rifa, why did you say you didn't recognize me when you slept with me? Alright. Are you trying to play this trick on me? It's a pity I saved a trick. I'll send our photos to your wife right now. I'll show you what you, an old scoundrel, have done. As he spoke, Chi Min took out his cell phone and prepared to send the photos. Wang Rifa's expression changed. Instead, there was endless anger. You shrew! Bang! Wang Rifa slapped the already red and swollen face directly. Wow, Mr. Wang has opened it? Is this a Chi Min prize draw event? It makes me want to do it. This bitch bullies me a lot. The onlookers on the side were all cheering. Yi Chen even laughed. I'm going out to find a house by myself. Can we still see such a big drama? Wang Rifa. I'm going to fight you. Chi Min was already excited. It completely broke out at this moment. He scratched Wang Rifa with his claws and fangs bared. The originally fat face was soon covered with many bloody marks. Security! Security! Get this lunatic out of here! Wang Rifa was arguing with Chi Min, while shouting to the security guard at the door. In fact, the security guard at the door had already seen it. I just want to see this pair of dogs fighting each other. Anyway, no one called me.
It's good to watch the excitement. But now it's been called by name. To keep their jobs. Still rushed over helplessly. Two strong security guards carried Qin Min out the door. The scene suddenly became much quieter. Hoo. Wang Baiwan was tidying up his clothes. While panting. But Yi Chen was very happy. The system just gave out rewards. Ding. Domineering wife protection, nothing, just do it. Reward 50,000. If you calculate it this way. I now have a savings of more than 200,000 yuan. Suppress the excitement in your heart. Yi Chen continued to watch the show. At this time, Wang Rifa was looking at Qin Xiaoxiao, who was stunned. There was a sudden awkward moment. I originally came here to curry favor with you. No one expected that this shrew would even reveal her own ugly deeds. What bad luck! Wang Rifa immediately put on a thick-skinned smile and said, "Hello, are you Miss Qin?" Qin Xiaoxiao closed her mouth and said awkwardly, "Well, yes." After saying this, she signaled Mr. Wang with her eyes not to let it slip. Wang Rifa saw this as an opportunity to show off. Good performance. What if the other party doesn't tell the Qin family about these things? There is still hope. Wang Rifa immediately said, "Well, nice to meet you. I'm the manager of this company, and I'm here to greet you personally." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Manager Wang, employees should be punished for making mistakes, but hitting them is wrong." Wang Rifa. Is it wrong for me to hit someone? Just when I came down. Those 4 slaps of yours were so crisp. Now you're talking about me? It really is. But because the other party came with Miss Qin, he couldn't say anything. Wang Rifa immediately laughed and said, right, blame me. I'll be more careful next time." So, the sales staff who came to watch the fun. They all became a little curious. What is the other party's identity? What could make the harsh Wang Rifa give such shameless compliments? Chapter 45, Luxurious Villa starting from 500 yuan, Meditation under the night. Wang Rifa thought about it and decided that now was the time to see his performance. Success or failure depends on this one move. So he gritted his teeth and said, "It's like this, our company has a villa. Because our employee just bumped into you, I'm offering you a preferential benefit on behalf of the company." Qin Xiaoxiao just smiled and said nothing. This was all arranged by her. Of course she knew that the other party was making excuses. But Yi Chen didn't know. Even feel. Let us put aside our private life. This manager is pretty good. But the next words. If Yi Chen wasn't a fool, he wouldn't believe it. How about renting it to you guys for 500 a month? Wow. Everyone was stunned again. It's like a roller coaster. Each one more exciting than the other. Villa. 500 a month. They all suspected that they had heard it wrong. Yi Chen stared at Wang Rifa blankly, then asked worriedly, "Manager Wang, is your brain damaged?" Puff. Qin Xiaoxiao, who knew everything, kept looking at Yi Chen with a smile on her face. She wanted to know how the other party would react. As a result, this guy actually asked the other person if his brain was damaged. "I don't think it was someone who was beaten. You are such a bad guy. He always acts like he's taking advantage of others. But I just don't feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, I really like Yi Chen's dry humor." Wang Rifa smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh, didn't I tell you that? This is a discount as an apology. If it were the normal price, it would definitely not be like this. What do you think?" He was looking at Yi Chen completely when he said this. He sees it now. This Miss Qin is a complete outsider. It was just some behind-the-scenes manipulation. In addition, Miss Qin kept looking at the boy with a smile. This shows that this guy has a special relationship with Miss Qin. The final decision was made. It has to be this young man. Yi Chen thought about it. I still find it a little hard to believe. What is going on? The other party is making amends. You wouldn't rent a villa at this price. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Yi Chen still knew this truth. I didn't know how to decide for a moment. Qin Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to her, heard a notification in her head, ding. Silently doting on your husband, gain 10 charm points. This made Qin Xiaoxiao understand a truth. It turned out that I was helping Yi Chen. You will also receive rewards. Wang Rifa said somewhat awkwardly, "Do you think this price is a bit high? How about I give you a better discount?" "Good job." "Still offering discounts?" But Ji Chen was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others, so he said, "That's it, you." He swallowed the words back. Yi Chen scratched his head and asked again to confirm, "Are you sure?" "Of course. More real than pearls." Yi Chen scratched his head again, then frowned. 500? Yes, yes. What's your name?" "Forget it, it's not important. Go print out a contract right now." Wang Rifa immediately spoke to Luing. It seems like he is the one who is taking advantage. Afraid that Ji Chen would go back on his word. And Luing was completely isolated. Only then did he completely come back to his senses. Just now I felt completely transparent. When Yi Chen attacked Ji Min. Then watching silently. After coming back to his senses, he hurriedly ran to agree to the contract. "Now, I'll take you two to see the apartment layout. We have 3D drawings here." Wang Rifa, looking like a grandson, took the two of them to a leisure area. Then they all stood beside Yi Chen very obediently. He patiently explained while looking through the information for Yi Chen. Yi Chen was very satisfied looking at the villa. "No. Quite satisfied. The house has been renovated. The overall look is very stylish. It looks very grand. The equipment inside is also very high-tech. Almost fully intelligent management. The most important thing is, there is also a small yard outside. You can have some pets or something. It's all grass, so it's a good choice for playing with pets. The villa is 320 square meters in total. Ridiculously big." The more Yi Chen looked, the more he felt something was wrong. Such a nice villa. Is it really 500 a month? Am I not awake yet? He subconsciously looked at Qin Xiaoxiao opposite him. Qin Xiaoxiao was also looking at the picture with satisfaction at this time. This villa is indeed a top-notch villa. It's not inferior to my own villa at all. And the location is also in a prime location. Qin Xiaoxiao herself didn't think of this? The other party obviously wanted to curry favor with his father. Only then would he come up with such a nice villa. It really cost a lot of money. She knew it clearly. Such a villa. But it can't be bought just by having money. This does not have great strength. It's not available at all. Think of this. Qin Xiaoxiao said, "Manager Wang is so dedicated, he will definitely have good luck." This is a very obscure statement. But Wang Rifa understood. The other party was very satisfied with his arrangement. Soon, Luing immediately ran over to the few people with the contract. "Manager Wang, this is the contract." Wang Rifa said unhappily, "You're new here after all, and you're so slow in signing a contract." "No, Mr. Wang, it's Brother Wang who signed the contract. He kept asking me if I remembered the number wrong, so..." Luing said pitifully. Only then did Wang Rifa understand. The accounting department must not have believed this number and rented out their most valuable villa. This villa is Wang Rifa's most precious one. I won't sell it no matter how much money you offer. Just thinking about the key moment. Use it to please others. Not to mention renting it out. Absolutely impossible. Yi Chen flipped through the contract back and forth. A while. Yi Chen read it more than 10 times. It's not that he's too cautious. A villa that costs 500 yuan a month. Who can trust me if I give it to them? He was afraid there might be loopholes. What if it's a fishing trap? But he watched it more than 10 times. There was no ambiguity at all. Clearly. That's 500 a month. The contract is for 50 years. This. I was forced to accept it. Yi Chen signed the contract, feeling both amused and helpless. Swish, swish, swish. The contract is signed. Yi Chen has the right to use this villa. The two of them prepared to leave. Luing followed Wang Rifa and sent the two of them to the door. Qin Xiaoxiao glanced at the well-behaved schoolmate. After thinking for a while, he finally said, "I heard that the students of Beichuan University are very spiritual. This little sister seems to be from Beichuan. Mr. Wang, please give her more support." In fact, Qin Xiaoxiao didn't want to use any connections anymore. It's just this little girl from junior high school.
very well behaved. And he had been bullied by that woman before.
As a senior, naturally I want to help. What's more, I only need to say one sentence. It's not that difficult. She felt a little depraved. I was reluctant to use these shady operations before. Is it love? Does it really change a person?
Qin Xiaoxiao fell into deep thought.
Wang Rifa repeatedly promised that he would reuse Luing. Luing was even more flattered. He kept thanking the two of them. Then, the two left the sales office. It was getting dark.
Yi Chen sent Qin Xiaoxiao to a place near her home.
Harley paused. The two got off the car together. Yi Chen took the initiative to say, "Chat for a while?" He noticed that the other party came out. It seems that the mood is not very high. Qin Xiaoxiao nodded silently.
The two of them sat together on the steps nearby.
It's not too dirty either. Maybe it's this kind of atmosphere. It looks even more beautiful. Thank you for today, Yi Chen said lightly from the side. Thank me? Thank me for what? Qin Xiaoxiao asked, pretending to be stupid. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Hey, do I look like a fool to you?" As he said this, he looked at Qin Xiaoxiao. Qin Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Resemble." In fact, both of them already knew it. But they each had their own little thoughts in their minds. Yi Chen further confirmed this point. Dad might actually know something. It seems so. Qin Xiaoxiao's identity must be complicated.
She is not an ordinary girl at all.
Obviously, there is a gap between me and myself. It's really ridiculously big.
Qin Xiaoxiao was thinking about something because of her recent changes.
Yi Chen suddenly smiled and said, "The night is beautiful tonight." Chapter 46, preparing to move into the new villa, the company's investment went wrong. There is a bright moon in the sky. A black and domineering motorcycle was parked under the street light.
Two young men were sitting nearby. I don't know how long it took.
Qin Xiaoxiao stood up and said, "I should go home. Although I feel a little reluctant. But if I am late, my dad will scold me to death." Yi Chen nodded silently.
Then he smiled and said, "You have to go back to work tomorrow."
I had a great weekend. Happy? Of course you are happy. You can rent a villa for 500 yuan.
Qin Xiaoxiao said with a smile.
No, I'm happy because of you.
Yi Chen said with a smile as he looked at her playful face.
Humph. You keep saying these things to me every day. I won't fall for it.
Qin Xiaoxiao snorted coldly.
Disappeared into the night. She cursed inwardly as she walked. Dead. You are not straight. Why don't you just confess to me directly? What do you say every day? Oh, it's great to have you. There is a lot to say about this. What's the result? Where is my confession? Men are all pigs. But Yi Chen, who was standing there, had no idea what the other party was thinking. After he passed the last test, I feel that the other person doesn't like me completely yet. Such an abrupt confession. Obviously, it will destroy the current relationship. Sometimes. That's what love is. You can never guess what the other person is thinking. Yi Chen sighed. Look at the familiar streetlights, then look around. Checked it carefully. Didn't feel like anyone was around. It seems that the burly chimpanzee's injuries have not yet healed. People are a bit mean. No one was following him now. He is still somewhat uncomfortable with it. I'm speechless. Step onto the car. Slowly drove towards the school. Today is the last day of staying at the school. The keys to the villa are already in hand. I'm moving into my new home tomorrow. Yi Chen naturally had to settle the house first. Then pick up my parents and take them to our new home. Such a big villa. My mother is a person who can't sit still at all. Clean it all up. Wouldn't you be exhausted to death? But I have to go to work tomorrow. I can only go to the new house to clean up after get off work. If you are a little tired, everything will be solved. I couldn't help but sigh, oh, men are just tired. Park the car. Entered the dormitory. I packed all my clothes in the suitcase. There's no need to ask for bedding anymore. Moreover, the green mat in the dormitory does not match the decoration of the villa at all.
I now have a savings of 200,000 yuan.
There's no need to be too hard on yourself. He just didn't understand. The protagonists in those novels.
Even though he is rich, he still wears tattered clothes.
Why bother? Do you like the feeling of being looked down upon? Anyway, Yi Chen's purpose is
no waste, no extravagance.
But it can't be shabby either. After everything is packed up. It's already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Yi Chen dragged his tired body onto the upper bunk.
No words were spoken that night.
The next day,
Yi Chen got out of bed in a daze and washed up.
Then he dragged his suitcase out of his dormitory. I was the last one to leave school.
Looking at the dormitory where I stayed for 4 years in college, I still feel a little nostalgic.
Goodbye, my 4 years of youth.
After saying that, he went down the stairs.
Looking at his Harley. New problems arise. How do you put this suitcase on a motorcycle? It looks a bit weird no matter how it is placed.
After all, no matter how expensive a motorcycle is, it is not as good as a car.
This is a problem with getting things. 2 minutes later. A man rides a motorcycle. The car drove out of North China University of Communication with a green suitcase on its back. All the way to the company.
I was under the strange gaze of passers-by. Take the green suitcase down. Then he was slowly dragged into the elevator as if nothing had happened.
Bite. As soon as the elevator arrived, Yi Chen and his beloved suitcase appeared.
The receptionist, Xiao Wang, was slightly taken aback, then asked with a smile, did the talented person move directly to the company because he was afraid of being too immersed in his work? Yi Chen smiled and said, we're moving to a new house, so we don't have time to go there first.
I can only bring it here first. Well, this color is very auspicious.
Sister Xiao Wang teased while looking at his suitcase.
Yi Chen walked into his office with a smile. It was very tidy inside, obviously someone had cleaned it.
Yi Chen also noticed that all the connected devices had been unplugged. Yi Chen naturally thought of Qin Xiaoxiao.
I felt happy immediately. Put the suitcase aside.
The third revision of the masterpiece began.
The previous sample has already come out. After several modifications, it became even more powerful. This song is quite mature. It's time to give this song to her.
Thinking of this, Yi Chen copied the song.
Then left the office. When I first arrived at Qin Xiaoxiao's office, found that the other party's door was locked. Didn't he come? Then who cleans your office?
With doubts, Yi Chen came to Lu Yu's office.
Bang, bang. Who? Yi Chen said, it's me, Yi Chen. Come in. Yi Chen opened the door and walked in.
Lu Yu seemed very busy, with a slightly frown on her face.
After seeing Yi Chen, he forced a smile and asked, what's the matter? Oh, that, Xiao, why didn't Mr. Qin come?
I almost called her Xiao Xiao, and since we were at the company, it would be better to call her Mr. Qin. Lu Yu sighed and said, there was a problem at the company, and President Qin came here very early.
But this is an urgent issue for the company, and it concerns the company's survival. So President Qin went to meet the client in advance. Something happened in the company? This surprised Yi Chen. No, it was running well before.
We also need to upgrade the performing arts company.
To attract investment or something. Why did it suddenly become critical? What happened? Is it that serious? Lu Yu nodded and said, it's a bit serious.
I've already registered to create a performance company, but now all the investors are withdrawing their capital.
I want to set it up now, but the capital chain is broken and I can't keep up. Withdraw investment? Shouldn't the biggest investor here be Wang Baiwan, the guy with the mustache? Is this bastard up to something again? It's really not peaceful at all. Think of this. Yi Chen asked, which company did she go to? Lu Yu looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Are you going? Yi Chen nodded.
She also knew the relationship between Yi Chen and Qin Xiaoxiao. So there was no hesitation.
Send Yi Chen a location via mobile phone.
But he was also afraid that Yi Chen was young and impetuous.
Acting impulsively will only make the situation worse.
So Lu Yu still said worriedly, originally, after the company is established, we want to promote you to the manager of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
It should have been your business. It would be better to contact him in advance. Yi Chen suddenly reacted.
That day Qin Xiaoxiao said that she did not lie to her mother. It turned out that she had received the news.
Knowing that you will be promoted to manager. As for how she knew, Yi Chen didn't hesitate. Lu Yu also knew this.
Their senior leaders should all know about it. But now is not the time to discuss why the mysterious boss wants to promote himself. Instead, he went to find Qin Xiaoxiao.
See if I can be of any help. But, Yi Chen, I have something to tell you. You're young after all. Everyone can see through the investor's tricks. I'm afraid of you. Lu Yu stopped talking halfway through. It was obvious that he was afraid that Yi Chen would anger the other party. The other party's investment will be even more difficult to recover. Yi Chen said, "Don't worry, I know my limits. Wait for my good news."
Chapter 47, It's too embarrassing to enter the door, the leader inspects the work.
Yi Chen left the company. My heart is also a mess. For now.
It is more likely that Wang Baiwan is doing something behind the scenes.
Ride your own Harley. Drive to the location given by Lu Yu. This location is also in the business district. It's only a 10-minute ride away. And it was none other than Luxiang Records.
It is the joint stock company that the system rewarded to Yi Chen.
This made Yi Chen feel what the system gives every time.
They all have their own meaning.
Soon,
Yi Chen arrived at the location. He first called Qin Xiaoxiao.
The call was not answered the first time. Yi Chen hit again. This time it took a long time for the other party to answer the call. Hello?
Qin Xiaoxiao's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Yi Chen asked directly, I'm downstairs in Luxiang building, where are you? Why are you here? Okay, I'll go down and pick you up.
After saying that, he hung up the phone.
It didn't take long.
Qin Xiaoxiao slowly walked to the door of Luxiang company.
Yi Chen went forward to meet him. Qin Xiaoxiao did look very unhappy.
He frowned slightly unconsciously.
What's wrong? You look like this. You shouldn't be like this after not seeing me for a while, right? Yi Chen said with a smile.
Qin Xiaoxiao sighed and said, I have no choice. The other party is withdrawing their investment. I came to Luxiang to get investment.
Yi Chen knew that Luxiang was not Wang Baiwan's company.
I didn't know why Qin Xiaoxiao was here.
It seems so now. She should also know that Wang Baiwan did this on purpose.
At the critical moment, a move was made to cut off the source of the problem.
No matter how Yi Chen humiliated the other party before,
there was no direct conflict. It is just to do this quietly at the most critical moment.
This Wang Baiwan is indeed very vicious. Like a poisonous snake. Usually hovering in place, waiting silently. Critical moment. Rush out suddenly and give you a fatal blow. This is why Yi Chen always felt that this person was dangerous. So, Qin Xiaoxiao didn't fall into his trap. Instead of asking him, it's better to find other investors. Although this step is risky. In a short period of time, other investors have no knowledge of the company. Want to attract investment. Obviously very difficult.
But Qin Xiaoxiao has a trump card.
Anyway, I have already broken my principles for Yi Chen. At worst, you can ask your family for help. But she still didn't want to give up so easily. So I decided to give it a try. See if we can attract investment.
Yi Chen looked at the tall building in front of him.
There is also a sign hanging above. I couldn't help but feel emotional. Enjoy it, enjoy it. This is the listed company in which you hold shares. I was planning to take some time to come and have a look. It has come to this. Then why don't you go in and take a look? Yi Chen asked, isn't it going well? Well, they didn't even let me meet their shareholders.
Only a manager-level representative received me. It's obvious that they don't take our studio seriously. Qin Xiaoxiao said helplessly, then said in one breath, forget it, let's not try to please others anymore, I'll think of another way.
She is a rich lady.
Although I don't have that kind of princess syndrome.
But I have never been so humble before. I'm still a little angry. Just when he was about to leave with Yi Chen stopped staring at the building. A bright smile appeared on his face again. Let's go and inspect the work. Qin Xiaoxiao? Inspection work? What a joke.
Even now, he is the foreign affairs manager of the company where he can sing whenever he wants.
There are not many people in this company who can manage things.
You also need to inspect listed companies. It was obvious that Qin Xiaoxiao believed very much in Yi Chen's ability. But he would not believe what Yi Chen said at this time.
Okay, stop teasing me, I'm just a little lost.
Qin Xiaoxiao just thought that the other party was just trying to make her happy.
The next second, Yi Chunrun walked in. And swaggering.
The boss is very stylish.
This is the legendary step of not recognizing any relatives. Hey! You, wait for me.
Qin Xiaoxiao was afraid that Yi Chen would get into trouble. Worried, he followed in. Yi Chen came to the glass door of Phnom Penh at this time.
Raise your head.
One hand behind the back.
The other hand slowly pulled away. Is this door so heavy?
Yi Chen took his hands out from behind his back again. Use both hands to push together. There was still no movement at the door. Yi Chen muttered to himself, this shouldn't be the case.
My strength is still good enough. Then he stopped pretending to be so cool. Started to open the door anxiously. But no matter how hard I try. Just 3 words. Can't open.
At this time, Qin Xiaoxiao caught up.
He looked at Yi Chen as if he were a fool. What kind of look is that? This door is heavy, okay? Even I, a strong man, can't pull it open.
Yi Chen said to Qin Xiaoxiao, then you come. As he said this, Yi Chen moved his body out of the way. Qin Xiaoxiao just gave him a blank look.
Then came to the door. Yi Chen saw an incredible scene. The other party exerted a little force. The door is open. Certainly. It's not that Yi Chen is so weak that he can't even open the door. Because this door, it is pushed.
Yi Chen's face instantly turned as red as a monkey's butt.
Follow each other silently.
The guard at the door didn't come over to stop them. Because we know that the other party is here to discuss cooperation.
But this doesn't mean that he didn't laugh at Yi Chen.
The doorman needs to stand at the door very seriously to protect the safety of the door. So both sides looked serious.
This looks intimidating. But Yi Chen's behavior just now. He really couldn't hold it in any longer.
On the originally serious face,
it began to slowly transform.
The lines at the corners of the eyes gradually appeared. The corners of his mouth began to rise slightly.
He tried very hard to control his majestic image.
But he still failed.
Put. Ha 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 ha.
This made Yi Chen, who was already blushing, even more embarrassed.
Yi Chen said to the guard, do your job well. I'll give you a red card warning and one more chance. If you do it again next time, you'll be fired. Ha 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 ha. This grandson is pretending to be a leader. It is a talent. The guard didn't say anything.
But I was almost laughing like crazy inside. The two of them came to a conference room together.
Inside sat a woman wearing glasses.
After seeing Qin Xiaoxiao, there was also a hint of impatience in his brows. But he still stood up politely.
Boss Qin, why are you here again? This is normal though.
But it is very embarrassing for the listeners.
It's like you are shamelessly asking the other party to invest in you.
Qin Xiaoxiao, who has always lived a life of luxury, wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into.
Secretary Li, For a moment she didn't know how to say this. It's all Yi Chen's fault. I have to come up.
She looked at the culprit. It turned out that Yi Chen had his hands behind his back again.
Started walking around in the huge conference room. One step at a time.
The eyebrows are also very eye-catching. At this time, he frowned at a portrait in the conference room.
Hey! Secretary Li, why would we need a foreign leader in a Chinese company? Secretary Li? Who is this person?
It was like a leader coming for inspection.
Didn't he come here with this young boss?
Secretary Li was full of doubts.
He asked Qin Xiaoxiao, Boss Qin, who is this?
Qin Xiaoxiao felt like she was going to die.
This guy. Are you sure you're not here to cause trouble? Why do you care what portraits people put up? Isn't this investment even more hopeless?
She could only say awkwardly, he is the manager of our company's diplomatic department.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs, manager? Secretary Li stared at Yi Chen blankly. That is to say,
the position is not as high as Mr. Chen's.
Then where does he get the confidence to give orders here?
Yi Chen pulled the portrait away from the screen and said, Secretary Li, I want to ask you a question.
Why are you displaying a portrait from abroad? Secretary Li frowned.
A junior manager of a small company dared to talk to me like this.
Is it because I smile more?
Boss Chen, I wasn't very willing to cooperate with your company in the first place, but now it seems like I'd better forget it.
If you have nothing else, please go back.
There are still many things in our company that need my attention.
Secretary Li said with an unhappy look on his face. He immediately ordered them to leave.
Qin Xiaoxiao said awkwardly, Okay, I understand.
He turned to Yi Chen and said, Shall we go?
His tone was full of loss.
After all, I still have too little experience. When attracting investment,
you should have 2 plans. It wouldn't be so embarrassing now.
Secretary Li, do you think I'm nothing? I'm asking you a question. It seems that Yi Chen did not stop while he was ahead.
The other party is now speaking politely after all.
It's time to call security to kick them out soon.
Sir, it is our right to decide what to hang. It is not the place for people from outside companies to tell us what to do.
Secretary Li turned to Yi Chen and said bluntly. Yi Chen was slightly stunned, then said, Someone from another company? Do you know who I am?
Secretary Li sneered.
Who are you? You are an employee of a company that cannot be any smaller. Even a manager is just an employee. Besides, your company is not even a company. It can only be called a studio. Secretary Li stopped talking nonsense. Just pick up the company's internal phone.
Hey, security department, come to the advertising department meeting room. After saying that, he hung up the phone.
Yi Chen stared at Secretary Li and asked, Is this how you treat your boss? Whose secretary are you? He asked that. I also want to have some peace of mind.
If this secretary is the secretary of the largest shareholder Yi Hua.
As the second largest shareholder, I really can't do anything about it.
But if you are just a secretary of a small shareholder,
I fired her in a minute.
Secretary Li heard this. The whole group started laughing.
Boss? He. Where did such a madman come from?
Their company has many secretaries. But the secretary also looks at who he is following.
Follow the major shareholder's secretary. Naturally, the status is higher.
Her words are more effective than those of an ordinary secretary. Although I am not Yi Hua's secretary. But at least he is the secretary of the second largest shareholder. It can't be said that he is in a high position. After all, he is a person who has the final say.
And who wouldn't envy your position? The mysterious second largest shareholder never shows up. No one has seen it. So it's about the second shareholder.
The full authority is to handle it by yourself.
This power is much greater than that of Yi Hua's secretary. Let us talk about it later.
Every shareholder of the company has seen it himself.
This one? I've never seen it before. Is that possible? Did he think he was Yi Chen, the mysterious second shareholder? Chapter 48 I'm telling you, the secretary is sacrificing herself, it's not necessary. Look at this ignorant kid.
Secretary Li had a look of sarcasm on his face. If it weren't for the second shareholder who rarely comes. I have relatively few affairs of my own.
It is not necessary to receive people from small companies.
Then I'll tell you, I'm the secretary of the second largest shareholder of Lu Xiang's company. Secretary Li was like a victorious pheasant.
His tone was full of pride. As soon as these words were spoken, it really shocked the other party. Yi Chen just stared at her blankly. A look of disbelief. Do you know who I am? Not everyone can be the second largest shareholder. My boss owns half of this company.
Yi Chen was indeed shocked.
But not out of fear. I never thought of this. This stuff. It turned out to be his own secretary. Who recruited this person for himself? Have you agreed to it?
Qin Xiaoxiao was the one who was truly shocked.
Lu Xiang is the top music company in China.
Many big-name singers obviously come from here. Such a leading enterprise.
What is the concept of the second in command in it? even if the other person is a secretary. That's much more power than many executives have. Your own investment? It's just a matter of a word from the other person.
And he is a singer launched by his own company.
You can discuss cooperation with Lo Xiang. Help promote and develop singers.
But the other party was obviously not happy about this.
Are you sure you are the second shareholder's secretary? Yi Chen asked at this time.
Qin Xiaoxiao whispered, Yi Chen, can you say this nonsense?
Let's go. Speaking.
His eyes also signaled Yi Chen to stop making trouble.
But Yi Chen has always had a keen eye. But today it's like I'm having a seizure.
He actually said something so shocking that it was beyond reproach.
You're fired.
After saying that, he leisurely sat down in the boss chair.
Qin Xiaoxiao. Secretary Li.
At this time, there was a noise outside the door.
Soon several security personnel came in. Secretary Li, what's going on?
The bald leader asked.
Secretary Li said, you're just in time. Get this psycho out of here. Yes.
Several security guards looked at Yi Chen, who was sitting there smugly.
Just when a few people were about to catch Yi Chen. Bang!
The world's most reliable resident ID card was placed on the smooth conference table.
This scared the security guards. I thought the other party was carrying something dangerous. Some people even took a step back.
The bald leader looked at the ID card.
Then he said, are you sick? Are you sick? What are you doing? You're so timid. Get to work.
The bald man shouted at the timid security guards.
Only then did a few people come back again. Caught Yi Chen. Just about to pull the other person out with force. But I found that I couldn't pull it at all. This is the advantage of having a super strong physique. Captain, I can't pull it.
One of the security guards said.
The bald man frowned. He pushed the security guard away. Pull hard. Not moved at all. Hey! This is weird. The bald man doesn't believe in evil. Try your best again. Go! Still no movement.
The bald man was anxious. He said to several team members, follow me.
Next I saw 4 or 5 big men.
He pulled Yi Chen with great effort. Yi Chen remained calm and said to Secretary Li, go. While they're trying to arrest someone, take a look at my ID card.
Secretary Li was stunned. What a monster this is.
She is well aware of the strength of her company's security department.
Which one is not a veteran? How can you deal with a guy who looks so thin? Now you want me to see my ID card? What the hell is going on? But I'm just sitting around doing nothing.
Those security guards can't be thrown out for the time being.
Then,
Secretary Li picked up the ID card on the table angrily. Qin Xiaoxiao was anxious at this moment. But seeing that Yi Chen was safe and sound,
I breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he was about to persuade Yi Chen to leave,
Secretary Li let out a cry of surprise.
Impossible. How is that possible? How is this possible? He said several impossible things in a row. Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't understand this. Isn't it just Yi Chen's ID card? There's something fishy on the ID card or something.
Qin Xiaoxiao walked over curiously. Then he saw Yi Chen's name on the ID card.
Han nationality, address, and photo. Nothing strange about this, right? The only strange thing is, the ID photo is ugly. Of course she knew that too. No one can avoid this. Is there any problem?
Qin Xiaoxiao asked puzzledly. But Secretary Li was still in shock.
No, there must be something wrong. Secretary Li said to the bald man, Lao Zhao, you control him, I'll be back soon. After saying this,
she rushed out of the meeting room in a hurry.
She went to the legal office to verify the other party's identity
and the authenticity of the ID card.
In the conference room,
Qin Xiaoxiao was left confused. There was also a security guard who was exhausted. They were all gasping for breath.
Some people just sat on the ground. I've never been so tired even when working in the fields. They didn't know what kind of monster they had encountered. Could it be that there are nails growing on his body? Qin Xiaoxiao asked, Yi Chen, Why did Secretary Lee make such a fuss when he saw your ID card? Even if you are gifted.
It is also impossible to imagine it out of thin air. I would never associate him with a child who grew up in a county town.
Is the second largest shareholder of a listed company.
Yi Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, we will succeed in this investment." Xin Xiaoxiao had no idea where Yi Chen got his confidence from. But she remembered Lu Yu's words.
He always surprises people. It's better to choose to wait peacefully. The worst case scenario is no investment. There is none now.
Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes.
That's the reason.
I saw Qin Xiaoxiao also sitting in a conference chair nearby.
After a while, the door to the conference room opened again. Secretary Lee's hand holding Yi Chen's ID card was shaking slightly. The arrogance at the beginning is long gone.
There was nothing but flattery on his face.
And fear. Yes. Fear. She had just received confirmation that it was. The ID card is real. His identity is also real. It's the boss I have never met. The second largest shareholder of Luxiang Company. Yi Chen. She learned the news. It's no exaggeration to say so. My legs are shaking. Yes.
Even if Yi Chen will not affect his own life safety.
But such a good job. It is the dream job of many people. Don't even mention that you are in a high position now.
It means being a small employee at Luxiang.
The benefits are better than those of other companies. A listed company known to all. Result. He actually offended his immediate superior. What should I do? Secretary Lee walked in trembling. He didn't even dare to look at Yi Chen.
He looked nervously at Qin Xiaoxiao, who was more easy to talk to.
Mr. Qin, can you help me?
Qin Xiaoxiao looked at the nervous Secretary Lee in confusion.
Need help looking at your ID card? Is your eyesight bad? Aren't you wearing glasses?
Qin Xiaoxiao said coldly.
Maybe it's because I've been with Yi Chen for too long. I can actually have such a dry sense of humor. Yi Chen was amused. But he didn't speak. Secretary Lee said awkwardly, "That's not what I meant. Mr. Qin, I might be fired. Could you please put in a good word for me?" After taking a final bite, he said, "Please." The security guards nearby were even more dumbfounded. I just asked myself to kick that person out. What's with that grandson-like look on his face now? Is your job in jeopardy?
Qin Xiaoxiao recalled what Yi Chen had just said about being fired.
Combine everything.
Qin Xiaoxiao made a bold guess.
Could it be that Yi Chen really has some powerful identity? Is it just that you don't know it? Think of this. She subconsciously looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't hesitate any longer. Slowly stand up. Slowly walked to the front of the calligraphy picture. He asked again, Secretary Lee, why are there portraits of people from abroad? Secretary Lee did not make any sarcastic remarks this time. He trotted straight to Yi Chen. Boss Yi, this portrait was painted during the renovation, and the style is like this, so? As soon as Mr. Yi said the two words, everyone reacted. It turns out that this person's identity is not simple. That's why Secretary Lee made an 18-degree turn. But what exactly is that identity? Yi Chen said, I want to change all the decorations here tomorrow. I want a Chinese style. Is that okay? No. No problem, I'll arrange it right away. Secretary Lee made repeated assurances without hesitation. Yi Chen asked again, can you invest in the Sing if you want studio? Yes. We can invest. How much? Invest, you decide how much to invest. The two asked and answered each other. An aggressive question. An honest and continuous guarantee. Yi Chen turned to look at the stunned Qin Xiaoxiao and asked, Boss Qin, how much is the difference? Just say it's more. Qin Xiaoxiao still hadn't come back to her senses. Although I have just guessed that he may have some hidden identity. But isn't the power of this identity a bit too great? This one sentence is enough to invest. And how much do you want? Qin Xiaoxiao stuttered and asked, how much do you want, just, how much? Yi Chen looked at her gently and nodded. Qin Xiaoxiao asked, hey, Yi Chen, just tell me what's going on. Yi Chen sighed deeply, then said helplessly, I'm going to reveal my cards. I won't pretend anymore. I am the second largest shareholder of Luxiang. A light tone. Astonishing power.
Qin Xiaoxiao stared with wide eyes,
Looking at him in disbelief. Not a word was said.
Several security guards were originally sitting on the ground.
Now he stood up in shock.
Secretary Li said, "Yes, Mr. Yi doesn't show up all year round. I'm his secretary, so I didn't recognize him the first time and even contradicted him."
Please forgive my ignorance, Mr. Yi. Give me one chance. From now on, whatever you say is what I'll do. I'll obey you. Even if that, I can. Yi Chen. Good job. This is dedication.
It is true that there are many bosses and secretaries who have improper relationships.
These are all unspoken rules of the industry. But Yi Chen naturally didn't have that idea. My wife still doesn't understand it. Why bother looking for those unhappy things?
Qin Xiaoxiao was also watching Yi Chen's attitude.
Yi Chen said sternly, "That's totally unnecessary."
Chapter 49, My wife is angry and the chimpanzee is healed.
Yi Chen naturally couldn't agree.
He directly rejected the secretary's excessive request. Only then did Qin Xiaoxiao put away her angry expression.
But I still feel a little unhappy. Because it's such a big deal. The other party didn't reveal a single word. This will happen after we get married. How many things are you hiding from yourself? Ding.
My wife's psychological score has decreased, and 20,000 yuan will be deducted.
Yi Chen was stunned. How smart is this system? Look at other people's systems yourself. There is only the amount of reward.
Even those who leave are not given permission.
But I've never seen anyone asking for it back.
And the wife's psychological score decreased.
What did you do? Am I not helping her? No way. Is it because I kept it a secret from her? Right. It must be like this. Yi Chen cursed in his mind. How can someone else take the system and pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? I haven't even put it on yet. Just deduct it directly. 20,000 yuan is not a lot. You can also earn money using the system.
But a decrease in my wife's favorability is a big deal.
What is this?
I will never imitate the protagonist in novels again.
Novels are harmful. Even though I was cursing in my heart. But the real work still needs to be done. Yi Chen sighed and said, "Invest 200 million. He didn't know exactly how much he would need.
But before that, Wang Baiwan was the largest investor.
Invested 100 million. Drink by yourself later.
The other party added another 50 million.
The total is 150 million. Just ask for 200 million.
This hole should be plugged." Secretary Li was a little embarrassed.
But I made a mistake.
But I didn't dare to refuse directly. All he could say was, "Well, Mr. Yi, although you have great power, I still have to ask Director Hua for permission to use 200 million at once." Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Of course, we are talking about the largest shareholder. That is the founder of Luxiang.
That's the rule. There's no need to make things difficult for a secretary. Yi Chen nodded. The exit asked, "How long will it take? Can I give you news tomorrow?" Secretary Li asked cautiously and tentatively. There is no rush for that day. Yi Chen nodded in agreement.
He said to Secretary Li, "I'll wait for your news tomorrow. Just contact Ms. Qin directly."
Do you have her phone number? Yes. Yes.
Qin Xiaoxiao called to make an appointment before coming.
So the phone still exists. Everything is arranged.
Yi Chen and Qin Xiaoxiao left the meeting room under the protection of a group of security personnel.
As soon as it comes out.
I saw the guard in white at the door.
After the other party saw himself. I couldn't help but laugh again. Yi Chen hasn't spoken yet. The bald man immediately said to the guard, "What are you laughing at?"
"Mr. Yi is here to inspect our work, you better be serious,"
he said with a flattering look, suggesting that Yi Chen was slipping. Guard in white. Slightly stunned. The other party turned out to be the boss. Stand up straight immediately.
When Yi Chen passed by, he immediately saluted, "Boss Yi, take care."
Then,
Yi Chen and Qin Xiaoxiao left Luxiang.
Several security guards saluted again. Watched the other person leave on a motorcycle. A young security guard asked, "How come such a big boss started an e-donkey?" "You know shit. Who knows how many luxury cars they have at home? Rich people just like to be different." "Captain, you don't recognize that car, right? That motorcycle can be exchanged for a BMW. Good boy, wouldn't it be nice to buy a BMW with that kind of money?"
Yi Chen was walking on the road with Qin Xiaoxiao.
Neither of them spoke.
Qin Xiaoxiao didn't even bother to hug him.
Far away from Yi Chen. Not afraid of danger. Yi Chen knew.
This matter has somewhat reduced the score.
Actually.
Sometimes girls don't care how great you are.
So influential. More often.
She cares about whether you are sincere to her.
Arrived at the company. It's already noon. Meal time.
Yi Chen got out of the car and asked, "How about we go get some rice noodles together?" He still remembers the other person's preferences. But Qin Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, "The investment has been secured, but there are still many things to prepare. I'll go get busy first." After saying that, he got into the elevator alone.
Yi Chen didn't know how to explain this. "You can't say it. I have a system. If I spoil you, I will give you things. No one would believe it if I told them. Unless the other party also has a system." Yi Chen thought about it.
He still went to the rice noodle shop.
A long queue began.
I don't know how long it took. A deep voice came from behind him.
"I'm back. You can sleep peacefully now." Yi Chen recognized the voice immediately. "Is this guy okay?" "Turn around and look." Zheng Tian, with a dark face, was seen wearing his signature sunglasses. Standing behind him. Yi Chen also smiled silently, then asked, "Do you have the physique of a chimpanzee? Did the gunshot wound heal in the past few days?" Dark-faced Zheng Tian said expressionlessly, "You have a new nickname every time you see me." After the joke, Zheng Tian whispered, "Yi Tianqi has made some new moves. It seems he's making some changes in the business." Business?
This made Yi Chen feel a chill in his heart.
It's like drinking Sprite. It's so chilling. Because he immediately guessed what the other person's action was. The company suddenly withdrew its investment. Could it be that? Not Wang by Wan? But Yi Tianqi? Think of this. Yi Chen said, "I should have known it. This grandson is really endless, playing both openly and covertly."
Zheng Tian said, "He is indeed a tough opponent, and he is also your love rival."
A love rival? Is he worthy? Yi Chen said disdainfully.
He doesn't think he is worse than a prodigal son who lives off his parents. Qin Xiaoxiao wouldn't like a man like that either.
Only. The other party again and again. Causing trouble again and again. I have always been so passive. This is really not a solution. Yi Chen asked, "What is the relationship between Wang Baiwan and Yi Tianqi?" Zhang Tian's ugly mouth corners curled up. The patriarch is right. You do have a good mind. Wang Baiwan's current status and assets are entirely due to the backer behind him, Yi Tianqi. Hear this. Yi Chen understood completely. This time the company is in crisis. It must be Yi Tianqi who is interfering. Instructed Wang Baiwan to do this. This person. We can't let this go on any longer. Yi Chen made up his mind. Looking at Zheng Tian in surprise, "After you finish speaking, shouldn't you do it in secret with your style?" Zheng Tian just pushed his sunglasses forward in a foolish manner.
Then he smiled and said, "His rice noodles are really delicious."
Have to. This person is here to slack off at work.
First, to protect yourself. Secondly, queue up to eat rice noodles. Zhang Tian said, "Why don't you go take a rest? Your pretty face will get tan again."
Yi Chen curled his lips and said, "Yes. Your face is so bright that it can hide away from ultraviolet rays."
After saying that, one of them came to a seat on the roadside.
If he wants to queue, then let him queue. Yi Chen began to think about how to fight back. The difference in status between the two is too great. We have to find where the breakthrough is. Finally, one person was locked on. Wang Baiwan.
This person is someone he can contact, and he is Yi Tianqi's man.
It's best to start with him. Chapter 50, planning to take the initiative and calling best friends to move. As for Wang Baiwan's contact information, Lu Yu should have one. After all, we had discussed cooperation before. Another half hour passed. Zhang Tian came over with some rice noodles. 3 portions for 45. Yi Chen was stunned and asked, "Damn it! You're so stingy and you still want me to reimburse you?" Zhang Tian said, "As a matter of course, it's not easy for me to make money. I follow you every day, and you pick up girls every day. He is buckle. There are even more stingy ones." Yi Chen took out some change and said, "I only want 32 for 2. Give me 18. Damn, you're much stingier than me." The two ate rice noodles on the chair. The remaining portion was given to Qin Xiaoxiao to take back. "Eat and drink enough." Zhang Tian stood up and said, "Then I'll get to work." Etc. Yi Chen called out to the other party. "I have some change for your 18. Yi Chen said helplessly, "It's not that. I don't want to be passive anymore." Zhang Tian was not surprised. The two of them seemed like old friends. Zhang Tian sat on the chair again and said, "Killing someone is easy, but the head of the family won't allow me to kill anyone in China." "Kill? What's going on in this guy's head?" Yi Chen said anxiously, "Who said you killed someone? Could you please stop being so violent?" What he didn't know was, Killer God on the battlefield. How many dead souls are in your hands? He is not very violent. Who can still be so violent? Then just tell me what you mean. Is there any point in beating him up? Zhang Tian thought Yi Chen had the same idea as him. It's either beating or killing. This is what he meant by not wanting to be passive. Yi Chen said helplessly, "What I want is a life worse than death." As soon as these words were spoken, even Zhang Tian, the god of death who was used to seeing life and death, was slightly stunned. A sudden cool breeze blew through the hot summer. This guy is so cruel. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Obviously more cruel than himself. Be smart. So ruthless. The key is the brain. Such a person. That's really scary. This was the first time Zhang Tian truly admired someone from the bottom of his heart. Even this person. Just a recent graduate. As the saying goes, a hero is not judged by his origin. This moment. A thought in Zhang Tian's mind. Slowly taking root and sprouting. What do you mean? Just tell me, I'm not smart. Zhang Tian said truthfully. Yi Chen said, "I will be making a big move soon, which may involve the people behind the scenes. Doesn't your master want to help me? Otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to protect me. The big man behind the scenes still has to be covered for a while." "Ha, so you are afraid too?" Zhang Tian laughed. "It just sounds horrible. That's all nonsense. I only have one life." Yi Chen said helplessly. "Then what?" Zhang Tian asked. "There's nothing else to say, except that there might be a lot of people trying to mess with me. My intuition is accurate, but it's hard to defend against an attack from the dark. I'll leave my back to you." Zhang Tian looked at the young face behind his sunglasses for a few seconds. Finally, he said, "As long as I'm alive, there will be no problems behind you." It was originally a burst of bold words. I thought the other party would fist bump with me or something. This is friendship between men. But who would have thought that Yi Chen had a nauseous expression on his face? Then he hid far away. "You're not a pervert, are you? Why are you saying such cheesy things?" Then he took the rice noodles in his hand and walked towards the Wana Sing company. Zhang Tian looked at the skinny figure and smiled silently. In the Yi family, this is the only younger generation I can look down upon. Yi Chen got on the elevator. Didn't go to Qin Xiaoxiao's office. The other party is still angry. So he came to the front desk with a playful smile on his face. "Sister, can you help me?" The receptionist looked at the rice noodles in Yi Chen's hand in confusion. Then he smiled slightly. "Let me send it over, right?" The relationship between the two. It's no longer a secret in the company. And Qin Xiaoxiao likes to eat rice noodles from this restaurant. She knows it too. At the front desk. "I often get takeout from this place." Yi Chen nodded immediately. The lady at the front desk smiled and said, "Okay, I'll help you. I cannot thank you enough for your kindness."
Yi Chen dropped a word. Then he returned to his office. The company is in crisis now.
Let us talk about the new song later. Yi Chen put the USB drive in the drawer.
Started a day's work.
Until the evening. Yi Chen turned off the computer. There is another big and difficult task to do in the evening. Move place. Think about it.
I probably can't handle it all by myself.
So I picked up my phone. Sent a message in the brothers group. John Lang, hey young man, what are you busy with?
Zhao Shi was the first to reply.
Zhao Shi, what the hell am I busy with?
I don't know what to do after graduation, and I don't want to go to work in my dad's company.
I'm so bored. Lu Nang, you don't know how to appreciate what you have. I'm moving bricks at the construction site now. Yi Chen laughed. John Lang, hey guys, I'm moving, would you like to come and help me?
Zhao Shi, come on, you know how thin I am.
I'm just a skeleton. Should I move it or should it move me? Yi Chen's two best friends. A skinny guy.
One was so fat that his fat was flying everywhere.
Lu Nang, if you say so, then I have to go. I just finished moving bricks and I have to work overtime.
Zhao Shi,
just think of it as losing weight. Lu Nang, okay, give me an address. Yi Chen immediately sent a location.
Then he typed, after we finish cleaning up tonight, let us have a meal together, I'll treat you guys. I saw Zhao Shi, who was not originally planning to come.
I changed my mind immediately. Zhao Shi, wait. Wait. Chen Zi wants to treat us. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity.
No way, I have to give up my spare ribs to see the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. Yi Chen just smiled and turned off the screen. Now that we have the manpower, let us get to work.
Left the office.
He looked towards Qin Xiaoxiao's office out of habit.
It was pitch black. She's gone. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. As a result, I met Lu Yu again.
Lu Yu dressed up and left the office with her bag.
Yi Chen? You always work so late. Yi Chen smiled and said, it's just a waste of time. You didn't assign me any heavy work. You're about to get promoted, how can you do that kind of work? Go home early.
Lu Yu said with a smile. She had heard that Yi Chen had attracted investment, so she was in a good mood. Otherwise, after she lost her job, Leilei's support would still be very high. It was also indirectly helping her. She now feels more and more that hiring Yi Chen was a wise decision.
We went downstairs together. It seems that Yi Chen is in a bad mood. Lu Yu asked, is there a conflict?
Yi Chen was slightly stunned.
He was indeed an experienced person and could see it at a glance. He nodded helplessly. Well, that's just how people are. When two different people are together, there will always be friction. If everything is sweet all the time, it won't be real. Lu Yu said. Yeah, but it's also my fault. I've never had a girlfriend before, so I'm lacking in this area. Listening to Yi Chen's words, Lu Yu laughed. Still a little virgin boy.